14 points separating them at the moment, and it's all assuming that sadly Worcestershire go down, then who they're going to take with them is, well, I was going to say up to in the lap of the gods. It's not, of course, it's in the lap of the players mainly, who over the next few weeks will determine that. And but one thing's for sure, as Essex players take to the field now, having lost the toss, and Durham are going to bat. One thing for sure, although this might not be, you know, to use the cliche, a must-win game, certainly if Essex were to lose it, well, whichever side, if one side or the other were to lose it, it would be a big setback to their aspirations to stay in the First Division. My name is Dick Davis. Later on, sometime during the day, we're going to be joined by Sofia Smail, who plays cricket for Essex and the Oval Invincibles. But first of all, we were discussing off air, these two sides very rarely meet for one reason.
This is only the second time I've been here. The first time was in the Bob Willis Trophy in 2021, and a match where Essex were bowled out for less than 100 on day one. Durham had a substantial lead and then somehow managed to lose. And then last season, I'm trying to remember what happened. It was I expunged it from my brain because it was so dreadful. A draw with a Kookaburra ball where only one wicket fell on the final day in a heat wave in June. And there were a few centuries in that game, but Durham have got a job on their hands here because they haven't won a game since May. They've lost heavily in the last two games to Somerset in 2 days and Surrey in 3, and they're in the relegation zone.
Porter moves in, bowling the first delivery round the wicket to the left-handed Alex Lees, and there are a couple of runs straight away. Should have only been a 1, but a slight fumble at point. And yeah, we'll go through the Essex side at the end of the over, or during this over. Well, indeed, we'll go through both sides. They're actually both as printed on the scorecard, which is very handy. And yeah, Alex Lees opening the batting with Ben McKinney. Alex Lees, also the skipper. He faces up to Porter's second delivery. Turns up round the corner for a single. Down to Shane Snater, who makes ground from the boundary up to backward square leg, and brings Ben McKinney on to strike. Yeah, so the Essex side comprises Dean Elgar, Paul Walter, Tom Wesley, Charlie Allison, Matt Critchley, Michael Pepper, Noah Thane, Simon Harmer. Now this is going to be a bit nostalgic, so he hasn't played here since 2023. I'll leave you in suspense before next delivery, which is outside the off stump, and certainly gets the better of Lees there. So coming in at number 9 is the New Zealander who was with Essex a couple of seasons ago, 2023, Doug Bracewell, presumably drafted back in view of the absence of Sam Cook. And then at number 10 there's Shane Snater, and number 11 there's Jamie Porter. As visitors, well, I've already told you that Alex Lees and Ben McKinney are present incumbents. I'll tell you about the rest of the side.
Scoreboard's got Gay on there, and it looks like Gay facing this one actually.
Oh, and beg your pardon, yep, the scoreboard now shows that it's Gay on strike. I beg your pardon. And I beg Emilio Gay's pardon.
Beautiful sunny day here in Chelmsford. Temperatures around about 18 degrees when I arrived this morning. Perfect September day. Bits of fluffy cloud passing by, but the very much blue sky on show as well.
And that's outside the off stump. And Emilio Gay's off stump goes through the wicketkeeper. So there's still to come Will Rhodes, Colin Ackerman, Graham Clark, Ollie Robinson, Ben Rain, Matthew Potts, Sam Connors, and Shafiqullah Ghaffari, who has played at left arm spinner, played for Afghanistan, but as regards coming into this side, just sort of clutched from club cricket, where he's been getting a stack of wickets. I was reading on the website yesterday. That's just played out into the covers, through extra cover. Could well go to the boundary, and indeed does at deep extra cover.
Yeah,
So
Durham have signed him until the end of the season. They've brought him down here. He plays his club cricket for Richmondshire, which is not far from Scotch Corner off the A1 in the North Yorkshire South Durham League. He's played cricket in Afghanistan and Bangladesh, but he isn't featuring today because they've preferred Callum Parkinson instead. So he's travelled down with the team, and I gather because of the Radio 2 had a massive festival across the weekend in the park here, so the Durham team have been put in a number of different hotels. I think they might be all in the one hotel tonight, but hotel rooms were at a premium this weekend, so I'm out in the countryside a few miles away.
They certainly were.
I heard a bit of it on Saturday night. I think was Belinda Carl
Yes,
singing?
yeah, we were watching it a bit. My wife and I on the telly late in the evening.
Brian Adams.
Brian Adams did a long
Yeah.
session, or set as I think they're called.
I think he came on roughly when we were finishing our tea and the radio went off. So.
Right.
Start of a new over. That's gone through Lees and to the keeper. There's a polite inquiry being made here by Shane Snater, but the umpire says no. And the umpires for this one is there's a bit of a familiarity about one of the umpires because he's a former Durham player, Ian Blackwell.
And indeed there's a bit of familiarity because James Middlebrook used to play
just
for
looked at
Essex.
that. Yeah, James Middlebrook,
Yorkshire.
Essex. Yeah, I interviewed James in 2010. He was playing for the MCC in Abu Dhabi against Durham in the Champion County match. As Snater comes round the wicket from the cook end of the ground, the river end, that stayed low, went pretty wide and took on the second bounce by the keeper in front of first slip. Yeah, James Middlebrook had just joined Northants when he was playing for the MCC in Abu Dhabi in 2010. And I asked him why he'd left Essex, and that was the first question. He said, they didn't want me anymore. So,
good enough reason.
Yeah. So I think Ian Blackwell played in that match as well for Durham. Snater coming round the wicket, right arm round, running away from us, bowls to Lees, that's off the pad from this angle, looking across from long off, that was going down the leg side. I didn't expect the finger of doom from James Middlebrook there, and it didn't come. Have we got the monitor on?
The wicket is pitched well over towards the executive apartments side, the opposite side of the pavilion. So we're watching, well, to the left-handed batsman, we're watching it long off, really.
Snater comes in again, past the umpire, and bowls. And that hits the thigh pad of Lees. He's looking to play that through the leg side. No run there. Score currently 7-0 here on the BBC. Durham won the toss and decided to bat.
Yeah, I just wonder if they made that instant decision. Well, obviously they've been to look at it anyway. So, yeah, I wonder if they might have thought of having a go at Essex. Greenish wicket.
Referee Phil Whittaker is in the room to our left. As Snater comes in again and bowls, and that is a leave. It pitches low, goes through to the keeper. So I'm just looking at the statistics for this season, and from an Essex point of view with the ball, Snater so far has taken 26 wickets, and his best figure's 4 for 78. From Alex Lees' point of view, he's scored 822, highest score of 172 as he defends this one. I think that was against is that Yorkshire? Maiden over. Where was his 172? Yeah, Yorkshire this year, and that was a record second wicket stand of 279 with Emilio Gay, who got 152. Game ended in a draw. So looking at the league table is very, very tight because Durham haven't won since May. Their last victory was against Notts in Chesley Street. So they've only won the 2. And heavy defeats, 2-day defeat at Somerset, and then a 3-day defeat at home to Surrey. You've seen them drop into the bottom 2. Essex are 12 points ahead of them.
14, I think. They were. They were when I asked you about an hour ago.
Let me have a look. £12 points it is. Sorry.
12.
Yeah. So Essex are 12 ahead of Durham, and Yorkshire are on the same points as Essex. So Durham have 114, Yorkshire 126, Essex 126. Then Sussex 127 and Hampshire 129. And Sussex have been gradually sliding down the table in recent weeks as well.
Yes. As that's just played solidly, defensively, as Porter delivers that round the wicket.
So Essex and Durham have only won 2 each, but Durham have lost 5 and Essex have lost 3, so they've had more draws, so they've got more points from the 2 extra draws.
Yep.
So that's the difference at the moment, and Yorkshire have got into a bit of a winning groove. They've won 2 of their last 3, so they've now won 3 this season.
Porter again from the Graham Gooch end, round the wicket, and it played with authority. And if Porter hadn't got a big size 10 right boot to it, then Gay would have probably got another 4 to his name.
Sun shining brightly at the moment. It's a pleasant day. It's t-shirt weather. We've got a nice gentle breeze coming from the far end of the ground towards us.
Porter again bowls, and again shot played with authority, but again straight back to Porter, this time more at waist level than boot level. So no addition to the score of 7 without loss.
Porter's got 16 wickets against Durham. His best figures, 4 for 31 at Chesley Street in 2021. Got 3 for 27 in the same game. Then last year against them, 3 for 57 in Chesley Street and 3 for 18 in the draw here.
As he comes in again, round the wicket. And it's played down into the ground, into the slips, and it wasn't a catchable height. In fact, it was probably on the half volley, and it inconvenienced Paul Walter a bit. He's just shaking his hand. I don't mean with anybody else. I mean he's sort of wringing it in discomfort. 3 slips and a gully, keeping Pepper company. As Porter moves in again, bowls. And again, this time, 3rd time lucky, driven hard and straight for 4 runs. He threatened to play that shot. Well, he had played this shot more or less twice previously in this over, each time by one means or another. Porter got in the way of it, but it was slightly too wide for him to do so there. 4 runs, end of the over. Durham, having won the toss, chosen to bat, 11 without loss.
If you want to get in touch, you can email me. It is wearecricket@bbc.co.uk, or I'm on Blue Sky as well, Marty Cricket on Blue Sky.
Well, our email address, and I cross my fingers when I say this because I haven't just tested the system at the county ground.
New over from Snater, bowling wide of off stump there. It's left alone by Lees.
We have a new system in operation, which I did test at home, my own time, dear licensed player, and it worked there at home, but obviously it's different. Got to pick up a different Wi-Fi, which isn't always that easy. But the emails, which hopefully we'll be able to read, is Essex. No, I'll tell you after this because it's a new email address. Well, new to me.
Snater comes round the wicket. He bowls to Lees. Lees steers this out through the covers. He'll get a couple of runs here. As the ball being chased down towards the pavilion corner of the ground and is fielded by Doug Bracewell, who had a spell here, played 8 games for Essex in 2023. He's also been at North Hants. Trying to remember what year he was there.
Right, so our email address is fairly straightforward. It's just one string of letters, no dots in it, not before the @ anyway. EssexCricket@bbc.co.uk.
Snyder with a shorter ball. It doesn't get up though. It's clipped away down towards long leg by Lees for 1 run.
I'll repeat that because I rather sort of got through it quickly so that Martin could describe the delivery. Essex Cricket, all one string of, what's that, a dozen letters, at bbc.co.uk.
Journey down yesterday was an interesting one. I set off sort of early afternoon and got stuck in massive traffic jams around Stamford on the A1. Snyder comes in and bowls again and played out in towards mid-off there this time by Lees. A tumbling, diving stop in the cover area. No run. Anyway, I came off the A1 and decided I'd take the country routes round the back roads and realised the reason it was the Burley horse trials were just finishing.
Oh, right.
At Burley House. And then a little bit further down the road, got stuck in traffic on the M11, and that was the Duxford International Air Show, so there was plenty going on yesterday. Snater bowls, and that's played by Gay beyond the slip cordon, and it's being chased down towards deep backward point and fielded by Noah Thane. 1 run. So Durham on 15 for none. Lees has 6, Gay has 9. If you've just joined us and you're thinking, why have they started already? We're in September, so it's 10:30 starts in September. And the theory is to finish at 5:30, which never happens. I imagine we'll still be commentating at 6 o'clock. Autumn's here, but it's a nice summer's day today. Here comes Snater again. Last ball of the 4th over, played by Lees, behind point and off towards the boundary on the right-hand side of the ground. And he'll get 2 runs there. Is the end of the over. So at the end of 4 overs, Durham are 17 for none with Lees on 8. Gay on strike now on 9.
Yeah, as I say, we are due to be joined by Sofia Smail. Or was it Smail? Smail. Later on. Well, a couple of women's cricket teams. Her brother plays for Glamorgan, Will Smail. So, yeah, obviously a cricketing family. Looking forward to having a natter to her about the cricketing family. Porter moves in, bowls, played solidly, defensively by Emilio Gay. Just trickles out on the onside, no addition to the score. A pretty good crowd, as you would imagine, inevitably just away to our right on the top of the Tom Pearce stand. The most popular part of the ground is well occupied, and the public enclosure is, yeah, it's quite encouraging, and will probably, if not fill up, at least a few more will come in as the day goes on. Porter moves in now and bowls, and that trickles down backward of square on the offside to backward point, where it's fielded by Charlie Allison. Surely, well, no, not surely, but probably the brightest of all the young prospects on the Essex side. When he bats, he just has that split second, that moment of extra time that sets him above a lot of players. Porter moves in again, round the wicket. Again, met with stern and stolid and steadfast defence. Trickles out on the offside, picked up by Noah Thane. So, quarter of an hour into this, what would you call it, anti-penultimate game of the championship season, and no great alarms as the visitors are 17 without loss. Make that certainly 18, probably 19. It is just 2 runs. 2 runs go out towards extra cover. Fielded by Tom Wesley, having given pursuit for some 20-30 yards. The score moves on to 19 without loss, of which Lees has 8 and Gay has 11. Porter again. Allowed to go by outside the off stump. Through to the wicketkeeper. I'll just repeat that email address. I hope it's not futile. I hope I can pick up the email addresses. As soon as I'm off air, then I'll see if I can wind up this new system. EssexCricket@bbc.co.uk. Anything you like to comment about Essex cricket, Durham cricket, club cricket, anything you like, within reason. And that's just nudged down to towards third man, but it'll only go for, oh no, it'll come back for 2. Taking the score into the 20s, 21 without loss. So Durham have progressed. They'll be very, of the two sides, I know that's ridiculous to say after only, 17, 18 minutes to say, but after those 17, 18 minutes, Durham will probably be slightly the happier. They've progressed quite comfortably. There was one exceptionally optimistic appeal for LBW, which even from here, and even bearing in mind I never like to comment on umpires' decisions, even here was at best optimistic. That's really the only, well, there'll be a couple of player misses.
Snater coming in from the River End bowls. The Sir Alistair Cook end has come through to the keeper. It's born in Harare, but played international cricket for the Netherlands, 4 ODIs between 2018 and 2022. And he's played 13 T20 internationals as well. And the cousin of Jason Roy, of all people. This is his 58th first-class match, and in all these taken 162 wickets, including 26 this year. This is played by Lees to the point area, no run there, went along the ground. His best figures, Snater, 7 for 98, and that was in his second championship game against Nottinghamshire in the Bob Willis season, actually, in 2021.
That was a weird season, wasn't it? I mean, I know...
Came here, I think Durham's first 2 matches that year were away, so started off at Trent Bridge, nobody in the ground, nobody here either. One-way systems in place for those of us who were allowed in. Snater comes in and bowls, and that's an edge, but it's well wide of the slip cordon, and it's down to third man. There's no one at third man, so that's 4 runs for Alex Lees. So Durham move on to 25. Lees has 12, Gay 13. Yeah, came here, and I remember the week particularly well because on the Friday it was the first week in which they'd allowed pubs and restaurants to open, but in an outdoor setting only.
Oh, yes.
And although it was a nice sunny week, it was bitterly cold. Northerly winds all week. And me and Don Topley on the Friday night went for a meal in a pub beer garden somewhere near here. As Snater comes in and bowls. Ball played up to mid-on this time by Lees, no run, and it was so cold we wolfed the food down in about 3 minutes. Asked for a cup of tea to try and warm up, and then I remember jumping back in the car. It was probably about a 20-minute drive back into Chelmsford, and I was just shivering in the car all the way home.
Yeah, I can well imagine.
I got back and I rang my wife, and she said, "How drunk are you? You can't speak." And I said, "It's because my jaw's stiff. It's so cold." Then on the Saturday, the players went off for a few hours because it was Prince Philip's funeral. In comes Snater, that's a good ball, and they've got him caught behind there. They're appealing, but Lees doesn't walk anywhere, and James Middlebrook says there's nothing going on.
No.
If they're going for LBW, I think that was too high. So I thought they must have thought he'd edged that, because they were all celebrating there.
Yeah, I thought they were going for caught behind. I must admit, we don't seem to have the benefits of the action replays or the on our screen. It's all plugged in, it's switched on. If there's anybody listening in this technical area, the opposite sound of the ground from where we're commentating, if they would like to come and have a look, we'll welcome them warmly, might even give them a cup of tea.
Next ball from Snater, played by Lees, out through the covers. We don't know if it's got the legs to get to the boundary. It's coming down towards our corner, and it's slowed right down. It's been chased all the way down there by Tom Wesley, the skipper, They run 3. That is the end of the over, so 7 from it. Durham 28 for none here, having chosen the bat against Essex.
But that COVID season was so bizarre. It rammed home to me, not that I needed reminding really, how cricket at this level, it really needs a crowd. It doesn't have to be a big crowd, but just a few to now and again applaud and make their presence felt. It was just such an unreal experience. It was no pleasure at all. And I say that despite Essex winning this somewhat specious trophy in the end. I thought there could have been a better tribute actually to Bob Willis, but that's a different kettle of fish altogether. And even though Essex won it at the very, very end of September, it was even, I think the game was even scheduled to go into October. No, maybe not quite.
Yeah, it did. The final game was at Lord's over 5 days in October.
Yeah, and I did 1 or 2 of the days, and it just didn't seem like a proper match even at Lord's. As Porter moves in, and that's played out just to mid-wicket. No addition to the score. And yeah, I mean, Alistair Cook got a century, and you know, as he said afterwards, you know, it didn't seem. It was. Yeah, you always like to get a century under your belt, but it didn't really quite seem real under those circumstances. And also, I mean, although Essex went on nominally to win the thing, it was very hollow victory, because as soon as it had been decided that by the powers that be that if it's a drawn game, whoever gets the more runs in the first innings would be deemed the winner, then it was pretty obvious what was going to happen. That's just played back to Porter, and sure enough it did happen. Essex.
I've tried to get the stream on my laptop and it says the video is restricted.
Oh.
Please talk to your workspace administrator. So I don't know what's going on there. Never had issues like that before.
Oh well. The problem could be deeper seated.
Probably get it to work on my phone.
Porter round the wicket past umpire Blackwell, and played back to the bowler. No addition to the score of 28 for no wicket. Lees on 15, Gay on 13, going along more or less in harmony. Porter 0 for 15 off 3.5 overs so far, which leaves 13 conceded by Snater. That's played handsomely. A good shot there. It was a ball of full length, and he just whipped it away, or stabbed it away almost to wide mid-wicket, or straightish rather, straightish mid-wicket down towards the second of the 2 scoreboards, and a few small hospitality suites, and most important of all, the committee box.
I think in 2021 they had the written press in that VIP section, and the players were split up in different parts of the ground as well.
And an appeal for LBW there, which again is not met with any approval. We're not in any position at all to tell, but well, as I say, for a start, it's not our job. It did seem again optimistic. Yes, I remember the very first time. Oh,
Technology man.
Ah, yes, we have the wonderful Tony, and who is the boss, for whom we thank everything, although he has a team of helpers. On the one hand, we thank him when it works, and on the other, I don't need to finish a sentence. And that's just played solidly back to the bowler.
Is Jake here today?
Sorry?
Is Jake here today? No?
At the end of the over, 32 without loss. And yep, Essex haven't changed the bowlers yet, but then you wouldn't really expect them to after 25 minutes. And sure enough, it's going to be Shane Snater to continue to bowl the 8th over from this, the Sir Alistair Cook end.
That's a SCART cable.
Yes, I know. That won't help, but no.
We have power. I managed to get it to have power, but nothing else.
Here's Snater around the wicket to Gay. An edge from Gay, stopped in the gully. And he set off for a single there. I don't think he really knew where the ball had gone. Fielder in the gully on one knee, threatened to try and run him out. Is that tall Paul there? In the gully?
Yes.
Yes. He stood up, it is him. He's towers above everybody else. Paul Walter. 2 slips in place, got a gully, point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and there's a long leg up towards the apartment complex in the far corner of the ground. Snyder turns, Durham, 32 for none. Comes in and bowls, and that's a drive from Gay. Wrong foots the fielder in the covers, and it's gone with some speed down to the pavilion boundary for 4. I think that might have been Dean Elgar who was fielding in there. So Gay moves on to 17, leads on 19.
I haven't realised, but what I assume is
Well, yeah, Sophie was sitting behind you, and you were wondering whether she was coming or not. She was already sitting there.
Was she?
Yes. Which confused me slightly, and I thought, well, you mustn't have heard her coming in.
I haven't developed eyes in the back of my head yet.
No. Snyder in again. This is played by Gay out through towards square leg, and will be picked up out there by Charlie Allison. 1 run. I've got to go and do an update for Radio Newcastle in a minute, but Sophia can come and replace me. I've just been looking through my scorecards, and I commentated on a game she played in Chester Street a few weeks ago against Durham women. Got 1 for 18 from 4 overs. So, right, I'll join you all again a bit later on with Snyder just about to complete this over. This is the 4th ball, in fact. He comes in, that's on the leg side, it's gone through to mid-wicket. Let Dick take over.
As Slater moves in bowls, and that's just played solidly out to the skipper. I will do an update into the 11 o'clock news, and then immediately after then I'll be able to welcome Sofia officially on behalf of us all. But yes, I should be doing this update within the next minute or two. As Slater moves in round the wicket to Lees. Lees gets behind that, just trickles out on the offside. No addition to the score. So, yes, if I have to start talking, if I were to start talking to Sofia now and immediately have to interrupt myself, and more importantly hers, to do an update, then that would be not really quite the done thing. So no change to the bowling. It's going to be Porter still from the far end. Round the wicket, bowls, and again met with stern and stolid defence, Emilio Gay. Very pleasant early autumn or late summer, depending on whether you determine summer ends at the end of August or the middle of September. A very pleasant day anyway, whatever month of the year you happen to call it. Next delivery is, here we go. And excuse me, a glorious September day. The important news is that Durham won the toss and chose to bat to their 37 without loss, and it has to be said that they've progressed fairly serenely. Now, it would be a cliche and an exaggeration to say this is a must-win game, but certainly it would be inconvenient at best if Essex were to lose this game, because they're just 12 points ahead of Durham and in what you call the relegation zone, but then so are 4 or 5 other teams. So it's going to be an interesting scrap for the last month of the season, and yeah, let's just hope that the weather remains good and that it's played out on the pitch rather than by the statisticians. So Essex fielding rather, having lost the toss, and Durham have moved on to 41 without loss. Another 4 just coming there. 41 without loss. As this delivery is just met with solid defence again. And now it does give me an opportunity to welcome Sofia to the microphone. Very good to see you. Hello.
Hello, thank you for having me.
Well, it's our pleasure entirely. And have you been here before? Of course, it's your home ground.
Yeah, home ground. I did a bit of commentary on the Yorkshire game. Gosh, I think that was before the 100 now, so yeah, quite a long time ago now.
As Porter moves in, bowls, and that's just trickles out the offside. And you're also in the Oval Invincibles, who've also had at best more than reasonable season.
Yeah, not too bad, I think. Yeah, all right personally. It could have been better.
It could always be better.
Yeah, I guess the team results has been a bit disappointing, but yeah, I guess that happens as well, doesn't it?
Well, yes. Well, that's the nature of the game, isn't it? Or any game, really. You can't expect to. Well, you can expect to win them all, and I think professional sports people do expect to win them all. You have to be upbeat about it, but realistically, you know you're not going to win them all. End of the over, 41 without loss, and you're actually from Newport.
I am, yeah. Yeah, born in Wales. Yeah.
And your brother Will, obviously. Plays for Glamorgan. Have you noticed? Is he in the side for this game?
No, he's not.
He's not.
Unfortunately, he's not played a county championship this year. So
no, that's what I thought.
A bit of a shame. He made his debut the end of last year and didn't do too badly, but unfortunately hasn't got back in the side this year.
As Slater moves in and bowls, and that's worked away onto the onside. They go through for a single, taking the score to 41. Oh, thank you, Tony, very much indeed. The technical people have got... wonderful. Wonderful. Yeah, it's so much better when we can see the live stream. Well, I say we can see the live stream. Whoever sits in this chair can sit the live stream. Sofia doesn't have that benefit because it doesn't show it on the back of the television set. But, Snater moves in, bowls, and that's just played out into the onside. So, with your brother being a professional cricketer and you now, I mean, obviously cricket was in the family. You were born into a cricketing family.
Yeah, no, I was. My grandpa was a big sort of coach in Wales growing up. I'd play men's cricket and he would probably have coached every man over the age of about 35, 40.
Oh, right.
And they'd be like, your grandpa taught me everything, so...
Oh, and there's a play in the miss outside the offside. Essex haven't had too many opportunities to get a bit excited about things, but that did beat the bat outside the off stump. So...
Yeah, so he was a big coach, and then I saw my brother play at Newport, and I guess I just wanted to do what he did, really. Typical younger sister, and I was really fortunate. Newport had a really good girls set up, and I just from a very young age.
And did you? That's just worked away on the onside. I wonder whether. I'm always inclined to believe that any sports person, they have a certain, you can be coached, you can be trained, you can slave away, but it often stems from a basic ability. Were you, you're quite welcome to be immodest. Were you quite good as soon as you started playing?
I think there was some noise around that I could have potential to play professional cricket for England, things like that. And I guess that was always what I dreamed of anyway. So.
And still do.
Yeah. I think from maybe when I was about 8 or 9 when I first played for Wales, I wanted to play for England, and I guess that was it. And until I do that, I don't think I've quite probably reached my aspirations. So I say there was, yeah, people did realise I was okay. I was fortunate to be good enough to play like boys and men's cricket and things, which obviously meant that I had some potential.
Yes, and that's just played backward of square on the offside. The previous delivery was played out defensively, which I didn't describe, so I was talking to Sofia at the same time. The end of the over.
But I do think I would say my grandpa probably did help me quite a lot. I was grown up the old-fashioned way, taught, the forward defence.
Oh,
right
really?
from the
Oh,
very
how
start.
wonderful! How wonderful! Oh, do you know that?
It doesn't really happen as much in when I see girls being coached nowadays, and obviously I know it's a lot about enjoyment and things like that, and I totally get that, and I guess I was different. I always had that drive to be, I don't know, playing for England when I was older, so I didn't really worry about the fact that hitting the ball off a cone was boring. But Doug Bracewell into the attack, is it?
Yes. Bracewell comes into the attack. First time that Essex fans will have seen him for a couple of seasons. Just brought back, presumably because of, I think he said Alistair Cook, Sam Cook's unavailability. Yeah, I mean, I sort of got quite excited when you said you had taught the old-fashioned way, because, okay, I'm becoming. No, I'm not becoming. I've almost become an old man now. But when I was taught the basics of the game by one of the Essex openers. So it's just played backward of square on the offside. I never played county level. I played a reasonable level of club cricket, and to my mind, most important of all, I had a hell of a lot of fun doing it. Yeah, and there I can remember, forward defensive. I'll chuck the ball down. Forward defensive.
It gets boring after a while when you're growing up.
I was just going to say that.
And I think that's probably why they don't do it at girls coaching a lot now. But I think there's it's definitely the way I'm glad I got taught.
Yes, I am glad. Mind you, I never. That's just played backward of square on the offside for 4. I never really progressed actually from that, because I spent 40 years playing club cricket and opened the batting all the time and was not the most exciting of opening batsmen. But yeah, I mean, as if to relieve the boredom, the coach Gordon Barker said, well, you must be getting a bit fed up with just doing the forward defensive, so now we'll do the backward defensive. Oh wow, this is much more exciting. When are we going to hit the ball, Gordon? That's right, you can call me Gordon. As the next delivery. Oh, that was a palpable edge for 4, and it went through the slips. It'll be interesting to look at the replay and see if that was catchable height or not.
It just kept a bit low.
Here we go, I'll move it. I still can't tell really.
Palmer with the right hand, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was down.
I'm not sure if it even carried. But it was almost foot level. It didn't get above ankle height. That.
If I had to say, if it was one of my pub quiz questions, was there that a drop or not, I'd say no, but I wouldn't necessarily put too much credence on that. As that's played backward of square on the offside for 4 more. I hesitated because I thought at first maybe the fielder had stopped it or smothered it, fallen on the ball as if it were a full-back at rugby, but he hadn't. Well, that's another thought. If you were brought up and lived in Newport, I mean, I've been to Newport plenty of times. In fact, having a surname of Davies, I have Welsh roots as well. I mean, Newport's a big rugby town and area.
Yep.
Will you ever get tempted to play rugby?
Definitely
Oh, no,
not.
the look on her face, ladies and gentlemen, suggests no. Heaven forbid was that look. Oh, that's a missed cue considerably, trying to play it with some authority through the offside and somehow gets a little bit of bat on it, a bit of inside edge, and it squirts out for a single on the onside, and Matt Critchley completes the fielding.
That certainly wasn't one of my sports growing up.
No, no, it wasn't
Yeah,
in the
I
family
didn't
either.
really have much to me growing up. I probably still don't anyway, so I'd probably get snapped in half. But yeah, my grandpa did want me to play football actually.
Oh, right.
And it's a shame. I would have quite liked that, but I was just busy with. I was a big tennis player, and then had to stop that because it's too much commitment. So I was into the cricket then, and then hockey was my main three.
Right. Yeah, that's.
Oh,
Oh, what a soft dismissal that was. Just played out to Critchley, who didn't have to move at mid-wicket, just a few yards forward of the umpire. And, well, yeah, so it came out of nowhere because it did look as if the visiting batsmen were in total command, or they were putting bat to ball with purpose. And then suddenly, Gay holds out, well, not holds out, that suggests it was on the boundary. But, yeah, clips the ball to mid-wicket, and he's out for 22, caught by Critchley. And, yeah, and the visitors are 55 for 1. And if
Yeah.
I say that with an air of incredulity in my voice, it's because, yeah, it was such a surprise.
Yeah, it was very soft that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just sort of flicked off the hip, and yeah, wasn't much power off it, and it didn't get the right direction at all.
No, you wonder afterwards, you know, what were you actually trying to do? Were you trying to play that through that area on the ground, or square, or what? But,
As another left-hander comes out to the crease.
so he made, what was it, 20?
22?
22, yes, thank you. Well, that will give Essex a bit of a lift.
Yeah, it was a good start from Bracewell though. He created a couple of chances there. Obviously, I think he went for the 2 boundaries, didn't he? But
Yes, I mean that
there
one.
was this sort of flashing edge past Charlie Allison diving one-handed at point, and there was obviously that right hand. We never know. Did it carry? Did it not?
No.
To Simon Harmer, and then that one. It was, yeah, all happening in that over.
Yeah. And it was the end of the over, so it's a nice way to the end. Yeah, particularly if you've conceded a couple of 4s and you're just beginning to think, oh, not my day, is it? And then suddenly you pick up a wicket with the very last ball, then you trudge off to wherever you're fielding for the next 6 deliveries, thinking, oh, life's not so bad after all.
Yeah, no more muttering away.
Yes, that's right. You remember the wicket, not the couple of boundaries as Snater bowls. I've just realised that since you walked in, I've been commentating. Do you want to commentate or just want to?
No, you're good.
Right.
I normally leave that to the others.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, yeah. And when did you decide? Because spin bowling is come back to that after this delivery, and that's just played out the offside. Of all the skills in cricket, spin bowling is one of the most demanding or testing, because it's not easy, and throughout history, with 1 or 2 exceptions, the best spin bowlers don't really develop until they're in their late 20s, and it's all based on experience, and you can't teach experience. So how is it that you've become? You can guess what this question is. How is it, or why is it, that's played out for a single, that first of all you decided either you wanted to be or you had a natural talent for slow spin bowling, yeah, how have you become so good at it in such a short time?
I guess it goes back to Grandpa.
Good old Grandpa.
Grandpa, I used to run in, I wanted to bowl as quick as I could. Left arm, I was lucky, I just picked up the ball left-handed. I do most things right-handed, so it's very odd. But I'm very fortunate because they are gold dust left-handers.
Yes.
I wish I batted left-handed. Unfortunately, I don't. If I could go back, I'd try and teach myself. But yeah, I just wanted to bowl as quick as I could growing up, and my grandpa said, you'll have a longer career bowling left arm spin, they're gold dust. And yeah, I guess I just listened to him at the time, and it worked out all right.
That's just... Ooh. An appeal, but there again, I didn't think that had much going for it.
A bit high as well, didn't it?
Now, I don't want to touch a raw nerve if it's an inappropriate question, but is your grandfather still alive?
Yeah, he is.
Oh,
he
good.
Is,
So,
he is.
so does he
still going
sort of...
strong? 91 on the 12th of October now. So
Right.
yeah. Fortunately, doesn't get to matches anymore, but is my biggest fan and my worst critic. He lets me know when I've played a bad shot.
That's just played down to fine leg or long leg for a single down towards the eating facility, of which we'll be taking advantage in about an hour or so. No, if we do, then we've gone off early. No, an hour and a half. Snater just has a word, or more likely the other way, the skipper has a word with him. Snater moves in and bowls. Just worked away on the offside. So when's the next game?
Wednesday now. We're playing.
Is that here?
No, that's away at Beckenham. We're playing Surrey, and then one more game here on Saturday, I want to say, against the Blaze. So that's our last game. It's quite nice to finish at home. And yeah, that's it for the season then. I guess it's just a little bit of a break mid-September until the end of October, and then straight into the winter.
When you say straight into the winter, in your case, what does that mean?
Yeah, I guess it's different for a lot of people. A lot of girls are now going to Oz, Australia that is, so overseas for the winter. Some people go pre-Christmas for the whole time, post-Christmas. It's a bit of a mix. People come and go, and then some people it's winter indoors in Chelmsford Indoor School.
Oh, that beats the outside edge from Bracewell. And what are you doing personally?
I am wintering, although it does sound better to winter in Oz. I am wintering in Chelmsford. I'm hoping to go away, just actually a bit different, but I'm going to try and go to South Africa for hopefully a month or so, or just under. Last year we had a little seam bowling and / a couple of batters, little camp there in January last year, so hopefully I can team up with them and then stay out there for a bit longer.
Sorry, where was that?
South Africa.
Oh, right.
So yeah.
That's driven hard and straight for a single down to long off. Slightly over pitched, and the batsman took full advantage of it. I didn't mention, which was a bit remiss of me, that Ben McKinney came in at the fall of that wicket, and as Sofia said at the time, another left-hander. So the top three have all been left-handers. And it all sounds, to my mind, frightfully busy. Do you ever get time for a proper holiday?
Yes.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Because all work and no play and all that's outside the
So this is the
off
time now. So as soon as we play the Blaze game now, unfortunately we're not in the finals. So so we've got, as I said, half of September and the whole of October really to just kick back and relax.
Good.
And I guess that's our holiday period. So yep. And then there's a couple of like deload weeks, which is like sort of rest weeks in and around when we've had busy training blocks in the winter. So we tend to have one in sort of February time. That might be a week or so. You can go on holiday then.
Yeah. And that's outside the off stump. Allowed to go by outside the off stump. Still three slips, but no gullies. Sort of a first, a second, and a third or fourth, but not wide enough really to be called a gully, I wouldn't have thought. No. Well, I don't know who pays your money, who takes your choice. No, not quite. Other than that, more or less an umbrella field. That's Bracewell, the New Zealander, but overseas player with Essex 2 seasons ago. Moves in, right arm round the wicket and bowls, and that's outside. The off stump of McKinney. Wearing number 9, and you were playing. I did a bit of research. You were playing yesterday, weren't you?
I was playing yesterday.
Away
yes.
somewhere. I remember thinking
Yeah,
it's a bit of a trek back to Chelmsford.
Yeah, Birmingham,
Oh, yes.
Portland Road. We weren't at the main ground at Edgbaston. Good day. Obviously, it was a win. Slightly strange dimensions. I haven't played on a pitch with a 39-metre boundary in a while
39?
to the leg side. That was way below the normal rate. So.
Yes. That's played elegantly out through the covers for 4 runs.
So it was a bit rain affected, and we ended up getting 235 off 32 overs. So I think that probably speaks of how short the boundary was of it. And I think we won by about 20-30 runs.
Oh, excellent.
We probably bowled a little bit better to the short boundary actually. I bowled maybe 3 balls normally, and then was like, I'm not bowling normally here. I'm going to go as wide as I can and as full as I can, and try and get it away from that short boundary as I can. I wasn't really getting any purchase off the wicket, so for me it was just about how I could limit boundaries, I guess.
So, from your perspective, when you were bowling, was this? Let's just play defensively. Was this short boundary on the onside?
The leg side. So basically, if I was bowling this end, at Snaters, it was towards the leg side for the right-hander. So yeah, I was just trying to go sort of wide line as full as I can.
Cool. That does take a bit of defending, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, luckily, obviously being in the 100 and things like that, left arm spinner, like we're lucky that we have to bowl at the death and things like that, which is fun, but not always fun.
That's just played solidly defensively. Did you pick up a wicket or 2?
I unfortunately didn't.
Oh, well, never mind. You still
Don't
won.
remind me of that.
Oh, sorry. But you won.
A little bit unfortunate, but I guess, as I said, when I've bowled at the death a bit, I guess I've become, you can't just bowl the same ball, so you have to go Yorkers and things like that.
Yeah,
so,
quite.
Yeah, I guess it's nice that I can go away from my normal plan.
Has to reach for that, but reach for it very successfully, and it goes to the 4 through the covers on a long boundary, because, as I sort of implied, the boundary is slightly shorter on the executive apartment side than the pavilion side. In fact, the more I look at it, quite a bit shorter. It's a fair sized boundary down towards the pavilion.
It's actually a fairly central wicket for the sort of end of the season for
Well,
a red
yes.
ball game.
I'm
quite surprised actually.
Yeah.
But yeah, a bit full from Stater there, probably just searching for the edge, isn't he there?
But sometimes we're right behind the line here, which
Yeah.
But no, from behind the line, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 strips to the due east.
This actually might be the one we might actually play on Saturday. Actually, they might
Right.
keep it going.
Sorry, now, who did you say the opposition are?
We're playing the Blaze, so.
Oh yes, you said, sorry.
Nottinghamshire. Surrey on Wednesday away. Beckenham, normally a batter's paradise down there. So.
You say Surrey away at Beckenham?
Yeah, they play a lot of their games at Beckenham. I don't think they have 150 over match at the Oval, which is not very good, if you ask me.
That just play defence. You mean it's not very good that they only have 1?
I don't think they have any.
Oh.
Or 1 or 0. I can't remember reading more than 1. Obviously, I understand the Oval is a packed ground full of international cricket, and they've had a lot of games. But yeah, I guess using Beckenham, it's a good ground for women's cricket. But I guess it's not the same as your home ground, is it?
No. Yes, I mean, obviously being from Newport,
Yeah.
one side of the country, in fact even different countries, to here. Have you settled in Essex?
I have settled in really well, actually. Yeah, I've bought a house here now, so
Have you?
yeah, just in Chelmsford, so yeah, really nice, just 10 minutes away.
Do you, there again, it's an obvious question. Are you now particularly at home when you're nattering to your, not necessarily your cricketing friends, I'm sure you have plenty of others, you know, do they accuse you now of being an Essex girl?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I'm one of the ones that definitely live in Essex. There's a few of us that have settled down in Essex now, so I guess so. But I think I don't think they'll ever take my Welsh roots away from me.
No.
But yeah, I'm absolutely loving it so far.
Good.
It's really good. Yeah, I'm glad I made the move.
But you don't, to my attuned ear, don't have a semblance of a Welsh accent.
I guess, I mean, I'm from sort of the southeast, aren't I? Sort of,
Well, yeah. But
Newport.
Bracewell moves in, bowls. That's just played defensively.
Yeah, I guess people do say I sound a bit posh. I mean, I did have the fortunate of going to private school, so I guess that probably does help. But yeah, I guess I'm not the typical. Yeah, I don't have the typical West Walian accent or anything like that. I think some words I say are fairly Welsh.
As Bracewell moves in and bowls, it always intrigues me. I think that's played out in the offside. Intrigues me when you're driving and you come over the Severn Bridge, and instantly all the signs are in
Welsh.
2 languages.
Yeah, 2 languages.
And yet the proportion of people that speak Welsh is,
Yeah.
I gather it's on the increase, but it's still very small.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually trying to learn more of it at the minute. Kind of got it at school. I didn't really learn it, unfortunately. But yeah, I only know the basics, which is a bit of a shame.
It's outside the off stump.
I guess it is nice even knowing some of it.
Yes.
It is a bit of a shame. I probably know more French and Spanish than I do Welsh, which is really bad. But as I said, I'm trying to learn it a bit more. But
Are you?
yeah.
Just for the heck of it, really?
Yeah, I think as well, like if I ever want to do an interview and stuff, if I'm able to try and speak it in Welsh, that would probably be ideal, but I think that might take quite a while. I don't think I'm quite there yet.
As Bracewell moves in and bowls, and that's just played solidly, trickles out on the offside. I believe Welsh is considered. Languages fascinate me. I did languages at school. I did umpteen of them, and yeah, I gather that Welsh isn't related to any other language at all. It's completely sort of standalone. And nobody knows quite how it could have come about, because most languages are developed from others.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say it's probably more like throaty.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
That's just outside the off stump. Now, there was a slight dab of the bat there.
Yeah, it was a waft.
Do you
Wasn't
think he was
sure there.
taking the bat away, or?
I think he was looking to play, and then, I mean, in the end, made a
Yeah.
good decision. Thought better of it, but Bracewell's going nicely here, just taking it away from McKinney.
He's bowling well.
Trying to force the error, isn't he? Trying to get him to play at 1 here.
I hadn't seen it reported that Bracewell was coming back, but then that's probably my weakness rather than anybody else who's had rather a busy weekend one way and another. As Bracewell moves in and bowls. Oh, and that's edged to the slips for 4.
He has edged that one. But it's, again, not got off the ground, has it?
Well, Martin has returned from wherever he's been, which is none of my business, so Well, as soon as he's ready, I'll make way for him. Now then, we'll need a double change here, Sophie. So you'll come and take my headset, and Martin will take his in his adopted corner of the commentary box, which he's perfectly entitled to do. So
And it's early spin.
we'll have to
as
do
well.
this in 2 stages, because otherwise we have that dreaded thing called dead air, which is, yeah, I've been doing this for 20 odd years, and the worst sin you can commit is to have dead air. Somebody has to be talking all the time. So once Martin's safely installed, then I'll make way. Okay, Martin's with us now, I believe.
Yep.
Right, okay, so I shall go and disappear.
Well, thanks for popping in, Dick. Dick Davies back with us a bit later on. It's a nice day here in Chelmsford. Bit of a breeze out there, just keeping the temperature on the not too hot side. It's around about 20, 21 at the moment. Remember 20's plenty and all that. But, well, the One Day Cup was taking place a few weeks ago. Me and the family went off to Italy and had a few weeks on holiday there. It was most days 38 degrees, which is ridiculously, sillily hot. So we're going to see some spin here from Harmer, his first over of the day, from our end of the ground, the Alistair Cook end. Right arm round, bowling to Lees, who is on 37. And Durham 73 for 1, McKinney on 13. I have to say, Gay's dismissal was a particularly soft one. In Doug Bracewell's first over, Alex Lees hit him for 3 consecutive 4s and then got a single, and then on the balls here, Lees goes for a quick single down to mid-on. So shy at the stumps from Doug Bracewell, but he misses the target. It's backed up on the other side of the square by Snater. Yeah, it was just a soft dismissal, just a casual flick off the leg straight to Matt Critchley at mid-wicket, and off he went for 22. Gave his wicket away. Not what you want to see when Durham are in the pickle that they're in, second bottom in the county championship. They and Essex have only won 2 this season, so an awful lot riding on this game as McKinney uses his feet to come down the track here to Harmer. That's played back to him.
Yeah, I think this might be an interesting matchup.
Just turn yours one. That one there, turn it up. Yep.
Yeah, I think it might be a big matchup, this one, Harmer v McKinney.
Forward comes McKinney, bit of a leading edge, and almost goes to short leg.
I feel like he's quite the aggressive player as Ben McKinney, and see Harmer is very, very good with the ball, isn't he?
Allison's in there at short leg, got 1 slip as well. Keeper standing up to the stumps. Harmer bowls, drilled to the covers, diving stop, no run there. That's picked out by Paul Walter. Him and McKinney are roughly the same height, about 6'3", 6'4". Harmer in again, bowling in his glasses. This one's played off towards mid-wicket, no run. Sorry, towards point, what am I about? End of the over, so a maiden over, I think that was, wasn't it?
No, single up to mid-on from Lees, wasn't it?
Right, okay. Yes, it was a quick single, wasn't it? Because Bracewell had a shy at the stumps. If you want to get in touch, wearecricket@bbc.co.uk on email, or at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. Martin Emerson, Sofia Smail and Dick Davies with you. Do you go for Sophia or Sophia?
Sophia.
So not like the cricket ground.
Yeah, I know a lot of people get it wrong. Yeah, because of the cricket ground. Yeah. It's a bit annoying, actually. It's the amount of times I do get called Sofia Smail on the sort of tannoys, or whatever you call it.
Well, Newport was centre stage yesterday on the Tour of Britain. As Bracewell comes round the wicket and bowls to Lees, dot ball, played off into the covers. It was the final stage, and they went from the Geraint Thomas Velodrome to Cardiff, which is where he's from. So they must have gone in quite a loop around the heads of the Valley Road and up round that way somewhere.
I don't really know. I didn't know that was going
I
on
haven't.
at all,
I didn't
but-
watch it last night. I've got it recorded, but yeah, it's the end of his illustrious career. Bracewell has got a sweatband on his left forearm as he comes into bowl here to Lees. Lees stumps that back up the ground at mid-off, no run there. There's quite a lot going on in Newport, isn't there, with all the sports facilities and stuff. And
Yeah, I mean, I saw them on the TV actually on the way up when we went to Birmingham. They were playing I think it was Bristol Rovers League 2. It was on Sky.
yeah,
That was a shock. Don't normally see Newport County on Sky, and I think they were
yeah.
losing.
Well, they've pulled off a few FA Cup shocks in recent years.
Oh,
Didn't they beat Middlesbrough?
They beat. Was it? God, they played Tottenham one year.
Yeah.
Played Man United not long ago.
Yeah. Bracewell round the wicket from the gooch end, bowling to Lees, who plays us off towards deep point for a single.
Yeah, they do like the FA Cup. I tried to get tickets to that United game, but in demand.
You got the Transporter Bridge in Newport as well.
Yeah, we do.
And the
Yeah,
other one is in Middlesbrough.
I think that's back up and running as well. It wasn't running for quite a while actually. They were doing a lot of refurbishment to it, but my nana used to live near there, and she used to always walk along it. So the history of that.
Yeah. Bracewell over the wicket to McKinney. And McKinney plays that down towards backward point, diving stop there.
He's quick as Allison across the ground, especially even in those pads. Covers a lot of ground.
The Newport Transporter Bridge is similar in design and look and colour to the one in Middlesbrough, and it was designed to get, I think, steel workers to the shipyards,
Yep.
wasn't it? The one in Middlesbrough goes across the River Tees, and actually the cars and the people go across on a like a gondola which hangs from wires. So it's not a continuous road deck like other bridges. Bracewell to McKinney. McKinney drives, that's away past point for 4. Nice shot. Met it on the half volley and steered it towards the Felsted School stand.
Yeah, you can see what Bracewell's trying to do here. He's just trying to tease McKinney into an edge. There's been a few that squirted away, but a lot of them actually haven't carried. We've seen one just roll through the slips for 4. There was one, we're not sure if it was just short of Harmer's right hand or not. Just needs one to carry.
Bracewell in again, round the wicket. That's left by McKinney. That angle back and almost took the off-stump bail on its way through. Bracewell can't believe he didn't get him. That's what you call a good leave. At the end of that over, Durham is 79 for 1 here on the BBC. Lee's 39 will be on strike. McKinney has 17.
Oh yeah, that's not far away, is it? Good job he probably left that on the length. Yeah, I think this is the big matchup here though. Harmer gets the 2 lefties. So as I said, McKinney likes to be aggressive. Yeah, might see a couple of boundaries here, but hopefully Harmer can get the better of them, pick up a couple of wickets.
Harmer round the wicket then, bowling to Lees. The first ball of that over's played off into the covers to Snater. So I know Dick was saying about your accent, so where have you grown up in Wales? Have you grown up somewhere else?
Yeah. Grew up in Newport, so just outside.
Inside edge there from Lees onto his front foot, away
Yeah.
safely on the offside.
Been there. Yeah, just moved away last year. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Harmer with 11 on his back, runs away from us, bowls, and met on the bounce by Lees, who jams the ball onto his front pad with the inside edge of the bat. Just wondering how many wickets Harmer's got against Durham over the years. They haven't played each other that much, but he did get a few here in that 2021 game. Comes in again. This is played back to him by Lees along the floor. Took 5 for 57 and 5 for 79 in the Essex win against Durham here in 2021.
Oh.
But only playing a miss there from Lees, and the keeper has the bails off.
Just pushed through a little bit quicker from Harman. This is why he's so good. Speaking to him a couple of times this season, but his change-ups are unbelievable. Constant change of pace. He's always feel like he's one step ahead of the batter.
Comes in again from his preferred end, and that's thumped back into the ground and back to the bowler by Lees, and that's a maiden over, in which the bowler nearly had the batsman on one occasion there. Just looking at this season from Simon Harmer's point of view, 32 wickets, best figures 4 for 37, and again he's the leading wicket taker for them. Took 61 wickets a couple of years ago.
Yeah, the amount of overs that man gets through.
Yeah. It's like Liam Dawson at Hampshire, particularly on that track at the Rose Bowl. It was last year in a dull draw against Durham. He just basically took one for the team and bowled 66 overs in one innings, which I think was the most any Hampshire bowler had bowled since the 1960s.
It's unreal.
So Bracewell, ball in hand at the gooch end, he's going to run down the hill towards us. McKinney is on strike on 17 and Durham is 79 for 1. Tall bowler Bracewell comes in, and McKinney meets a length ball and defends it, plays it back towards the bowler. So Bracewell did have a spell with North Hants 2018-2019. He was here 2 years ago, back again now. Played 8 matches 2 years ago. In terms of test matches, he played 28 tests for New Zealand between 2011 and 2023. There's been 21 ODIs and 20 T20 internationals as well. In terms of wickets in first class cricket, he's got the only one to fall today, Gay out for 22. That takes him on to 417 in first class matches. This is left by McKinney. That's 135 games he's played, including this one.
Yeah, that's the one he's looking for, isn't it? He's looking for McKinney to make a mistake. Get him playing at those sort of deliveries, and yeah, try and line him up. See if he can snick off into the slips, and if not, keep leaving them and get that nick back that he got last ball of the over.
Bracewell to McKinney. It's an edge along the floor, no run.
Played nicely from McKinney there, just playing right under the eyes.
Durham 79 for 1. Chose to bat. This is ball number 4 of this over from Bracewell, and that's half volley wide of off stump and thumped through the covers for 4 by McKinney, who moves on to 25. Oh, 21, sorry, they've already put the score on. And Durham 83 for 1. I've just had a text from my dad wondering whether Leighton James was from the Newport area. He was born in, is it Lougher? L-O-U-G-H-O-R? Lougher? Don't know. Not heard of that one?
I've not heard of that one.
He was a Welsh international footballer and played for Sunderland in the early 80s, and came and had a cricket season at Whitburn in the Durham Senior League.
I'll have a look.
Bracewell in again, that's gone through to the keeper. He was more famous really for his career at Burnley. He played for them for quite a few times. Died in...
Yeah.
He died last year.
He is Welsh, but I don't know if he's from Newport. I think Lougher is giving... Oh, Swansea.
Swansea area.
Not
A bit
heard
further
of
along
that.
the coast then.
Oh, near Gosainen actually, yeah, okay. Llangennith, Gowerton. Yeah, I do know. Just never heard of Lougher, but...
Probably born at home, you see, in a little village somewhere. Bracewell to McKinney, that's left. Bracewell nearly trips over as he bowls that one. He's managed to regain his balance on the follow-through and wheels away off to his right. Now he's going to pay attention to his left laces on his boot. Maybe his boots has come a bit loose. So Durham 83 for 1 there. Lees has 39 and is now on strike. McKinney 21. If you want to get in touch, you can email wearecricket@bbc.co.uk.
Right on the water, Laura. Actually, it looks quite nice.
Is it round towards the Mumbles? Is it round that way or not?
It's got a nice castle. On the
Right.
it's near Gowerton. It's not far from Llanelli actually. So yeah,
Right.
we're seeing water.
Start of a new Harmer over here, and he's just given that a little bit too much width, and it's been cut hard by Lees for 4 off towards the pavilion side of the ground on our right. So Durham 87 for 1.
I'm not going to try and pronounce where he died, but
Oh, give it a go. Go on.
well, I'm not sure I can do the longest word in Welsh, but I'm not sure about that one.
Harmer again to Lees. Lees plays this up to mid-on, no run.
I'll just say he died in Morriston.
There's Morriston.
I can say that.
I've got it in front of me.
Cum.
Yeah,
It's definitely cum.
yeah. Next ball's played by Lees through mid-wicket for 1. We stayed in Abbey Cumere a few years ago in Powys, and it looks very similar to how that's written.
Cymrydd.
Cymrydd?
Cymrydd. Definitely
Cymrydd.
Cymrydd. And then I'm not sure how you're pronouncing the... I think that's something for Google to translate for me.
Harmer to McKinney. McKinney forward, meets the ball on the bounce, plays it short on the offside to Walter. Dot ball. I like his cricket, Leighton James.
Some good club teams around there, Lower area.
Nick Webb plays for, is it Mackin?
I actually have played Nick Webb.
You've played
Yeah.
against Nick Webb,
I have played
the Radio
against
Wales
Nick-
commentator.
Um,
Harmer bowls, that's over pitch, driven past him and away for 4 down towards our end of the ground. It's a full length ball. He got down on his knees to try and snatch it back, but he couldn't get down quickly enough. McKinney with a firm drive there. Durham approach 100 there now. 92 for 1. 9 runs from this over. McKinney's on 25. Lees has 44.
it's very unusual that Harmer misses his lines, but he's gave one too much width and a bit short, and he's overpitched that one.
Harmer comes in again, fights that up, roundabout leg stump, and it just played safely on the leg side by McKinney. End of the over. I had a phone call while I was off air from the hotel I'm staying in to say my belongings are still in my room, and I said yes. Well, you only booked one night.
Oh, no.
I said, no, I'm meant to be here till Thursday, so there's been some admin issue somewhere in the computer system, so anyway, I've managed to sort it out. But,
So where are you staying then? Is it sort of out in the
it's
countryside?
yeah, it's not too far, about 14-15 miles to the northeast of here.
Yep.
So I came down through Kelvedon this morning.
Oh,
and then-
Kelvedon's lovely.
And then
I was
Whittam, as my mate Mark says.
Whittam, yeah.
He
Couple
lives in
of the
Hatfield,
girls live in
Peveril.
Whittam.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually stayed there a little bit before I got in my new house.
Change of bowler here. Who's this coming in to replace? It's Jamie Porter
Porter
replacing
again.
Bracewell from the Gooch end. And first ball is bowled to Lees. He gets a quick single out to the leg side. So you're in Chelmsford itself, are you?
I am in Chelmsford myself.
You
Yeah,
got a
just
house or a-
outside.
or a flat, or-
house, just a one-bed house.
One bed?
Yeah,
Do they do one bedroom houses?
yeah. It's quite good actually. It's got a nice garden. It's better than the flat.
Porter in again. McKinney forward to this, plays it to mid-wicket Nora, and then I've never heard of a one-bedroom house.
Yeah, on
you
a
hear
brand
of
new
one-bedroom
estate.
flats, but
Yeah.
one-bedroom houses.
It's one of the only ones on the sort of estate, I guess, whatever you want to call it.
Is it a bungalow?
No. Over 2 floors. But it's one of the only ones that actually has a garden, because most of them it's a one-bed house, but it's just got like a balcony.
Right.
This one's got quite a nice garden, so.
Porter round the wickets to McKinney. That wraps him on the thigh pad. Porter was making a noise or two there, but then gave up. Too high, I think.
But no, I can say Calverton is really pretty.
Yeah, it's nice.
I know someone that lives there, and I actually did want to buy
I
a
came
house
through
there, but
the country lanes from Coggleshall across to Coggleshall Hamlet,
yeah,
then Kelvedon, which is on the main railway line, isn't it? You go up to Ipswich and Norwich from there.
yeah, you do, yeah.
Porter round the wicket to McKinney. McKinney forward here to this one, plays it up to mid on, no run there as it's collected by Doug Bracewell, gives it a bit of a polish.
Yeah,
Quite a fast line through there, because I've got the train from I think you go Liverpool Street to come up here.
Yeah.
So I've
It's
been up to
very,
Ipswich on
very
the train
quick.
before, and up to Norwich.
Yeah, it's very quick. About 35 minutes from Chelmsford to Liverpool Street. It's very,
Yeah.
very handy. I'm gonna pop into London, which is quite nice. Commuter belt now.
Porter bowls, McKinney plays this to point Nora, and then I remember in the early 2000s we came up to see Sunderland play Ipswich Town, and I was working at 5 Live in London at the time, and I've got memories of coming into Chelmsford and the railway's built up. It's up on
Yeah.
on
It's
a
on
viaduct,
yeah,
and you
that's
used to
still
be
there.
able to see into this ground, but there's that big sports complex now next door, so I think that's ruined the view.
Oh yeah, Virgin Active.
Yeah.
Yeah, that it is still there, still going strong.
McKinney gets after this one, and that's
Nicely
hammered
timed
off
out.
through the covers for 4. It's just a little bit short and wide there from Porter, who until that point had only conceded the 1 run from the over, but that one's gone for 4. McKinney moves on at 29. Durham 97 for 1. Gay was the man to go earlier for 22, caught by Matt Critchley mid-wicket off the bowling of Bracewell. In Bracewell's first over back at Essex following a spell here in 2023.
It's a good start for Durham though, isn't it? They've not really looked like there's been many questions asked from the Essex bowlers. As we said, Gay's wicket was a little bit, well, it wasn't a little, it was soft, wasn't it? And apart from that, it's not really been many chances, edges.
Harmer bowling to Lees. It's a bump ball as it goes out towards Walder. A short extra cover, no run there.
So far looks like a good wicket here at Chelmsford.
And around the wicket again, bowls. This time it's gone slightly deeper into the covers, but that is a dot ball. And Essex have got a sub fielder on there.
It's Charlie Bennett there at the cover, I think. One of the younger boys.
Harmer with a faster delivery this time. Lees gets on top of that one and snuffs it out.
Quick bowler. Not sure who's off the pitch. Have we worked that one out?
Bracewell might have gone to change his boots or something. Well, that's a Yorker length ball, which
Bracewell's
Lees
at mid-on.
sees very late. Jabs it down into the ground and gets it away. He's still out there, is he? Oh yeah, he is.
he's there at mid-on.
It's
so
behind the
we're
window frame for me.
trying to work that out now. Noah Thane. Where's Noah Thane?
Next ball from Harmer. Another quick delivery. Played to point. Picked up by Thane.
Oh, he is though, is it?
Reminder, lunch, now we're in September, will be at 12:30. Each day's play starts at 10:30. We're in once more, and that's defended by Lees. A maiden over, a quick over. So Durham next week, they play bottom side Worcestershire at home, then they finish at Leeds against Yorkshire, so a big couple of matches coming up for them, and then of course this one. All the teams that Durham finish against are all around them in the table, all in the relegation scrap. Essex next week play Warwickshire, Warwickshire are out of the picture really in terms of relegation. They're 4th at the moment. And then they play Somerset, who, going into this round of games, are 3rd.
It was Shane Snater that was off. Bracewell has come off now, so still got Charlie Bennett on.
We'll have to do a quick switcheroo, because Dick will need to come back in on your mic, because he'll need to do his update for midday, and I'll need to do mine as well at the back of the room. Start of a new over from Porter, bowling round the wicket. He's appealing for LBW against the left-handed McKinney. McKinney goes off for a walk towards square leg as if he feels he's a condemned man, but Ian Blackwell, the umpire, says no.
Yeah, it was a little bit closer than the ones we've had before. Height probably wasn't in it, but it just looked like it was going down. Didn't look convincing from where we were.
Porter comes in again, and McKinney plays the ball to mid-on. It's a dot ball. Big strides here from the bowler, and McKinney just steers that one down into the ground and back to the hands of Porter.
We appear to have lost the TV again.
Oh.
I was just going to
probably
look at
on
the
a timer,
replay
isn't
of that LBW, but it seems to have packed up again.
Well, it comes in. This is turned with a bit of an inside edge out towards deep square leg by McKinney. He'll get 2 coming in off the boundary. Feel that one. Shane Snater down, coming all the way, running around from long leg. Right, where are we? There are 2 balls left to go of this over, so you need to commentate on them.
Okie doke.
You're our eyes and ears.
Porter running into bowl. And it's lovely cover drive. Through cover. Again, just over pitch from Porter. And McKinney just leans into that. Just timed it perfectly into the gap. And it's 4 runs and 100 up for Durham. There's 1 ball remaining.
If we wait till the end of the over, we'll
do another swap.
We'll do another swap. When the music stops, if you haven't got a chair, then...
Yeah, it's a good start for Durham here.
It is.
I just don't really look like they're testing them so far. It's looking like a good wicket as McKinney just defends that back to the bowler. That's the end of the over. 103 for 1.
Right, thanks, Sophia, very much indeed for all your help. Now I go on to this one. And mind all these wires. We're breaking every possible health and safety regulation in the land, I think, at the moment. But as long as we don't strangle each other.
I said no as well about that. Nothing against women. I've just not used to.
Right, we have lift off. Yeah, so half an hour to go before lunch. And everything's brought forward, of course, in September. Matches starting in September, that is. Which is a bit of a two-edged sword. For me, it means getting up at the crack of dawn, but on the other hand, to get home at a reasonable time. So Simon Harmer moves in bowls. That's just played out through the covers for 1, for 2, and takes the visitors. Oh well, it's 50 partnership. We're informed on the board, and it also takes the Overall score at 105 for 1. Lees on 67, McKinney on 35. Harmer round the wicket to Lees, who plays it defensively. Back to the bowler.
Yeah, Essex need to try and sneak 1 or 2 just before lunch here, don't they? A bit quicker for Harmer.
That's true. Again, is met with solid defence.
His changes of paces are very, very good.
Sorry?
Harmer's changes of paces.
Yes. Oh, yes. Certainly. Yeah. Well, he's a master of his craft. Have you spoken to him much since you've been here at Essex?
I have, yes. Yeah, I've been fortunate enough to do a bit of chatting with him, all things spin. Yeah.
He's very obviously would be to a fellow Essex player, but I've noticed he's been access played out to mid-on. Very generous with his knowledge, talking to other young spin bowlers of other sides
he does
as well.
always say if I want a message, always do that, and I probably will work a bit more with him next year. He's coming back.
And that's played back to the bowler, end of the over.
Yes, I remember. Get through those overs quickly, doesn't he?
Yes. Oh, does he ever? Yes, I remember when Essex played Somerset and Bashir was playing, just sort of cutting his teeth in county cricket. And I made a particular point of noticing at the close of play, over there on the sort of leaning against the brick wall in front of the sites, in front of the pavilion. Simon Harmer was talking to Bashir for a good half hour, 3/4 afterwards, handing on his experience. So yes, he's a very generous man with his.
Yeah, he's a very, very clever bowler. I think when he speaks about the art of spin, obviously he's very experienced, but talks me through what he would do if someone's a big sweeper, he's chucking a Yorker in early doors and things like that. He's always one step ahead of what the batter's trying to do.
Well, yes.
He's a very, very canny bowler. Are we doing a little swap here, Martin?
All right. As that's just played defence. Oh no, it's 4 runs. Sorry, I was trying to look at the swap over in commentators at the same time. But 4 more runs there. Durham move on to 109 for 1. As the sun continues to shine on a very pleasant setting here in the county town of Chelmsford. It's been a very, very busy weekend in the town, in the city rather, beg your pardon. Not that I live here, but yeah, only have to put the television on and know it's been very, very busy. The hotels and the pubs and the restaurants have done a roaring trade. There's a preview on Look East on Friday which said that it's anticipated to bring between £5 and £6 million into the area, which obviously a good thing. That's Porter. From the Graham Gooch end, moves in right arm round the wicket, bowls, and again that's met with solid defence by McKinney. Durham have played a very sensible cricket this morning. They've defended obdurately when needs be, but when the bad balls come along, or the one which offers a scoring opportunity, they haven't been backward in seizing such an opportunity. And it's I've been impressed with not just the score, that it's 109 for 1, but the way they've gone about it. And they're going to resent Essex despite their position in the table. I mean, Essex are only a dozen points better, so we can't speak in that respect. But it's going to be an interesting 4 days. I'm only here for the first 2 of them. Well, only working for the first 2. I certainly can't come to the final day because I'm going to the theatre in London. But I might. Might be here on Wednesday. Yeah, I'm going to the open air theatre.
The Hoi Polloi, the Globe.
Sorry?
The Globe Theatre? No.
No, the open air theatre in Regent's Park,
All right.
which we now go to. I think this will be the 4th year we've been. We love it. And but that's on Thursday, so I may be here on Wednesday, depending on how the game looks. Let's just play back to the bowler.
A few showers around on Thursday, I think. Can you see the giraffes while you're sitting there or not?
Well, it's very odd you should say that. We've been there on a few occasions, and once, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, but the years merge. There was one year when the performance was abandoned because it rained, and there was another year, I think it was another year, that's just pulled away. I lost sight of it temporarily. There it is, it's gone down back to forward square leg, and they go through for a single. And there was another one where it was interrupted for a good half hour because we went to a matinee and it was just too hot, and people in the crowd were flaking out, but the audience, sorry, it's not a crowd at a theatrical event, and members on the stage, a lot of dancing going on, and they came on and they said, look, we're all wilting here, both on and off the stage. We're going to have a half hour's break and there'll be lots of iced water, and it was very well managed. So yeah, it's been quite an experience, the open air theatre in Regent's Park.
You do have the zoo is at the north end, isn't it, on the canal?
Yes, it's nowhere. Yeah, I mean it's a big park.
Yeah,
you're not aware of it. You can't hear the growling or smell it. But yeah, it can get very warm in there. And Porter moves in and bowls, and that's just worked well on the onside, which is one of the reasons why we've really picked this late in the year, particularly since we're going in the afternoon.
What are you going to see?
You're going to see an old Scottish musical which is very rarely performed, called Brigadoon.
Oh yeah. Isn't that the village that appears and disappears
that's right.
in the mist?
Yes. It appears once every 100 years. I don't think.
Yeah, you can see it from Berwick on a good day.
Sorry?
You can see it from Berwick.
Well, you can see Brigadoon.
Yeah.
Yes.
As long as it's not misty.
110 for one.
Here, then. Bracewell coming back in. He's got the ball. Where's the ball?
He has got the. I don't know if it might be Thane. Thane's sort of
Thane,
loitering with intent. Yes, loitering with intent to bowl is Noah Thane, which he's now going to do. So there's a couple of practice deliveries with Bracewell. I nearly said Brace Girdle, but that's one of our colleagues from Nottinghamshire, Dave.
I spoke to him this morning, actually. I rang him on my way here. Here is Thane then. Right arm quick, and that's away for 4, down to vacant third man. Is it going to get there? Yes, it is. So that takes McKinney on to 44. Lees has 47, so McKinney this season, playing in his 8th match, now has 385 runs, highest scores 153. And Lees, he has 822 runs this year, highest score 172 against Yorkshire, averaging 45. So he's had 3 centuries and 2 50s this year, Alex Lees. McKinney, though, leaves this on. Lees, in terms of his stats for Durham, he's now got 20 centuries for them and 24 half centuries. So he's looking to move to half century number 25. Joined Durham in the August of 2018, having left Yorkshire. And is now the skipper, but it's McKinney, the England Lions player, who is on strike at the moment, who plays this into the covers. No run there. So McKinney's quite young. He's only recently captained England under 19, so he's now 20. This is his 21st match. And I was watching my team Whitburn at Seaham Harbour in the North East Premier League the other day, and that's where the McKinney family are from. His dad Neil played for Seaham Harbour for years. As Thane comes in again, McKinney leaves this one. And it was a former Durham player who holed out here against Simon Harmer in 2021 and really cost Durham the match on that occasion. who did the damage to Durham at the weekend when he got a half-century in Seaham Harbour. As Thane comes in again around the wicket from the river rounder, playing a miss there from McKinney, who was trying to go through that one quickly there, strong wrists, but a play and a miss outside the line of off stump. Yeah, so Jack Burnham got a half-century at the weekend, Daniel Sherburn at the other end got a half-century, so it's probably ended with Burns' hopes of getting promoted this year, because a young Graham Onions playing for Gateshead Fell took 8 wickets at Seaham Park. Seaham Park bowled out for 60 odd. So Graham Onions rolling back the years. Then comes in again, bowls, that stays low, goes through to the keeper. And that is the end of the over. So the 4 from the first ball went down to the third man boundary, and then the rest of it was dot balls.
Well, speaking of local cricket, yeah, congratulations must go to Colchester and East Essex, who won the Essex Premier League on Saturday. First time they've won the title for 40 years. 1985 was the last time they won it, which is a surprise because they've produced a lot of players for Essex of Colchester over the years. Maybe it's because they've produced them for Essex and they've left Colchester and gone on to a higher level that Colchester haven't won it previously.
Past Coggleshall Cricket Club this morning.
Oh, right.
Are they in the Essex Premier League? Are they?
No, they're in the 2 counties, which is Essex and Suffolk.
Right.
Nice club, Coggleshall Cricket Club. As Porter moves in and bowls. Well, all cricket clubs are nice, I must admit. It's still almost, I think it's fair to say it's my favourite version of the game still, much as I enjoy watching Essex and county cricket. Because I played club cricket myself for 40 seasons, you know, you have an affinity there, which is also, I suppose, why I like out grounds rather than headquarters grounds, because it's sort of a bit like, brings back memories and a telltale tear in the corner of the eye as Porter moves in and bowls. And let's just work back to the bowler. So yes, well done Colchester. No doubt they will be duly having a celebratory event during the winter, and we all know how cricket dinners go in the winter. They're usually sociable affairs.
I came down here on holiday in 2021 in August time. We stayed in Kersey.
It's just nudge down to Fine Leg, where it is fielded by Shane Snater. Sorry, you stayed in
Kersey, in Suffolk, near just about 7 miles from Ipswich.
I thought you said Kersey. That is reputedly, well, I say reputedly, I mean it's
beautiful place.
It's all down to what various books you read, but among the most beautiful villages in
it's chocolate.
Is that the place with the little, it's got a ford in it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
We stayed in a thatched cottage at the top of the hill, and you wandered down the hill, and there was a ford running through the middle of the village.
Oh, and that's played out on the onside. If my wife's listening, and she does often listen, but I hope she's gardening at the same time, then she will really love that anecdote, because she just loved Kersey as well. We went to there's a very prominent pub sort of halfway down or halfway up the hill, and we had a pint or two and probably a large gin and tonic in there, and thought,
we ate in there a couple of times. They've got a tin man in the back garden made out of olive oil cans.
And it's just played out on the onside. Well, they say it's a small world, and there it is.
Well, last week I was watching the tour of Britain, and it went past Kersey, and it did a loop up to Southwold, and I was looking at the roads and looking at the buildings, and I'm thinking, that looks like they're going to be approaching Kersey any minute now. And they did. They went past the edge of the village. Can't remember the town next to it, but they went through there as well. No. And it's like chocolate box covers, isn't it? It's all pinks and yellows and blue houses, Tudor and thatched and whatnot.
It's Lovejoy country. I don't know if you ever watched Lovejoy.
Alex Lees
shy at the stumps at the bowler's end. Yeah, probably would have been a close run thing.
Well, he
Anyway.
set off for a single, and I don't think it was his call, to be honest with you.
No.
And McKinney sent him back. The ball went to mid-wicket, and it was Bracewell who had a go at the stumps at the non-striker's end, with Lees trying to turn to go back to his crease, but he was in no man's land when the ball flashed past and missed the target. He would have been run out there on 48.
So another just under a quarter of an hour. Oh, excuse me, frog in my throat. Just under a quarter of an hour to go before lunch.
Needs 2 more runs, Lees, for his the 86th time that he would have passed 50 or got to 50 in first-class cricket. The sun has just suddenly gone in. There's one cloud, and it's suddenly gone very dark all of a sudden there. Here's Thane coming around the wicket to bowl to Lees. Lees stumps that back past him, meets it on the bounce. That's 4, straight back up to our end of the ground. So he gets to his 50. He's gone on to 52 from 75 balls. And that comes with 8 fours.
Yeah, good knock that from the Durham captain.
So that's 3 centuries and 3 half centuries now in the county championship this year. Still don't think we've heard, unless something was said when I was away on holiday in Italy, because I wasn't really paying much attention while I was out there, but about the wicket at Taunton a few weeks ago, as Lees plays this up to mid-off, dot ball, sounded quite heavy on the bat. Durham were really angry with the state of the wicket at Taunton in late July.
Not the first team to be.
No, well, they got themselves in a right tiz, including Alex Lees, and when he was out in the first innings, he was absolutely furious, and a few words were said as he left the field, and the game was over in 2 days. But the same thing happened last year, and the same thing happened there in 2016. And I saw a photograph last night of the next wicket to be used at Taunton this week, as the ball's gone past the off stump through to the keeper, with somebody saying Somerset up to their usual tricks again. I mean, you can argue it's the same for both teams, but when you've got really gifted spinners in your side like Somerset have, and it plays right into their hands, doesn't it? But to Durham, for them to have gone there 3 times now and been absolutely turned over by the spinners on really dusty tracks. Got to learn how to cope with it, haven't they? Thane in again, and Lees plays this off towards point no run there.
Yes, I don't think Somerset endeared themselves to a lot of other counties, Essex amongst them probably. It's a bit of a moot point, isn't it, this sort of home advantage? I mean, on the one hand, you expect to have some advantage from playing at home, although not to the same extent as you do at football, where it counts for a heck of a lot. But there are limits to which you can take it, and I'm not quite sure where that limit is. I don't think anybody is.
Well, I think the general opinion as Thane comes into bowl, and this is defended, the umpires I don't think were particularly happy with the surface that had been prepared, and questions were asked of the groundsman, who said, well, I was trying to create a wicket in which you were going to get a result rather than the absolute bore fest they'd had in the previous match against Notts with a Kookaburra ball where nothing happened. But you go from one extreme to the other,
Yeah.
And if there is any comeback for Somerset, it won't benefit Durham.
And, well, I'll come back to that after this delivery.
It's the last ball of the 28th over, 119 for 1. Lees with a nice cover drive, it's wide of mid-off, and is it going to beat the fielder to the boundary? Just does, just down below our commentary position. Timed that well, it's positioned it nicely as well.
And under those circumstances, it wouldn't be down to the groundsman himself, or I suppose we've got to say herself, although I don't know of any. Anyway, that's another point. It wouldn't be down to the groundsman to take it upon themselves to decide what sort of wicket they're going to prepare. They would be preparing it under instruction or advice from the powers that be and the playing side of the county, I'd have thought. I can't imagine that Stuart Kerrison here ever thinks, oh, I think we'll prepare such and such a wicket when Durham come, or whoever the other. Also, I was going to say the other visitors at the end of the season, Somerset. Yeah.
Well,
although it'd be interesting to see what wicket Essex prepare for Somerset coming down here.
So it's the Warwickshire game away, is it, for Essex, and then you
Yes,
have
that's
Somerset
right,
here.
yeah.
So Warwickshire next week, is it?
Yeah, Edgbaston
Yeah.
next week. Porter from the Gooch end bowls, just played down to fine leg for a single to Porter, fielding on a bit of bumpy outfield just in front of the Tom Pearce stand.
I think when Durham lost in the August of 2016 down at Taunton, it was an absolute dust bowl. The ball was going round corners, and the umpires at the time said there wasn't any legislation in place for undue spin and turn. It was just undue seam and bounce, and they altered the regulations at the end of that season. But
Porter to Lees, who just plays that defensively, trickles out on the offside.
I think Durham were only chasing something like 154 to win, and came back on the third morning needing something like 56, and they lost 5 wickets for 6 runs in 17 balls and 21 minutes, something like that. And at the point where it looked like they were going to win, they would have gone top of the championship, and good chance they might have gone on to win the title. Instead, the season just fell in on them.
It's down the leg side, 1 day wide, but it's a 4-day match, hopefully.
They ended up trying to chase a result the next match at Lord's and lost that one, and that was the end of any title campaign. But when it got out at the end of the season, there'd been so many things had gone on at Somerset that year, including Middlesex turning up for a game and not actually being able to work out which wicket they were meant to be playing on, because it didn't look like it had been cut. The umpires ordered the ground staff to cut the new wicket on the morning of the game. So when it came to the final match of the season, and it was championship showdown between Middlesex and Yorkshire.
That's again a very, very optimistic appeal for LBW. That didn't stand much chance.
Middlesex and Yorkshire were playing each other at Lord's. I can't remember who Somerset were playing, but Somerset are still angry that they claim that Middlesex and Yorkshire contrived a result so that one of them would win the title, and Somerset missed that. But as you say, I don't think many people had sympathy for Somerset.
No,
because
I don't
of the
think
wickets
they
that
do.
you prepared.
No. As Porter moves in and bowls, played out to mid-on. No, we better not. Well, I don't think I'll go down that path too far in case I say something I regret. But it will be very interesting during this Christmas, during the lunch break. I will stoke up the furnaces to get this new email system working, and it will be interesting to see if there are many comments there about Somerset or any other aspect of cricket whatsoever. And that's just worked away for 2. They might take one on the throw. No, they don't. It's, in fact, it would be in foolhardy. But end of the over, 126 for 1. Suffice it to say, there are plenty of places I'd rather go to than Taunton, not least, I have to say, Chesterler Street. Last time I went to Chesterler Street, had a wonderful few days and stayed at a pub just north of, maybe not as much as a mile, half a mile north of, I mean, Chesterler Street, for those who haven't been there, basically consists, as far as I can make out, of one street, but hence the name maybe. And yes, at the north end of this, just maybe a little bit beyond the edge of the town itself.
Was it the Lambton Worm?
What was that called?
The Lambton Worm?
Yes, that's it. The Lambton. Thank you. I'd have never remembered that.
Thane around the wicket from the Alistair Cook end here, bowling to McKinney. That's left alone. Yeah, there's a few of the commentators stay there every now and then. The Church Mouse just around the corner on the dual carriageway back towards Durham's quite a nice place as well. I think it might be a travel lodge now, but the way that it was all built from recycled wood and brick. There was a particular inn company a few years ago built lots of these new hotels to make them look oldie-worldy across the country. That was one of them. Thane to McKinney, left alone. Keeper takes it on the second bounce. There's obviously Lumley Castle, which overlooks the,
yes.
the ground. That's a hotel. The Smiths Arms behind Lumley Castle, that's closed down now. I passed it the other night, it's all fenced off.
I think the Lumley Castle is probably out of BBC budget.
Well, sometimes it's within the budget,
Is
but
it?
then I think if you add the breakfast, it isn't. So, I'm having a look at the ball here, I think. What are we now, 30 overs in? Yes, this is the
that's
30th
all.
over.
Not even that. Well, this is the 30th, yes.
Yeah. They haven't taken a wicket for ages.
No, that's all it is, isn't it? Yeah.
We can't see if it's passing through the rings or not because the umpires have got their backs to us. I think it may have done. James Middlebrook throws the ball back and says, get on with it.
Get on with it, yeah.
Ian Atman says, come on Durham, 28 years is long enough without a win at Essex. This is on Blue Sky, Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. Mark Hottager says, I'm a bit worried we could be a bowler light. And Chris Sharp's messaged. So Noah Thane comes round the wicket to bowl. This is turned off towards deep mid-wicket for 1 run by McKinney, who moves on to 46 to 127 for 1. Chris says, commentary from Somerset this morning said they're expecting an 8-point deduction because of the wicket against Durham, but he says that, of course, is no benefit to Durham. Well, we'll have to see what happens there, because when I left Somerset, they were saying that because they hadn't fallen foul of any laws this year, they were expecting not points deduction, but maybe a warning. Oh!
Wee.
Now, Thane's bowled the ball off the back of his own head. It's nearly hit James Middlebrook, the umpire, in the face, who was standing behind him, and it's ended up behind the two of them. I really don't know how that's happened, but it's been signalled as a dead ball. Don't think I've seen that before.
No, just looking at the replay.
Did it hit the back of Thane's head, or has it just come off his, just come out of his hand?
I think it's just he came out of his hand all wrong.
It must have hit something on his body because it's ricocheted back towards James Middlebrook's face. 3 balls left of this 30th over. Thane bowling to Lees. Hits Lees' thigh pad. Lees sets off for a run and then has to scamper back to his crease. As Thane gets in there and tries to side kick the ball onto the stumps. These might be the last 2 deliveries for before lunch, actually. It's 12:30 now. Nice sunny day here.
It is. Yeah, they go by the clock on the pavilion, which, well, they normally do, but then similarly the clock on the scoreboard also says 12:30, so yeah, well, it's been a good morning's cricket, especially for Durham. 127 off 30 overs, more than 4 an over, obviously.
Thane round the wicket, and it's a no ball, so there will be 2 more balls. No ball signalled by James Middlebrook. And 29 for 1. Lees has 58. Thane bowls. Lees drives. That's away through the covers, and that should go for 4 to the stand on our right hand side. Little 2-tier stand. It does. So Lees moves on to 62. Durham 133 for 1. 7 runs from this over so far. Thane walks back to his mark. He's wiping his brow with his right forearm. Warm day here in Chelmsford. And this is the last ball before lunch. And Lees gets an inside edge onto the front pad, and it ricochets back to the point area. Day 1 lunch, Durham 133 for 1 after 30 overs. Lees has 62, McKinney has 46, and the partnership is 74.
Right, well, thanks, Martin, and thanks also to Sofia Smail, who joined us, and will be on air immediately after lunch. And so, yeah, as Martin said, 133 for 1. Thank you very much for listening or watching or both this morning. and trust you'll carry on doing something similar in about 40 minutes time. And yep, thanks a lot, and enjoy your lunch. Down there, where it says Toomey or similar facility, a wooden hut back here. Basically, you can get. It's not sort of healthy eating. It's probably not county cricket.
Yeah, I have brought my own food.
Yeah, I was going to say it's pies and curry at that end, and burgers at this end. So, I'm sure you can sort of go into the players' dining room or something. Well, I'll probably back one was a bit of a rush. I'll go into town. I think it's Sofia and I on immediately after lunch.
Where do you go in
Then
town?
I'll come off after half an hour, then I'll pop into town.
Alright. So how can you go through this tunnel here?
Yes, yeah.
And how far's town?
Oh, it's
In that one.
less than 5 minutes.
That's a big town.
Well, it's Sofia and I to start.
Yeah, I need to be back to 1.
Oh, do you? Yeah, well, yeah. And if you want to get to where the shopping area is, best way is when you go through the park, you cut through Primark.
Right. I just want a supermarket where I can get a sandwich.
There's a Marks and Spencer's.
There's an M&S like, but so if you basically go through the park and keep going, if you put it in on your phone, it'll literally be like 5 minutes M&S.
Right.
Yeah, you'll make it.
Got notes about the museum times during this match. The museum will be open each day, but until the
Because they changed that evidence reason so that from this end you should only cut through.
Yeah.
Go right now from the also.
and also today, the museum concert side of the book.
Let's see if I can get to grips with this new computer system with the emails. Yes, it is. So I don't think I've got really many
I've got a
help.
medium one now, so just my phone. Hopefully it gets me in.
Well, we did put that. Certainly 61, we need 65. Last hour.
During the lunch interval, you are welcome to join us on the outfield, but please no food or drink to be brought onto the outfield, and please be aware of the ground staff working and also players practicing. Thank you.
Payment Island back at school. Yeah. T10 competition.
And let's be, yeah, I mean, it's a liability. His record, well, that was a terrible sign. What a penalty. Well, that's what, well, the stupid thing is, not playing, so what did we do? We were being contract. And also, a few years ago, I played we should have turned up and went to the car and told them I said, oh, it's a real shame of their blessings. I said, yeah, but I want to be a high contract. Don't worry, I'll be negotiations. Well, it never came to it. It's like a friendship. And obviously, what's funny is you won't see players, some of the leadership players, yeah, but the one with Wood, man, we'll put back to... I know, it's check on. Realise that it's so good. There's no point signing those. Last year was the biggest problem for me. So we had Bosch. Yes. We've got rid of Allison. Yes. That was it. And I raised it, the first question that day when the first question I raised, why on earth have you done that? You've just lost a really good, and if you look at their records, they're honestly a better bowling record and a better batting. Bosch all the way to the and then Allison to this for that told me that, oh, that spent some money, so we better get it overseas. Well, that's right, yeah. That's right. That was the way that's the way you saw it. He answered it, you're right. That's what you told me. Yeah, that's virtually what they said. Yeah, that's virtually what they said. So I said, no, it's not. If you can get someone with really good respect for the centre. Yes, that is some way from in June last year. Yes. They should have played against Surrey and Well,
Well, I think that's fairly inevitable because of the crowded calendar. I'm hoping we get one more season and then start.
Just putting it in my friend Michael, who's from Sunderland but lives in Ipswich.
All right.
So his brother's up north England. He comes to all the Sunderland home games, drives up from Ipswich for everyone.
Well, Thursday was right. Well, I saw a few days ago, but when I had a look yesterday, it was quite showery, but not like Thursday.
That easy going through the park. I had a run through there before.
Oh yeah, it's very handy, but how close to centre we are. Yeah. Yeah, it was near.
Showery, you never know, really.
Probably as near the middle of town as Taunton ground, I suppose.
But certainly Thursday, a few days ago,
This one's more amenable.
I think in Taunton it's about a good 10 minutes walking from town centre.
Yeah. No, I didn't want to say it on air, but Taunton is the only place that I felt intimidated. I did a Friday night T20 game. Somerset won. I think the local rustic cider had been playing very freely. And God, they came up to me at the end and, you know, in the face, oh, Essex, you think you're the greatest, don't you? Oh, not in that accent, but oh. So I vowed never to go there again on a Friday night or any evening match.
Well, I've heard this is the worst place on a Friday night when the drinks reach 5.
Well, obviously I'm a little bit biased. Yeah, it's not a pleasant place. I mean, I don't like doing Friday evening matches here, to be honest, no. I suppose when you get to an age when
I knew that was going to happen.
you really don't need this aggravation, you know, silliness. The trouble is on
The Durham game at Leicester 2 years ago on Friday night, it was full of Leicester City football fans.
The trouble is on a Friday night here, being as close to London as we are, 40 minutes on the, no, less than that, half an hour on the train. A lot of the I don't know what the phrase would be now, but the people making loads of money in the city circulating the world's currencies and actually producing nothing in the process. You know, got more money than sense, which doesn't think they've got a great deal of sense. They've only got plenty of money. You know, you get jumped up in the pubs of town, then you get on the train, come down here, already well on the way. Now, I don't criticise people playing club, but I've played club cricket for years. It was all part of the setup, really. I mean, if ever there was a drinking culture, it was club cricket in those days. But, you know, they have to be so obnoxious with it.
Nothing happening with it. I mean, I love the whole thing with you, but I mean, I'm not with this. People play till this time next week.
But we prepared it like that.
Yeah,
Just
that's right when we're done.
yeah.
We've got a few back points and then.
Well, today?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I did change my route to get the train.
That was closing all the buses at 10 on.
Well, I think really tried.
You go walking.
No, I got the train to the street, I got the lift on the train.
Oh, I don't know. Oh, well, you'll be down the list line or something. Yeah.
Oh, so is that still running?
It is with life.
I reckon not. My railway might be a bit good. Probably not. I mean, not my railway might be good.
Yeah, it's
In the straight. You might point to say that where they've sorted out the doctors and the other there won't be any more strikes on it. It's not one of these people.
Chris has messaged me.
Oh, yes.
There'll be tube strikes in
He's
hundreds
the
of
Yorkshire
years'
fan,
time.
so he's been listening to the Somerset commentary this morning, and he said they've said Somerset think they're going to get top 8 points for the pitch that brings against Durham.
That's like horse and cart.
But that would then take them down to 141 points. Still far enough up the table to not be worried about that.
No.
Also got on strike then.
Yeah.
In a way, the other side ought to be compensated, but realistically, it's difficult to say how they could be. I mean, just because Somerset lose 8 doesn't mean necessarily that Durham or Essex or any of the other counties who've built the dream necessarily benefit from those 8. But maybe half of them. At least Somerset aren't going to win the title, which is good. So I really wouldn't want.
I don't know how I've ended up on English croquet mailing list. I get all their press releases about tournaments and stuff. And they go, thing with these 10:30 starters, when you get a lunch, it seems too early in the day to me, did it?
Yeah, it does to me, yeah.
Because I only had my breakfast about 8:30.
Yeah. Yeah, well, as I say, I'm happy to go at whatever it will be, 20 to 2 on thereabouts. shouldn't be too bad now we're into September, but in the middle of summer, on a day like this, in the middle of the afternoon, around about 3 or 4 o'clock, it's really insufferable in here.
I know. I was here last June in a heat wave, it was horrendous.
Yeah.
I ended up putting in some extra wires and sitting here.
But then the boxes don't like the really hot weather either.
I think we moved the box and we put the box on the seat down there.
Yeah, makes sense. I don't think that'll be necessary today.
Yeah, the velodrome at Newport's named after Geraint Thomas now. I was going to ask if you'd been in, because the one in Derby and the one in Manchester, they've got like basketball courts or netball courts in the centre.
That's why I used to play with cricket. There's a cricket ground right by the velodrome.
Right.
That's why I grew up playing. So it's like the velodrome's here, then there's a cricket pitch.
So is that your family cricket ground?
Yeah, like my brother played there growing up years ago. And then I played there. I wouldn't
brother
say
plays
it's
for-
it's not like a real family club, but it's like that. Yeah.
Is your brother play for Plymouth?
Yeah. And then they've got the tennis centre. And then there's the athletics track as well. It's a big little soccer family. I think my brother's been cycling on this.
Right.
I think they had an appearance last year, like two of the Northern players that day.
The only velodrome I've ever ridden on was Gypsy's Green in South Shields. It's down on the seafront, but it's open air. It was horrendous. It's one of the only places I ever punctured. Cyclist track. But these new indoor velodromes are so fast.
Yeah, he said it was very, very like hard. So I've seen it in the market.
Well, it's a fixed wheel, so once you start pedaling, the only way you can stop is to force the pedals to go slower because you've got no brakes on it. It's a funny story. Great North Run yesterday. So there's about they have they're not too expensive. No, that would be very few. Best be up there.
Welcome back to this afternoon session of the first day of this important county championship game between Essex and Durham, and it's the visitors who very much had the better of the morning, since they're currently 133 for 1. Not only have they only lost that 1 wicket, but in all honesty they haven't looked like losing too many more either. But, about a 40-minute break, and yeah, who knows what can happen. We've all watched, or in some cases played enough cricket to know that it can suddenly turn, and 2 or 3 quick wickets and it could all change. The good news is I did manage to get the emails up and working, so thank you very much for that. In particular to I haven't got them with me in front of me. Was it Gavin in Hadley near me? When I say near me, near where I live, in fact I'm a social member of Hadley Cricket Club. Yeah, who sent me a test email just as if it worked, and it did. And we also had one from somebody pointing out that I've been talking about the Welsh language as a whole, not that I'm an authority on it, far from it, but yeah, thanks very much. I will give you a credit when I switch on the laptop again, from somebody who pointed out it's closely, or more closely related to other Celtic languages like Cornish, and probably if you know Cornish you can get to grips with Welsh. Anyway, in English now, Jamie Porter moves in and bowls, and that's just worked away on the onside. And I'm delighted again to have Sofia Smail with me. I think I owe you an apology. Somebody pointed out that at one stage, I'm not sure if it was before you came on air, or I referred to you as Sofia Smail.
That's all right. I'm kind of used to it. If someone says Sophie, I tend to turn around.
I've got this weird eye condition which reads letters upside down.
Oh, that's all right.
Especially when they're in the block capitals.
It's a fair excuse.
I read the M as a W. And that's trickles back to Porter, who gets a hand on it, and then the ball trickles onto the stumps just about enough to remove 1 bail, but obviously the batsman was home and dry.
It's lovely conditions out there to bat, isn't it?
Yes.
Not what Essex need.
No. You wouldn't mind being out there?
Cover. Well, it's quite nice for a spinner, actually. Nice in the heat.
Well, yes. As the next one met with solid defence.
It's not particularly what you want when you're trying to run in and swing the ball like Porter is here, is it?
No.
I always find September I actually prefer bowling sort of at the back end, just because the pitches get a little bit more tired, more likely to get purchase. And I guess it's probably the opposite for the seamers. They want to bowl at the start of the season, don't they? When on the green seamers, quite like it on the dead surfaces to bowl on.
As the next ball is played out, but no run accrues as it's played out into the covers. I would imagine as a slow bowler, whatever your particular variety of spin bowling, you've got to get used to the fact it's a mental game as well as a physical game, as we know, cricket more than almost anything else. But particularly in the shorter version, you've got to get used to sometimes being dispatched into the 6. You can't sort of let your head drop too much. I mean, it's just part of the game. As that's just played defensively.
Yeah, it's a tough job bowling spin, especially in formats like T20 and the 100 ball. You're on the back foot all the time, but I sometimes think that's quite good, because you have to really concentrate on your margin for error being a lot less.
Yes.
But yeah, it's always better to get hit back over your head than hit squarer. I'd probably say you always would rather over pitch than bowl a half tracker.
Yeah. That's just played out to mid-on.
But yeah, there's nothing like getting dispatched over your head. It's not the best feelings. I mean, I did get dispatched for 6 yesterday before I started bowling the wide plan. It was just the 39-metre boundary and just slightly over pitch, and it was just flicked way over the head of the fielder. So yeah, I think it's just, you get used to it as a spinner. Just got to keep trying to create chances as much as you can.
Yeah, when you said 39 metres, I've been thinking about that since. It's no distance at all, is it really?
No. It was
I
tiny.
mean, was it a small ground, or had they brought it in?
Yeah, Portland Road is Edgbaston Foundation ground. It is quite a small ground, like it's where the twos play a lot. But obviously, because it's an out ground like that, I guess there's not a lot you can do. We probably could have played on a pitch a little bit further the other side, but I guess this time of the year you don't always get the choice.
No. Slater to Lees. Field for LBW doesn't meet with the approval of the umpire, who walks away. Was this a specifically a Warwickshire ground, or was it a club ground?
No. It's their like second team ground. As I said, the men's play their twos cricket a lot there, and it was a belter of a wicket and a 39-metre boundary. So definitely in favour of the batters as always.
Of course.
but I guess not a lot you can really do, can you?
Oh no. As you said before lunch, it's the same for both sides, but
that might be for that.
That's clipped away through the mid-wicket area, and it a valiant attempt there is in vain. I'm just looking through at least 3 panes of glass, if not 4. Yeah, it's 4 runs. Durham going to 137, Lees on to 66.
Yeah, obviously when you're playing at those outgrounds, it's obviously when you're on a main pitch like this, you're probably not going to get a 39-metre boundary. And as I said, it's way below the sort of the guidelines, but there's probably not a lot you can do. I don't really know sort of the rules behind it, but I can say for sure I've not played on a boundary that small in a while.
No. Slater moves in and bowls, and played out to mid-on. I mean, was this quite a big discussion point yesterday when you were there? Were you all saying to each other?
I think we turned up and was like, "That's very short." So yeah, and almost just being aware of like what our plans were with that boundary. I get disappointed when I see a 50-metre boundary, let alone a 39. And
quite.
I kind of knew as the left-arm spinner that I'd probably take 5 overs from that end, which is...
Slater just tucked round the corner for a single.
Yeah, I feel like I tend to bowl the tough overs, so yeah, I kind of was expecting to bowl probably about 4 or 5 from that end, so I was just, making sure I was clear on if my stop ball is not going to plan, then just going to the wide plan. Our leg spinner Abtua Maqsood bowled really well actually from that end. She was actually, the leg spinners yesterday were getting a bit of purchase, so it was actually quite handy having a short boundary.
That's played out into the onside.
It was making people play across the line when the ball was turning a lot. She bowled pretty well. But yeah, I wasn't quite getting as much turn as her, so I immediately went to the wide plan.
Slater in again to McKinney, who goes forward with formidable looking defence, really. He's a big man, and he sort of commands the crease, and he looks in control there. Sort of player that would break a bowler's heart, just keeping it out with this obdurate defence. End of the over, 138 for 1.
They used to just try and squeeze a wicket here, don't they, just after lunch, just get some momentum back into the game.
Yes. And as regards now playing at the level that you're playing, okay, you haven't been at that level for many years, obviously, but it sounds a daft question, but you know, I've been asking daft questions for years. You still enjoy it?
I do still enjoy it.
That's the most important thing in a way, I think, as Porter bowls, and that's nudged down, doesn't play the shot entirely as he would have liked, and so it gives Pepper time to come around and pick it up.
Oh, there's absolutely days when you want the ground to swallow you up.
Well, of course.
And
that's the same in any job.
In terms of luck, sometimes you feel like you have no luck, and sometimes you feel like the luck's with you. I guess it's one of those just trying to ride the wave, never getting too high, never getting too low.
Yes. Keep it all in perspective as Porter moves in and bowls.
Yeah, I think one day you can feel $1 million, and the next
Yeah.
it doesn't quite go to plan. But yeah, I absolutely love it. I think I love fielding. I love being out there in the field. I love the energy and the buzz and the chats.
Where do you like to field?
I do quite like to be in the ring.
Yeah.
Found myself a bit more on the boundary this year, which is quite nice.
It's just played solidly, defensively, trickles out on the onside.
I would say at the start I would tend to be sort of extra cover mid-wicket, somewhere in there, try and be a bit busy. Sometimes find myself at slip. But yeah, I think when the field spreads, I tend to marshal one or two of the boundaries, depending on if I'm out both ends. But especially in T20 cricket, I like to be on the boundary. You're in the game, probably in a catching hotspot, knowing me.
And again, worked well on the onside to Dean Elgar at shortish mid-wicket. Only 1, 2, 3, 4 strips away from the wicket on which the current match is being played. And Porter moves in and bowls. Slightly over-pitched, but it could be said he got away with it. Just played out to mid-off, where Tom Westley, the Essex skipper, picks up.
You tend to find that, especially in the shorter format, us tall people, I mean, I'm quite tall for a girl, but you find we're a lot on the straights, especially when you don't have someone back. I'm sure tall Paul is someone that is at the straights, whereas at mid-on and mid-off, up in the ring, because, you know, to beat tall Paul, you've got to hit it fairly high.
And yeah, that brings up an interesting point. Well, it's all been interesting that what you've been saying today, but that's worked well on the onside. These sort of catches where two people are on the boundary and the ball looks as if it's going over and somebody taps it back. I mean, when that first appeared, you know, first saw somebody do it, I have no idea who, on a televised match. This was revolutionary stuff.
Yeah.
Now you actually practice that sort of thing, do you?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't happen as much in the women's game
Does
than
it not?
it does as the men's. I don't think so. No, I think the men clear the ropes a little bit more.
Yes.
But.
Not on a 39-metre boundary.
It goes sailing over the head at the 39-metre boundary. I mean, even I thought I could hit a 6 yesterday, and sadly I didn't get the ball to do it. But yeah, I think it's something that we definitely, I think, just practice. I mean, I always like it when I'm practicing boundary catches, and I'd always say, "Can you try and test me on the rope?"
Yeah.
I mean, as I said, I haven't seen too many in women's cricket. I've seen a lot of very good stops. But yeah, I think obviously the men are very, very good at also backing the other person up as well. I think I've definitely seen quite a lot of times in women's cricket where someone has flicked it back but there's no one there. But yeah, the men make it look easy with that. But as I said, I haven't really seen too much of it in women's cricket.
Snater to McKinney, right arm round the wicket to the left-handed, down the leg side. Peel for LB caught behind rather, but no. So far, to my mind, Essex haven't had one appeal that
It's like really convincing.
no, that was exactly. You're taking words out of my mouth. No.
Yeah, I would agree. I think they've always been trying to buy a wicket at times.
And
None of these LBWs have looked convincing, and that didn't look convincing.
umpires nowadays, I mean, yeah,
They're not
Messrs.
gonna be
Brace,
fooled, are
Messrs.
they?
Blackwell and Middlebrook, they've been round the park and they've played this game at high level. They're not going to be conned. It's just pushed out to the offside. And are the umpires in the women's game many of those former players? I suppose not.
We get a lot of the men's umpires
Yes, that's
as well.
what I thought.
Yeah, in terms of the women that umpire, no. Obviously, Sue Redfern, she does a lot of the men's now as well. I haven't seen much of her this year, actually.
That's
She's been doing a lot of the men's ones.
is she
I
considered?
think she's seen my brother more than me this year, which is unusual.
Yeah.
She did the 100, but yeah, as I said, she's been doing a lot of county championship. But yeah, we get similar ones to what the men's get. Treadwell, Chantry, we've had those. I think I've had both of these as well. I think yeah, it's quite nice now that we've got a sort of mix of the men's ones as well.
Oh, certainly.
That's never.
It's tucked behind square, and they go through for a single. The throw came in. As you'd expect, there were lots of oohs and ahs from the fielding side. I don't know. We're at the worst possible angle to judge, but I'm just looking at the replay on the screen.
Is that Allison? He's quick to the ball, and if anyone was going to hit the stumps, I'd back Allison to do it. But
it could have been distinctly
that was
close.
close, yeah.
It looked
Lees
on the
didn't look like
replay,
he-
for which we thank the technical people in the mission control.
it didn't look like Lees was home there.
As Snater moves in again and bowls. And, played back to the bowler. I would. How shall I put it? I wouldn't be averse to seeing Matt Critchley come into bowl. He's had a very good season with the ball, and it's something a little bit different.
Yeah, no, I would agree. Well, I think last time I was here now, quite a while ago, as I said, played Yorkshire and he came on and yeah, got quite a few wickets, I think.
Yeah. That's played out square on the offside. Whether it was entirely where he meant to play, that is a matter for debate. But anyway, it went there all along the carpet, and no addition to the score of 139 for 1 at the end of. Well, the number of overs have gone. It was 30 exactly at lunchtime. So it's a few over 30, maybe 34, something like that. And I must say somewhere on, we've got so much information. It must say, yes, it is 34. That was an inspired or very fortunate guess.
Actually, this is a bit odd, but my brother's actually playing Durham 2s today.
Oh, right.
So yeah, Glamorgan 2s are playing Durham, but it's strange, isn't it? I'm commentating on Durham and my brother's actually playing Durham.
And where is that?
That is at Newport, so my home
Oh,
ground.
no.
Yeah. So
Oh,
I think it's been a bit wet there this morning, actually.
wet in Wales? Good Lord, the very idea of it. That's just played out on the offside.
I'm used to that joke now.
I'm sure you are, sorry. Mind you, as I said, I have Welsh roots, but although they were, from what I gather, the middle of Wales, Welsh sheep farming country. They probably did speak Welsh there.
Yeah, they definitely would have.
Yeah. Non-cricketing, but Welsh-speaking part of the country. And if anybody emails us now listening in Central Wales and says, well, actually, I'm president of such and such a cricket club and we're very thriving, slap bang in the middle of Wales, so be it. I've never claimed infallibility.
I do remember playing at Bilth Wells. I know that's
Oh, yes.
pretty far up in the mid.
Yeah.
But Yeah, I had some great memories. It was my favourite ground. I averaged loads there growing up at the age of about 12. We used to play, I don't know, Shropshire and sort of the Midlands counties there.
Played out to Dean Elgar again in the mid-wicket area. He's been actively employed there.
No, it was like one of my favourite grounds growing up.
Really?
Quite small, and yeah, I just used to always score 50 there. I think it was just a lucky ground. Yeah, gosh. But I think that's probably the only place in mid Wales that I've played cricket.
Does this sort of thing, just played defensively, and again it's Dean Elgar in the action, does this sort of thing actually have a real materialistic bearing on how you play? If you're going to a ground and you think, oh, I got 50 here last time, does that?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes?
Definitely.
Yeah.
I used to be quite superstitious growing up. I've got a bit better, but I mean, Chelmsford for me, I made my debut here. I feel like it's good memories. This was obviously before I was playing it. Well, it was Western Storm back then.
That's again played out into the mid-wicket area, and guess who? Dean Elgar yet again.
But I think it brings good memories. I'm well aware of the grounds I've done really well at, and the grounds that I haven't. I mean, I love playing at the Oval, and I think it's probably just because I've had good memories, and it's probably the same with my brother. He also loves the Oval, again, good memories. So I think, yeah, definitely. There's sort of grounds I think, oh, I've never really done well here.
It's just pushed out in the offside.
For me, I mean, I bowled all right there this year in the 100, but for me, Headingley's never been a great ground for me bowling. Like, I definitely can recall getting my worst T20 figures there. It was an absolute road, short boundary. I always think it's quite a good batting track at Headingley, and didn't bowl too badly there this year, so it could have been much worse. But yeah, it's probably not my favourite ground to bowl at, but I think you've definitely got grounds that you feel like you're, yeah, I think so.
Well, it's still Shane Snater in the action, bowling from the Alistair Cook end, or Sir Alistair Cook end, give him his full moniker. Down the leg side goes through to wicketkeeper. Now that I have managed to get the email working, which posed nowhere near as big a problem as it kept me awake all night. I exaggerate, of course, but I did wonder. It's Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, and we would warmly welcome emails on any subject, even vaguely related to cricket. Any questions for Sophie? Any comments? Any opinions? Club cricket. It's just played out in the offside. Well, I say just played out, rather sort of dismissively. It was an excellent shot there from Lees that sped away to the boundary for 4 runs.
Again, just over pitch. I think there's been quite a few of those.
Yes.
Well, we're into the afternoon now, but in the morning as well. It probably comes back to searching a bit, aren't you? And the ball's not doing too much.
It's played out on the onside this time. It's tall Paul Walter in that position, which had been occupied when bowling at the other end for Dean Elgar. Very, very pleasant late summer or early autumn day here. Very pleasant indeed. It's a very good day for a loud appeal for LBW, but even then, although a few more joined in,
It's not convincing either. That one didn't look.
There was something about it, you know. When you've been watching cricket, I'm not going to say as long as I have, but when you've been watching cricket a long time, county cricket, you get to know when they really think it's out and when you think, well, they're thinking it might possibly be out, which is fair enough. I was saying, good day for watching cricket, not too bright and glary. If glary is a word, probably not.
No, it's definitely going down on the replay.
Yeah.
It's knee roll. It's never on.
That's played solidly, trickles out to Tom Wesley.
This is better from Snater, I think, just trying to hit that hard length. Trying to just sneak one past Leeds, get him out LBW.
It's not easy, is it? From the bowler's point of view,
it's got to be patient here, haven't you?
It's turning out to be a very good toss to win. At the beginning of the day, I suggested it might not have been a good toss to win. You might have been pondering, but no, unquestionably. The ball doesn't seem to have deviated in the least. That's just played straight for 4. It's yeah, it looks like a track full of runs to me.
Yeah, I do always think it's a good wicket here at Chelmsford.
Well, yes. But the
I think,
ball's not doing anything either, is it?
No, I think normally at the start I know I've spoken to our captain about it, but she tends to think that there's always a little bit of something at early doors in the morning. Obviously it was quite sunny this morning, so that probably doesn't help. But normally gets a little bit off the surface early in the innings and then flattens out a little bit more. But I don't think we've really seen much of that, have we?
No, it's been fairly easy going from ball 1.
And I think the Durham batters have just cashed in on any length that's either on being short or full. I think they've punished the Essex bowlers.
Yes, an indication is now there's only one slip, no other close field. Well, there's a gully, beg your pardon, I didn't see those hiding behind the frame of the door, of the window.
Yeah, the field's spread a bit more now, hasn't it?
As Porter moves in and bowls. Played
That's
pleasantly,
as well.
very pleasantly, just leant into it and
That's his 50.
stroked it away through wide mid-on or straightish extra cover. That brings up McKinney's 51. A very good 51 it's been, off 70 deliveries.
Yeah, he's looked very controlled at the crease, McKinney. Again, punished anything full. He's got his hand through it nicely.
Yes, he did. Oh,
Nearly again.
I was just preparing
Lining
to
up that gap.
say the same thing again, but no, he just modified his shot and played it defensively.
He's very balanced at the crease, isn't he? On
Yes.
delivery. No real trigger movement. It's a little bit outside
That's
edge.
played square on the offside. Getting quite windy now. I'll turn the effects mic down. Well, it doesn't look it. The trees aren't moving. There's something making a bit of a noise. Sorry. Yeah, McKinney's impressive. Really
It's quite the presence, I think, when someone's so still
Yes.
on delivery. It's sort of asserting a dominance.
Partnership as well.
Pushes that out on the onside.
I've just been informed that it's a 100 partnership as well by these two. They've looked very controlled at the crease, haven't they?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Oh,
the fifth.
no.
40 go.
Four more until the 100 partnership.
Yes. 55 when Emilio Gay was out for 22. Caught by Critchley, and even that, as I said at the time, was a bit of a surprise wicket. It seemed to come out of nothing. Just a
Yeah, he'd be very frustrated at that, wouldn't he?
just a misjudgment by the batsman. That's played out into the covers.
Yeah, I think he'd be very disappointed with that dismissal. I mean,
Yes.
it looks like there's runs out there, doesn't it? And just sort of threw his wicket away. That's one of the ones where you're kicking yourself as a batter because you've just thrown your wicket away. It's not really the bowler's doing, is it?
No. Porter in again, outside the off stump, goes through as wicketkeeper. End of the over, and Durham, having won the toss and chosen to bat off 51, and won 151 without the loss of more than Emilio Gay, just the one in total. So yes, I'll just repeat that email address. I'm going off air for half an hour. In fact, I'll pop into town and get a quick bite to eat, but when I come back I'll go through these emails. essexcricket@bbc.co.uk before I go and patronise a well-known chain of bakers in the city centre.
What's your go-to bakery in the city centre then? What's the go-to bakery?
Well, this is the BBC, I can't advertise, but yes, they have a very large number of
they do actually.
of outlets, very large number. They started off in the northeast, I think I was reading.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
Gosforth and Newcastle.
Yeah, right.
And now they're everywhere.
Absolutely
On
everywhere.
every street corner.
And I think they're very good. It's not the healthiest of eating, maybe, but oh no, I'm not going to do a promotion for them. They're doing well enough without me. other very good bakers available. There's it's just slightly overpitched again, as Sophia was saying, and that's just played out to mid-on. Fielded by Jamie Porter. No, it's not. It's, beg your pardon, I only saw the 4 on his back. It's Doug Bracewell.
When are they? I'll have to come off there for a couple of minutes or two. If I'm doing 2 o'clock, I'm sure you will. Just talk as much as you can about what you see. Eyes and ears.
Snader again, nudged down to fine leg for a single. So thanks, Sophia, very much. See you later in the afternoon. And
what time he's gone to the shop? Oh, he'll have to do his 2. He'll have to do his 2 o'clock.
Martin is just making his way, but there's no panic. We've got another 3 deliveries of this over. And Wesley's resetting the field a little bit. The effect of which is to bring Paul Walter into shortish mid-off. Well, that's nudged down off the... Well, you can't have nudged down off the edge, I suppose, but it goes off the edge down towards the sycamore tree for that third man for 4 runs.
Yeah, that's the 100 partnership then. 101 in 161 balls.
Yeah, and a very good, very impressive partnership it's been. Almost without fault. There've been a few appeals, but as we've all agreed, they've been born very much of optimism rather than any realistic hope. So, yeah, it's been very good from the Durham point of view, and they couldn't have got off to a better start to this vital match. Well, I suppose they got off to the vital start at, 10 o'clock, winning the toss. But that's obviously just in the lap of the gods. But since then, they've made very good use of it. .156 for 1, with one ball of the over and of my stints remaining. And that is stolidly defended and trickles back to the umpire.
We need to do production on air because have you got a 2 o'clock bullet?
No.
All right, okay. So you can go for your pasty. Are you going for a pasty or a vegan sausage roll?
Thank you.
What's it going to be?
A sausage roll of some sort, but probably not vegan.
Right, okay. Dick will be back with us a little bit later on, mentioning a obviously well-known pie and sausage roll trader from Gosforth in Newcastle. Jimmy Carr, the comedian, was on at the Sunderland Empire a few years ago, and he'd arrived in the city early in the afternoon and said to the lady at the hotel, where could he go for a coffee, and she suggested this chain of stores. So he wandered off into town and he said, well, where is it exactly? And she said, you'll not struggle. And he said he was standing in one shop, looking at another across the road, which was next to another just on the other corner. He could see 3 of these stores in one corner of Sunderland. They're going to change the ball. They have decided to change the ball. 156 for 1 after... where's the overs gone? Only 38 overs. Wow. So this will bring a wicket then.
They need to do the old change the bail trick as well, I think.
Surprised to look at the clock and see there was a scoreboard and see there's only 38 overs gone. Feels like we've been here a lot longer than that, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think it's just a 10:30 start, isn't it?
Always takes you by surprise, doesn't it?
I'm kind of used to it. Our games are always a 10:30 start.
Are they?
Yeah.
For me, it's leaving the hotel this morning to make sure I was here in good time meant having probably a slightly earlier breakfast than I normally would have done, but I was the first one in the breakfast room, to the point where I asked the lady, am I the only one staying here? And she said, no, there's a few, and within about 20 minutes as I was getting up the leave, it was packed.
Yeah.
So I was lucky and I got in when I did, but you then go into the shops at sort of 12:30 to try and find a sandwich or something for lunch, but I still didn't feel hungry because breakfast felt like it had only been a few minutes ago. And
yeah,
then,
I can't say
tea. What time do they
enjoy
take tea? 3:10.
That's early.
The kids aren't even out of school by then.
Yeah, I can't say I enjoy the 10:30 starts, to be honest. I'm not a morning person, so yeah. Well, yesterday
my daughter.
I think we left at. We were staying in Birmingham, but I think we left at 8:15 to get there, around like 8:30, and it's much too early for me.
Well, what time was the game?
10:30, but we have to.
Well, you were in Birmingham already.
Yeah,
Oh,
we tend to get there about 8:30, 8:45.
Right, the ball has been changed, and the first delivery with it is played by Alex Lees to the diving fielder at mid-wicket, who is...
Dean Elgar's been in the game there off Porter.
He's
a lot.
Got down hard and quick to that one, and I think he's hurt his coccyx slash... hamstring area then, his left leg, rubbing it furiously. I imagine the square's rock hard at the minute, been such a dry summer. Porter in again, this is his 15th over. These drives at a slightly over pitch ball, it's cut off at mid-on, no run. Good crowd, I mean this stand just to our right's full, isn't it?
Yeah, they love it here, Red Bull game.
Got to drink it all in, there's only 3 weeks of the season left.
It's always packed round here as well. They know where the sun is.
Yeah. How long before people are saying to each other, winter well? Durham 156 for 1. Lees turns that off his legs, past square leg. Might go for 4, will go for 4. Straight to the steps of the pavilion. So the players, they get changed in the pavilion, which is down to the right-hand corner of the ground, but the umpires come out of a room down below us.
They do, yes. I think they're looking to do that room up, actually.
Yeah.
Is the room on the street. I think they're going to look to try and make it into like more of a women's space. That's sort of it's an office. It used to be a gym sort of office as well.
Porter comes round the wicket, gooch end. These plays us up to mid on no run there. When Durham played their double headers, so you played in one, didn't you, at Chester Street?
Yes, we were in the sort of the
you were in the
change
sports
room.
centre behind the media centre, weren't you?
Yes.
So, because the Durham men and women's teams take the 2 dressing rooms that are in the pavilion.
Yeah.
And then the away teams change in the sports centre behind, where the athletics track is. What do they do here then?
So our changing room is the one where the people are sat in front of. That's our one. So it's the far.
It's
if
gone
we're
down the
looking at
leg
it,
side
it's
where?
right by the clock.
Yeah.
There's a where that man's just
Oh,
walked
yeah,
in.
with the red shirt,
So
yeah.
that's the women's changing room.
Right.
And then the one to the right is the men's. So yeah, on a match day, most people are obviously in the women's one.
But if it's a
obviously-
double header, do you have to get out before the men's game starts? Or?
No. We just stay.
So where
but-
do the opposition get changed then?
So
Point around the wicket here to Lees. Lees stands firm, plays it back to the bowler.
where Durham are in the marquee.
Oh, they're in there, right.
So one team tend to be in there.
Right, okay.
And then normally another team's down here in actually where the umpires
Yeah.
come out.
So that marquee
Yeah.
in 2021, when we still had the COVID restrictions in Durham, used that as their dressing room then, because
Yeah.
out the back they had their own set of showers and toilets
Yeah,
out
it's
the back of there.
still there.
Right.
We have actually been in there once, I think. It's actually quite spacious in there. It's bigger than our change room. Our change rooms up there aren't actually very big. So when there's a 50 over match, quite a few of us will just go in the men's changing room for a bit when they're not there.
There's not much space around this ground to develop any further, really, is there, with the river cutting off this corner?
No.
The apartments on the other side. It's very tight around the back of the stand on the left-hand side of the ground there.
Yeah, they could do with maybe making this a bit bigger and probably putting another tier on it, probably, wouldn't they? But they've been talking about trying to build a gym, I think, where the outdoor nets are. I don't know if you walk past those. Apparently.
They could. I mean, if they had the money, you could redevelop, knock all the pavilion down, build a whole new stand below, new VIP section, changing rooms, have an indoor school or a gym on the back of it. It would eat into a bit of the car park, but not much.
Yeah, I reckon.
Snater then starts a new over, a playing a miss from McKinney. That just misses the off stump. Snater doesn't even stop. He just sort of turns circle and continues jogging all the way back up to the umpire's end again. Durham 160 for one.
Probably one of the first we've seen just go past the edge after lunch. But yeah, they could probably also do with redeveloping a little bit of the indoor school as well, really.
Yeah.
Maybe try and get a gym in there or something.
Round the wicket comes Snater, bowling to McKinney. McKinney places safely up to mid on, no run there. Bracewell picks it up. It's all about money, obviously. I mean, they announced some lavish plans for Leicestershire a year or so ago. There's going to be a new pavilion and seats and VIP area and apartments, and all look well and good on a artist's impression, but whether there was any reality of it ever being built is another kettle of fish.
Yeah. Maybe with a little bit that 100 money.
Oh, playing a miss from
play
McKinney there. He's played that one-handed. That must have just deviated on him a bit.
Yeah, it's quite wide, that one, to be honest, from McKinney, and it's a decent length. It's probably one you've got to be leaving.
He's been very watchful since lunch, but he's just starting to get a bit carried away, and Alex Lees has just gone down and had a word with him, so just calm yourself down. Now, in terms of watchfulness, at lunch he was on 46 from 59, and he didn't get to his 50 until he'd faced 78 balls. That is left alone. So every time I looked at the scoreboard in the period after lunch when I was waiting for him to get to his 50, he just continued to be on 47 for an awful long time, and then I think he got there with a 4 in the end, didn't he?
Yeah, 4 through extra cover, but yeah, again, that's a
That's
similar
nearly-
length, and he's left that one, so
19 balls without scoring after lunch. And what's he on now? He's on 55 now. Lee's on 80. Durham 160 for one. Snater bowls, and that's played out into the covers. No run there. It's picked up by Matt Critchley, the former Derbyshire player, who's had plenty of experience over the years playing against Durham in the second division. Runs and wickets. I was looking through his stats yesterday against Durham, and he's played against them now 11 games. This is the 12th, 19 wickets. 788 runs against Durham. This is defended by McKinney, and that is the end of the over. It's a maiden. So Durham 160 for 1. Yeah, so Matt Critchley, 788 runs in 11 games against Durham up until today, 19 wickets, 650s in that spell as well. He got 102 against Durham at Chesterfield in 2017, which was a fantastic week of cricket. Durham won it, and I was staying over the hill in Matlock Bath with my mate, and drove over each day to Chesterfield, which is a lovely setup in the in Queen's Park, with the old pavilion at one end, and there's a sort of natural bowl there, and at the bottom end there's a big boating lake.
I think the Blaze might have played a game there this year, actually. I'm not sure who they
Maybe,
played.
well, they would have played Derbyshire in
because I think
the one day
the thing about the Blaze is that if they were looking to still continue to play around the region.
Oh, right, the Blaze, I see, right. Yeah, well, aren't they a Nottinghamshire sort of Midlands-based team?
They're Nottinghamshire, but
yeah.
they kept the name, and
yeah.
I didn't really understand the whole reason for it, because I thought the idea was one county, wasn't it? But I think they did play at Chesterfield. I don't know who they played there.
Well, Derbyshire normally play there either late June, early July, because they have a county championship match then. They normally have a couple of T20s as well and get big crowds.
Yeah.
Here's Porter to start a new over from the Gooch end of the ground, and that's a half volley wide of off stump, and that is driven nicely by Lees out through the covers to the Felsted School.
It's Bracewell
Stan.
come back into the attack by the looks.
Oh yeah, Bracewell, yeah.
He's got rid of his sweatband. That's put me off.
Yeah.
But he's started with the loosener after lunch.
He has got rid of it, hasn't he? Well spotted. I'm trying to stand at the back of out the road here because the sun's blazing in on our window now.
Here.
It's quite difficult to see.
Put the sunglasses on.
So Bracewell, this is his 6th over, 1-for-38. He got a wicket in his first over today. That is the only wicket to have fallen. Emilio Gay out for 22, caught by Matt Critchley at mid-wicket. Just clipped one off his legs straight to the fielder.
Yeah, he's been pretty expensive, Bracewell. Gone for quite a lot of boundaries, but has got the wicket.
Bracewell in again. Lees plays this towards short extra cover, no run there. Yeah, the game where Durham played Derbyshire in 2017, it was the season when they'd been relegated by the ECB over financial issues, and it was red hot for 3 days, and they got the win under the belt just before the end of the close of play. In fact, it might have been the final day, and we've been watching these thunderstorms coming in over the Peak District, and it just got the edge of the ground when Durham won, and about half an hour later there were flash floods.
God.
Bracewell bowls, Lees drives, the ball goes up to mid-off, no run there. So we left the ground and we got stuck on the dual carriageway outside because it was flooded. So that was quite a fun journey home, these sudden summer storms. Right, I'm going to wear 2 headsets here so I can listen to our output as Bracewell bowls. That's played to Gully to Walter by Lees. Try not to drag myself in too many different directions, but if I turn this around that way and keep an ear on Radio Newcastle. I can't move. I've got wires around my neck, which are
quite the setup we've got
moving,
going on here.
Well, the news is just starting at 2 o'clock, so. Two balls left of this 41st over. Bracewell bowls to Lees. That's defended. She plays it short in the offside. No run.
We have another player off. I think Bennett's still on the field at deep square leg, so.
Right.
Slater's down. Slater down at fine lap.
About a minute. I'll have to ditch this headset and put the other one on to do an update for Newcastle.
Can't see if Snater's down at deep fan leg.
Lees plays this up to deep point for 1, end of the over, so he moves on to 85. McKinney on 55. And
It looks like it's going to be a change of bowling. Simon Harmer coming into the attack.
110 the partnership. I'll be back with you in a minute.
Going to see the off spin against the left-handers again. Always the match-up, taking the ball away from the batter. Snater's had his spell after lunch. And Jamie Porter is coming off the field. Let's see if these batters look to take Simon Harmer on. We might see McKennie play some aggressive shots here down the ground. We've seen him in the 100 a little bit. He's an aggressive player. Might look to take Simon Harmer on now that he's 55 off 92 balls. Essex need a wicket here, and they've gone to their highest wicket taker. Wesley at mid-off, fairly deep, maybe 15 off the boundary. Oh, and a bit of bounce first ball from Simon Harmer. It's hit the shoulder of Alex Lees' bat and they sneak through for a single. Down to wide third man. Looks like Noah Thane to do the fielding. He's at backward point. Harmer to McKinney, and it's a solid forward defence. Straight to Paul Walter at short extra cover. We've got a short leg in at Charlie Allison. Everyone else is in under the ring. Harmer again bowls. Forward defence, similar to the ball just gone. Straight to Paul Walter. It's getting hot here in the commentary box. Dragged a bit shorter from Harmer. A little bit flatter. It's gone to cover. Snater does the work. No run. McKinney climbed into that drive again, but straight to Harmer. He gets through these overs quickly to Simon Harmer. He's looking to just build some pressure here and wondering when we'll see the release from McKinney. So he's in now. Flatter again, a little bit shorter, and it's just pushed into the covers. Walter does the fielding, as 1 run off the over. So that first ball of Harmer really did bounce, actually. And Lees managed to play it well and just guide it down to a wide third man, 1 off the over. The score's 166 for 1.
One of the stories in our news bulletin at lunchtime is the medals that they handed out at the Great North Run yesterday have got a map on them, which is meant to be the River Tyne. So it's meant to be South Shields and Newcastle and Wallsend and Gateshead, but it's actually Sunderland. And a friend of mine did the run yesterday, and he put a picture on his Facebook page of the map, and I'm thinking, that's the wrong river. That's actually where I live. I can see the bend on the river where I live and where our house is. So
oh dear.
Somehow somebody has put the wrong river on.
Fluffed it up there.
Which got me wondering, was it designed by AI or something like that?
One job.
Yes, one river. 111 this partnership. They came together at the end of the 11th over when Gay was out for 22 this morning. So far the only wicket to fall today. Hot afternoon here in Chelmsford. The sun is shining brightly as Bracewell comes round the wicket to Lees from the gooch end, and it's flicked down to long leg, picked up by Snater just down below our commentary position. What's this little 2-tier stand referred to around here then? Has it got a name or not? Just the corner stand?
Yeah, the corner stand where you catch the sun there. Yeah. Always catch the sun up there. I'm not too sure what it's called.
We're looking west, aren't we? Because the sun's right in front of us. So Chelmsford's on a sort of east-west trajectory, with the river running north-south through here anyway. Bracewell in, and forward comes McKinney and just defends. The ball rolls up to Charlie Allison at mid-on, no run there.
So I'm guessing you're a Sunderland fan then?
Yeah.
Big Sunderland fan? Season
yeah, well, I mean,
holder,
I used to commentate in the games a few years ago. I did 5 years for Radio Newcastle, but been watching them since 1978. There's been an awful lot of misery in that time. And I vowed I would never ever inflict it on any of my children, so I got to the matches with my 2 older kids. And they've been coming for a few years now. Oh. Bracewell in, and this is defended by McKinney on a length on middle stump. No run.
That's probably why I don't support Newport County.
Well, they've been on the up recently, haven't they? They've had a couple of promotions and they've had some good cup runs.
Yeah.
What's their ground called again?
Call
yourself a fan.
No, my mind's gone back. Rodney Parade.
Rodney Parade, that's it. Yeah.
They used to play the cricket there, actually.
Yeah, it's a big place, isn't it? Yeah.
Grandpa, I think, used to play cricket down there until they got rid of the cricket ground, made it into just the football pitch.
Bracewell bounces McKinney. McKinney lets it go through the keeper. I noticed last week.
We've seen today, I think.
I can't think of any others. Last week, Swansea Seconds played at Swansea Cricket Ground, and apparently that was the last cricket match there.
Is it? Yeah, it's gone.
Because the rugby.
St Helens, yes.
Yeah, the ground at St Helens. Yeah. I did one game there. That was in 2017 as well, and at the time I was thinking this is old and a bit dilapidated. This place. It was. It had its former glories. Garfield Sobers is
a bit rude, but it was pretty run down.
Yeah.
You worry about the safety concerns of that ground, I think.
Bracewell in, and it's a half volley, and it's driven, but it hasn't gone far. It's only gone up to mid-off. I think that's probably come off the toe of McKinney's bat. He plays a shot again.
Seemed a bit frustrated there, didn't he? He missed out there on that one.
In the press box there, you're looking over onto the Bristol Channel. And on a clear day, you could see right across over to sort of Weston-super-Mare and around that area. If you couldn't see it, that was generally because it was raining.
It was a lovely ground, actually, right on the sea.
Yeah.
It's a shame.
Bracewell in again. That's gone through to the keeper. I stayed in Neath in Swansea Harbour 2 years ago because Durham played a one-day game at Neath.
Neath, yeah, that's the Knoll.
Yeah.
The Knoll. No, that's where they play a bit now, don't they?
Knoll.
They don't play at the St Helens. They play at the Knoll. I think they're looking to do work there as well, actually.
Yeah, there's been somebody was telling me there'd been quite a bit of money invested in the Knoll, and the rugby ground's right next to it as well. A bit like the setup at St Helens, but it's a smaller cricket ground at the Knoll. Yeah. But I drove down. I picked a hire car up in Sunderland, and the girl said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I'm driving all the way to Swansea." And she said, "Oh, are you on business?" I said, "Yes." I said, "Tomorrow, I'm going to sit in a cricket ground in Neath and watch the rain come down until about lunchtime, and then I'm going to drive all the way home again." There's a Harmer bowls here to Lees. I think he's just sent him up wrong in there, which Lees didn't spot, and he's played and missed that one. It's gone into the keeper's gloves. And the lady said, "You have a very unusual job." And I thought, yeah, I do. Anyway, we watched it rain till 1 o'clock, and then I drove home again. Never saw a ball bowled. Harmer has Lee's going back into his crease to play this one. Pushes it off to the leg side. Lee's on 87 at the minute.
Yeah, Neath, when it's raining, Neath isn't the best when it's not raining, let alone when it is raining with the steelworks. And for Talbot.
Next ball's gone off towards point, no run. Hasn't that closed down though? Did they shut it down or not?
I think I'm pretty sure.
We're talking
I know a lot of people had lost jobs.
Yeah.
A lot of people I know that live there naturally. Their parents worked at Tata Steel, didn't they?
Lees gets stride in to play the next ball off to point. I mean, Neath and Swansea to me are basically the same place, but you come out of Swansea, you go over the hill and you're into Neath. I mean, you're only on the dual carriageway for seconds.
Yeah.
But they'll see themselves, I'm sure, as two distinct entities.
Yeah.
Next ball to Lees is just pushed out to Walter in the covers, no run.
I can't remember the last time I was in that indoor school at the Knoll in Neath, but yeah, it's not the greatest in there. Doing some work.
Oh, next ball's a bit quicker and it spits up. And Lees fends
Couple
that
of
away
those
one-handed there. End of the over, another maiden from Harmer. So he's bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, none for 13, keeping it tight from his end.
It's just been a few of those now that Harmer's got just to bounce a bit.
Dick's back. What did you go for, Dick, then? What did you get in the end? What did you get? Sausage roll.
Classic. You can't
The
go
man
wrong.
knows how to live.
You can't go wrong. It's a trusty option. I haven't had one of those in a while.
We had a debate about said company in our office last year. A lot of the younger types tend to go to get lunch and stuff there, but it's just not a place I would consider going to get my lunch. Just
I couldn't tell you the last time I actually went in there. Sorry.
Bracewell bowling round the wicket to McKinney here from the gooch end of the ground, the far end of the ground. And McKinney's still holding the pose because he took quite a big step outside the line of off stump to try and play at that one. Hit his pads, but there was no appeal.
I mean, it is a good option if you want something quite cheap, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't really like that sort of stuff.
But I'm more of a coffee shop
Oh,
goer.
hark at ye.
There's some good ones in Chelmsford.
Next ball's defended by McKinney. I was listening to a podcast on my way down yesterday, the Trawl it's called. So Marina Perkis and Emma Forte trawl through social media so you don't have to, but it's all done tongue-in-cheek. It's quite funny, and they have different guests on. And yesterday they had Jeff Norcott, the comedian, who is generally considered to be more of a sort of Tory supporter, but even he was saying yesterday he doesn't really know where he is at the minute because the landscape's changed so much. But he was on about going to, I think he said he went to Goldsmiths College, and he came from a council estate in South London. And Bracewell comes in and bowls. That's gone through to the keeper, but that's come a long way back after it's past the off stump. The keeper's taken that down the leg side there.
Well.
Did stay low. And he said there was quite a bit of snobbery when he first went to Goldsmiths College. People asking him what A levels he'd got, and when he told them his marks were better than a lot of these kids who'd gone to private schools and whatnot. And their answer would be, "What? Really? You got those marks?" And he said it was quite offensive. But he said they used to have these chats in the university where they would go for a coffee, and he said, "What on earth? Go for a coffee? It's not something you do to go." Bracewell round the wicket here. That's driven, and it's stopped at mid-off, but it's a single for McKinney. And he said, I'd never heard this phrase, "go for a coffee." I didn't understand it. He said, in our house, you had mellow birds, and you had a coffee, and you never really discussed it because it wasn't particularly very good. But that's it. It's a thing people do now, isn't it?
It's a big
go
thing in
for
cricket,
coffees.
really big.
What, going for coffee?
I didn't like cricket.
I don't like coffee.
I didn't like coffee until maybe I was, 17, 18. And I started, on the mocha, and then you work your way
you
up.
can't cope with your addiction. Is that what you're about to say?
No. I can live without coffee, but
it's how it always starts.
They do set you back.
It'll just be the one.
They do set you back.
Yeah. Is it expensive as well?
Virgin Active in there is expensive.
The what?
The Virgin Active one's expensive over there.
Right.
They always, they think that's probably the most expensive one in Chelmsford. It's not the best coffee shop. But yeah, it's
other
a big
poor coffee
thing at
shops are
cricket.
available.
It's a big thing in cricket. Like after training, let's grab a coffee. It's big. They love their coffee.
Bracewell to Lees with a bouncer, and that is the end of the over. So 1 run from it, and Durham are 168 for 1. I don't like coffee. That's half the.
Really?
It's never.
I
it doesn't
am more
agree
of a
with me
tea
for a
drinker.
start. Whenever I had it years ago, I used to just make me feel just groggy, rather than perk you up. So I don't like the smell and I don't like the taste. But other than that, But I first came across this going for a coffee about 1999. Me and my dad went to visit friends in Houston in America, and on an evening they would drive miles along the freeway to a Starbucks, which was just at the side of the motorway on a retail park.
Starbucks as well.
And it was like going for a night out, and I couldn't get my head around it. I just thought, why would you get in your car and drive along a motorway to go and have a cup of coffee? I didn't understand it. Basically on the edge of a huge parking lot. Harmer, he's trying to brew something here, but that first ball to McKinney has played off to point, 1 run.
Very American, isn't it? That parking lot, Starbucks, not in town.
I think the freeway which runs from Katy, where they lived, towards the centre of Houston, is now the widest in the world. It's something like 14 lanes or something.
14.
Yeah. The balls to Lees. This is a full-length delivery. Lees meets it on the bounce, plays it up to long off to Tom Wesley, the Essex skipper, who gives the ball a bit of a polish. His white bottoms are absolutely covered in muck. He's got a dirty knee, dirty left buttock. And this is turned nicely wide of mid-off. Bracewell's chasing it. He can't get it. Oh, he's now filthy. He dived down just where there's a big patch of bare earth, and he's got a face full of dust and mud, and that's going to be all over his whites. So that's going to take some getting out. Wesley's got a big dark muddy smear on the back of his left leg and a big red smear all the way down the back of his thigh on his right leg.
That's lovely timing from McKinney as well. It's risk-free cricket, that.
And now Bracewell's reappeared with grass stains and muck and all kinds all over him. McKinney back into his crease to defend this one. So that 4 took him up to 61. Durham 174 for 1. And we've got 2 balls left of this 46th over. Harmer round the wicket from the river end. Our end of the ground. Comes in and bowls. McKinney drives. It's gone up to Wesley. To long off. Wesley slides in on his left knee and fields the ball. McKinney gets a single.
Trusty long barrier at long off.
So that brings Lees back on to strike. Lees on
88?
Yeah, I had to do a double take there because I thought that said 98 for a second, but it says 88. Harmer bowls. Lees with a firm back foot punch back to Harmer, end of the over. Durham 175 for 1. And we'll have a look through my messages on here because I haven't had a look for a while. If you want to email, it's weircricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can send me a message on Blue Sky, which is Marty Cricket, @Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. Try and navigate my way to the folder for Weir Cricket. My computer's just decided to do an upgrade.
We've got more rain in Newport, where Durham 2s are playing.
Right.
It's not looking good.
Yeah, there's a bit of an east-west split for today and tomorrow in terms of rain, and then we've got a bit of high pressure over us, and then the high pressure sort of squeezes out, and there's quite a bit of rain starts to drift our way Wednesday, Thursday. Bracewell round, the wicket comes in and bowls to McKinney. That's played safely onto the floor and off short on the offside.
Just a bit low, that one as well. Just shot through a little bit lower than expected. Didn't quite get up as McKinney thought, and had to just check his shot there.
The large bakery, says Julia Wetherill. My dad was offered shares in the said large bakery when they had only one van and no shops, and he thought it was a risky investment.
Oh dear.
Well, my stepfather worked for them for a period, and the shares are worth a fortune now.
Big mistake.
Yeah. Oh, and where's McKinney put that? Oh, that's a 6 into the stand next to us. He seemed to pick that up early, and he just lofted it really casually off to the leg side. My first thought was he put it straight in towards deep mid-wicket, but it's gone up to the tier to our right for 6. Was that the first 6 of the day?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just didn't really get up, did it? It was almost just hip length. I don't think someone's caught it in the crowd, I don't know. where it.
Well, I hope somebody has caught it, because quite frankly, in recent weeks, the standard of fielding in the crowd's been terrible. There's too many drop catches and just too much cowardice as well. People running out the road of the ball.
Where you want to be catching it is at the Oval, don't you? With the £1,000 prize that you can win. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Turn up for a game of cricket and walk away with £1,000.
McKinney on 68, Durham 181 for 1. Bracewell in again. Oh, McKinney plays and misses at that one. He was certainly fishing outside the line of off stump, and Bracewell just stops in his run up and just stares at him as if to say, what are you going to do about that? Julia's also sent us a link to the Great North Run article, which I was talking about. You can actually see my house on there now, street. McKinney up at his toes, gets on top of that one, pushes it off to deep point for 1. To remove on to 182 for 1. Lee's on strike on 88, McKinney on 69.
Really do need a breakthrough here, Essex. Sometimes it's going to be a long day. And these two are looking comfortable. They're settled here. It's just nothing's really troubling them at the minute. We've seen a couple from Harmer just bounce a bit, beat the outside edge, but I think there's also been a few too many hit me balls this morning, afternoon.
Don't know what that was.
I think that might be, was it some sort of motor, scrambler motorbike? I don't know.
Next ball driven by Lees out through the covers, and it's stopped right on the boundary rope by Matt Critchley, sliding in. 2 runs. Lees on to 90.
Yeah, we're quite near that main road, aren't we?
Yeah.
Do hear them.
That could have been. That sounded to me like the start of a fire engine siren or something, or a maybe really big lorry. Next ball turned by Lees down to fine leg. It's cut off by Snater. 1 run, end of the over. So he has 91, Durham 185 for 1. Lees is looking for his 21st century for Durham. He has 29 in all, so it would be number 30 if he can add another 9 runs.
Just seeing Matt Critchley go through his action there. We spoke about it a little bit earlier, when we might see him come on, try and buy a wicket if we can. He's been pretty good at coming on and getting a couple, swinging the momentum for Essex, and Bracewell hands on the hips as he walks back to mid-on.
Harmer bowling to Lees. Lees plays the ball down into the ground towards point, no run. Paul Wilson's email: greetings from a sunny and fairly warm Costa del Hartlepool. Decent start by Durham. Should be with you for the rest of the week as I'm working from home, he says. Next ball defended by Lees. Rolls out in the offside, no run. Great to have proper cricket back. Have a good one, and come on, Durham. On his lists of births, deaths and marriages and events that have happened on this day in the history of cricket and cycling. Harmer bowls again. That's defended by Lees. Again, it rolls out in that offside to Paul Walter. I'm looking through the list of cricketers, and I'm not picking up on any of those names particularly. Lees with a little play up towards the leg side, no run there. Events on this day in 2003. England's Alex Stewart finished his last Test cricket match at the Oval. Match ended in a victory for England by 9 wickets over South Africa. I remember that one. Lees plays this ball from Walter, from Harmer to Walton, dot ball on the offside.
Yeah, Critchley's definitely warming up. Maybe you'll see him at the far end replacing Bracewell.
Harmer was running in there and then changed his mind. bowling in his sunglasses. Comes in, bowls to Lees. Lees plays the ball up to Wesley at long off, 1 run.
And in a blink, it's over.
Yeah.
And we are going to see Critchley.
From Pretoria, Simon Harmer. That is the end of the over. Durham 186 for 1. On this day in 2013, Cleator Cricket Club beat Rockhampton Cricket Club by 1 wicket to win the English National Village Cup. Eh?
I know where Rockhampton is.
Rockhampton.
Yes.
More
Gloucestershire.
importantly, do you know where Cleator is?
No. I'm guessing that's in the northeast.
Cleator Moors, northwest. It's sort of beyond the lakes.
Ah, okay. Yeah, Rockhampton is an outground where Gloucester 2s play a little bit.
Right.
Actually out towards like the Severn Bridge.
Yeah.
Just sort of
Near the
further on
Gordano
from,
Valley.
like, do you know Thornbury?
Services
Bristol,
around that
yeah,
way,
near those services.
Yeah.
The Severn Side services or whatever they're called.
Gordano Rugby Club.
Oh, a bit north of there.
Further than that.
Oh
is it?
yeah, further up than that. That I'd say, you know the old bridge. There's 2 bridges. Yeah. It's near the old bridge. You can go.
Nice.
That
Have you
way.
played there then?
I don't think I've ever played there. Thornbury have played. It's not far away, but yeah, it's sort of in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
Rockhampton Cricket Club, but it's a ground where Gloucestershire play, and as I said, Critchley's coming to the attack here.
I think I mentioned a few minutes ago he's got something like 19 wickets against Durham with his spin bowling. Lees tries to drive the first of them, but doesn't time it well. He's leaning quite a way outside the line of the off stump to play that one. Bowling his leg spin. He's from Preston originally, Matt Critchley. 11 games against Durham so far, 19 wickets. Here he comes again. Rolls it out the back of the hand. Played away by Lees.
Yeah, obviously with the ball turning in here, it's probably not the ideal matchup for the leg spinner, but I'm sure he can take one across Alex Lees, like that one.
Like that one there. Lees plays a false shot. The ball races off behind the keeper. Down towards third man.
Much too wide of Dean Elgott there. It's had no chance.
I don't know if he has got bat on it. I think it might have come off his glove. Critchley's best figures against Durham. 4 for 53 in the Bob Willis Trophy draw in Chesley Street in 2021.
That was good signs though from Critchley.
Comes in again. Lees forward to this, pushes it up to mid-off. Firmly along the ground, no run there. On this day in 2016, Durham won English cricket's second 11 championship. A year later, Jimmy Anderson took his 500th Test wicket. Wonder what happened to him. Next ball played by Lees to short mid-wicket. All right, Walter in there. Durham 188 for 1. Lees on 94. Critchley bowls. Lees taps that away towards the leg side. That is the end of the over. Just 2 runs from it.
And I'm going to hand over back to Dick. I'll see you later.
Okay, see you later. Sofia Smail will be back with us a little bit later on. Essex ladies player, former... Was it Western? It was Western Storm as well, wasn't it? Was that right? Over that way, somewhere over that side of the motorway. Yonder side of the hedge. 188 for 1. This day last year, Moeen Ali announced his retirement from international cricket. And on this day last year, Primoz Roglic won the Tour of Spain. Harmer. Oh, McKinney has gone full pelt at Harmer, but he did keep his back foot planted in the crease because the bails have come off. Michael Pepper with the glove work there. I think all the people who cheered were just cheering it without actually looking to see where his foot was there. Next ball driven out into the covers and it bounces off Snater and it's hurt him. His hands and knees, they get a run from the ricochet and he Picks himself up and hobbles away. Jeff Hall's emailed a little bit earlier on as Harmer comes around the wicket again. Well, that skids in low and is kept out very late by Lees. 94. I said I had memories of getting the train through Chelmsford and being able to see into this ground from the viaduct. And he says, listening to your comments and seeing the ground from the train. As Harmer bowls again, dot ball, defended by Lees. He said, when watching the cricket, you can see the train going by. And at certain times of the year, you could hear the Chelmsford football team playing behind the station as well. Do they still play there? Chelmsford? Was it Chelmsford Town, is it?
Chelmsford City.
Chelmsford City?
They were called the City long before it was a city.
Yeah. Well, they're appealing for everything here. Harmer's appealing for LBW. The ball just missed the grasp of first slip. None of it's given anyway.
No, when their ground just here came up for sale some time ago, I don't know whether Essex tried to purchase it. You'd have thought they would, but if they did, they lost out to a gym, a fitness centre.
Oh, so is it where the Virgin place is now?
It's now, yeah.
Oh, that was where the football ground was.
Yeah, that's where the football ground was.
Oh, right.
It's now not far away in a suburb of Chelmsford called Melbourne.
Mm.
So I believe. I'm not a Chelmsford fella.
Who's your team?
Oh, well, I live by the seaside and
Southend?
Southend, yes. I've lived there since I was 4.
I remember seeing a heroic Sunderland 1-0 win there in about 1992.
And Southend United having a very good season, 3rd at the moment in the National League.
Harmer comes in again and bowls. They're appealing for that one, and that is the end of Lees. He's gone LBW. The ball never really got up on a length, and he's out for 94. Durham 189 for 2. Big breakthrough that from an Essex point of view. There was a big appeal earlier in the over, and it wasn't given. And that ends the partnership for the second wicket at 134. So Lees falling to the bowling of Simon Harmer. 6 away from, I think what would have been his 4th century of the season. He's gone to the top of the batting averages as well as this with this knock, averaging 49.3. Yeah, he's got 3 centuries and 3 half centuries now. Out for 94. Here's David Bettingham coming in. And it's really, to me, there were two issues which have really afflicted Durham this year. Injuries and an inability to bowl teams out. But the majority of the injuries have been to the bowling squad. And at the start of the season, I was asked by our sports presenter Simon Pride if I thought Durham had a chance of winning the title, and I said no, because they can't keep the bowlers fit. And that was before they'd actually played a game this year, and it's been another season of injuries to bowlers, long-term injuries, and drafting players in from here, there and wherever. And it's about the 3rd or 4th year in a row now where it's been like that. But crucially, David Bettingham, very early in the season, I think it was Durham's first home game of the season, he got one on the foot and broke a toe against Warwickshire. Warwickshire won that one by 1 wicket, and he was out for quite a few weeks. 1,300 runs in the championship last year. Suddenly you haven't got him in the team. They were struggling to make runs, and then when he was fit and able to come back again, he went off to play for South Africa in that World Test Championship, and he's been on international duty overseas. So Durham have really missed him, and the key run scorer last year, and suddenly those runs aren't there. So they're the 2 reasons why Durham have found themselves in the relegation zone this year, when I actually thought, despite the issues over bowling, that they'd probably comfortably hold their own once more.
Critchley to McKinney, that wicket being taken off the last ball, the over. Critchley to McKinney. Moves in, bowls, and met with stern defence, trickles back to the bowler. It's Bettingham who's come to the crease. That's just pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score. I have got the emails up, so I have come to understand and fall in love with the new system. That's a flash outside the off stump and goes through to the wicketkeeper, Michael Pepper, just lurking over McKinney's left shoulder. Again forward with respectful defence. This time uses his feet well and gets to the pitch of the ball and drives it out to deep long on. Well, long on by definition is deep, I suppose, for a single. And that does bring Bettingham on to strike. Critchley, a welcome right-hander. First right-hander Essex have had to bowl to. Oh, and he nearly gets... Oh, not nearly. He is out. LB run out. I didn't... Oh.
Bettingham's run out without facing a ball.
Yeah.
And Durham are suddenly in a spot of bother here. Well, he did face a ball, didn't he?
No, that was Bettingham, yeah.
But he set off for a run and he was sent back by McKinney. I think he's faced one ball. And he's run out. That is disastrous from a Durham point of view.
I don't know if it was because he was on naught, but it seemed to me that there was never really likely to be a run there. He was anxious to get off the mark, too anxious. Run out second ball, so yeah. Well, 189 for 3. Obviously, well, the position slightly favours the visitors, but nevertheless, 2 scalps within the space of 3 deliveries, and no, a bit more than that because that was the last ball of the preceding over. But anyway, 5 point.
All that good work from Durham undone in the space of 1 over. And what a massive wicket that is. I've just been saying how they've missed his runs.
Well,
I was surprised to see him run, but not only that, I was surprised how far up the track he got before he realised there was nothing happening. And what was he thinking? It was his call because he was on strike, but
there was no.
It was played straight to the fielder there.
Yeah, I mean, McKinney didn't move from his crease. He could see no, because the fielder it was playing it to was more or less level with McKinney at the far end.
Yeah.
Oh well. Well, it brings Colin Ackerman to the crease. Another right-handed batsman. As I was saying, with all this flurry of activity, it's the end of the over, so yeah, it's the last ball of the over that is bringing success. So 2 wickets within 6 deliveries for Essex.
Harmer to McKinney, that skids in low. McKinney does well to keep that out. Defended by McKinney. Next ball driven down the ground by McKinney. Nice shot, and that is away for 4. It's gone straight back past the bowler. Harmer comes in, bowls. Oh, that stays really, really low and skids through, and McKinney goes back into his crease and taps it off safely along the floor to Charlie Allison. Harmer's getting a bit of topspin on the ball. He was getting it to rush through quickly. That was how he got Alex Lee's LBW, one that stayed low and nipped in. Harmer once again comes in. McKinney drives at that and he screws it up into the air, out through the offside. But he's going to get away with it. Snater chases down towards the boundary. 2 runs. McKinney 77. Durham 196 for 3 here on the BBC. Last ball of the 52nd over. Oh, played a miss, gone up into the keeper's gloves. He had to take it the second attempt around about chin high. Just watching the replay here of Bettingham, and I don't think at any time he actually even looks to see where McKinney is or what's going on. He hits the ball and he sets off, and McKinney's just standing there watching it go straight to mid-on. Bettingham's away up the track and has never lifted his head to see where McKinney is. And the ball comes straight back in from Porter to the keeper. And what an absolute waste of a wicket.
Yeah, and I always think maybe always is a slight exaggeration. It could be very unlucky, but in 99% of occasions, a run out is somebody's at fault, and I don't think there's much doubt as to who was at fault with that one. Sad to say, it's not a witch hunt. I mean, I don't know Mr. Bettingham at all. Never met him. I'm sure he's a charming fellow, but it was a bit injudicious at best. And that's played out backward of square on the offside for a single by...
Well, do you think it was injudicious? Was that the phrase you used?
Yeah. At best.
Yeah.
That's a word I use when sometimes, maybe if I wasn't on air, I'd say something a bit stronger. As that's just played back to the bowl. Another one I'm fond of using is imprudent, which is also a sort of masterly understatement sort of word. And really you mean something a bit stronger than imprudent. And that's nudged backward of square.
Just looking up here, there's some bigger, darker clouds coming in now, which are bigger and lower than anything we've seen. There's no rain forecast, but means the sun's going to be going in for longer periods of time.
And that's nudged down backward, just turn around the corner and they will take a single.
Got 2, haven't they?
And come back for 2, yeah. Beg their pardon, fleeter of foot than I imagined.
Just had a little bit of topspin on it, that one, and Bracewell lined up to come alongside the ball, but he just couldn't quite get to it.
There also is a very slight slope at this end. It's generally speaking a pretty flat pitch, but there is a slight slope this end as it runs away towards the river, and the ball can accelerate. That's a super shot. Over-pitched and just stroked out through extra cover for 4 more.
Which river's behind us again? Because it's not the Chelmer, is it?
No, it's not. It's the River Can, the C-A-N, and that flows into the Chelmer.
Yeah.
Which then flows into the Blackwater, which then flows into the North Sea.
Well, I've ridden the Blackwater estuary and I've come up the canal on my bike as well, so out at Malden. Lovely around there.
It is, yes. Years ago we had a boat on that river, on the Chelmsford Navigation as it's called. That's played out in the onside. Yeah, I mean, naturally I'm going to defend it because I've lived in the county, indeed in Southend, for all but the first 4 years of my life, which leaves quite a few. And it does get maligned, but there's some beautiful parts of Essex. And often I say when people take great pride or pleasure rather in maligning it, I say, why did John Constable paint so many pictures of Essex if it wasn't for the fact he thought it was rather an attractive county?
I know the answer to that. He didn't have a car.
Right, so the emails, I'll get through them quickly, won't interrupt the commentary itself, which is the most important thing. Yes, it was Gavin in Hadley, who sadly got relegated on Saturday. He sent the test mail, thank you. Bernie, I will read that verbatim when I've got a moment.
Harmer going to start a new over here. Durham have just got past the 200 mark in that previous over. 203 for 3 now as Ackerman plays his first ball out the deep mid-wicket to make that 204 for 3 with him on 2. Dan Gray on Blue Sky said, expat here who used to live in Louisiana. Heard you mention Katy in Texas. I was talking about the 14-lane motorway there. Next ball is defended. It's just a continuous collection of car lots, shopping centres and out-of-town motels, and you really, the only way you work out where your junction is because of the colour of the roof of the hotel you're coming up to. They all have different coloured roofs.
Well,
Homer again bowls defended.
Whereabouts is he?
Katy in Texas. It's
She doesn't say
it's
whereabouts.
it's part of Houston, but it's
Oh right, yeah. Because in my much younger and rather wayward 20s, I lived in Dallas for the best part of a year.
Bump ball, that's a bump ball. They're appealing for a catch, a caught and ball. That's a bump ball as far as I'm concerned.
Well, the umpires are conferring.
Well, if it's given, that's the end of McKinney on 83, and Durham will have lost 3 wickets in 3 overs here after a very good start, but I thought that was played into the ground. They haven't given it yet. There they are. I'm amazed they were even trying to celebrate and claim that one, because that to me, and I'm up here in the stand, a good 100 metres away, and as soon as he hit that, I thought, well, that's a bump ball. So players who are just 10 yards from the bat are celebrating a wicket there, and I don't think that's good.
Yeah, looking at the replay, it's not even.
Harmer bowls again. They were celebrating, giving each other high fives, and I'm thinking, what do you think you've seen compared to what really happened there? Do they get so in the zone that they don't spot the balls bounced, or is it just trying to hoodwink the umpires? Brought a silly point in now for McKinney, and it's gone to silly point via the ground. And that is the end of the 54th over. Durham 204 for 3. Anyway, Dan says there's a chip shop in Texas, in Katy, called The Chipper. And he says, hands down, the best fish and chips in the US, run by a lovely old British couple. There you are. Well, the chippies may or may not be available on account of the fact I cannot remember seeing any out there.
Right, these emails, yes. Bernie doesn't say where he is from. Oh, it could be a she. He's from. Yeah, the closest relatives of Welsh. I was talking about the Welsh language to Sofia before lunch. Are other P-Celtic languages. Don't know what that means exactly. As Critchley moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively. Of which the other modern representatives are Cornish and Breton, which are also descendants of Brythonic. This is all getting a bit over my head, I'm sorry.
I'm just a village lad.
Well, that's just played defensively. It's relatively easy for Welsh and Breton and Cornish speakers, even if they have none of the languages in common, to make themselves understood to each other with a bit of effort. Right, thank you, Bernie, very much indeed. As next livery, again, played solidly, defensively.
Has that come from a conversation you and Sofia were having earlier about Welsh and English? Or?
Yeah, I was talking to Sofia about the fact that she was born and indeed sort of based in, except for when she's in Essex, in Newport, Monmouthshire, which itself has been the discussion of heated debate over the years, Monmouthshire. Yeah, and she was saying that she's trying to learn Welsh amongst all her other things, and I had said that from what I understood, that Welsh was all the more difficult to learn because it's not related to any other language in the world, whereas most are derivations of others. That's just pushed out in the off. And now Bernie has, if not put me right, at least amplified the fact that those 3 languages are all the same. They're all Brythonic. Well,
I've never heard of Brythonic.
No, neither have I. But I'm doing a pub quiz on Friday evening, and if that comes up, I shall speak with authority. And if it does come up, I'll let you know, Bernie. And thank you if it goes on to help us win first prize.
Are we Sofia with a hard F or Sofia with a soft F? Like the foreign city? Yeah.
Sofia?
Yeah, I know it's a PH, but the sound. Sofia. Or Sofia.
Oh.
You don't know. Hey? Sophia. Well, my daughter's Abigail, and if anyone calls her Abby, she absolutely hates that.
Oh.
Yeah. Here's Harmer. I was just off the ground for a moment or two there, played out in the colours. But what do you prefer? You prefer Sophia? Sophia. Sophia or not Sophia? Yeah. Is that Hamlet? Yeah. Harmer up to the stumps bowls. McKinney defends, played to Allison at silly point. Stuart Manger's emailed and he said, oh, I've got real rivalry here. Stuart used to work at Sedbergh School in Cumbria in the Howgill Fells, which is famous for its cricketers. A number of the current Yorkshire and England incumbents went through Sedbergh under the tutelage of Martin Spate, my former commentary partner. But he said he also used to teach at the big school in Essex, Felsted, which is the school which sponsors the stand on the far side of the ground.
Oh, yes.
Driven by McKinney straight at Harmer. He's diving through the air to try and take a caught and bowled, and it's clipped his fingertips on his right hand, but it's gone away to safety. Suddenly things look very difficult for Durham, and all from when Lees went LBW and then Bettingham got himself run out on none. And they seem to be panicking a bit here. Harmer comes in again, right arm over the wicket this time to Ackerman, who takes a big stride forward to meet the ball on the bounce. McKinney's signalling for some new gloves, but he seemed to be signalling down towards where we are, and then he's told there's nobody where we are, so he's now signalling to the pavilion instead. Harmer over the wicket. Ackerman using his feet gets to the pitch of the ball. That was a very quick delivery. That was a medium pace in that one. End of the over. So 40 to go. So 8 left today, which is around about, well, if the spinners stay on, it'll be less than half an hour, but so tea in theory in half an hour, so I'll head off, and Sophia can come back on.
Thanks, Martin, or is it Martine? Martine. Well, unsurprisingly, nobody was cruel enough to call me Dick originally. It's Richard, but only in recent years, only my mother-in-law has ever called me Richard. And right, and speaking of which, Andy from Chesterless Street emails. Hi, Dick and team. Fantastic. This is verbatim. I use his words, so please don't be offended by any inference that you draw from it. Fantastic to have proper cricket back and thoroughly enjoying the commentary. As an Essex boy living in Chesterless Street, this is the game I've been looking forward to all season. A shame they haven't been able to play up here this year. Although I'm hoping for an Essex win, I also hope both teams survive the drop, so I can enjoy this fixture again next season. Hopefully in hopefully in person. I nearly said hopefully in prison. Well, hopefully not. Sorry about that. Well, I would say, to amplify that, very hopefully not in prison, and most certainly hopefully in person. Should have gone to you know who. As uses his feet there beautifully and gets the pitch. In fact, he might even got to it before it pitched, and just strokes it straight down the offside, just to the offside of straight for a single.
Not sure if he.
For a boundary.
Not sure he used the facilities there on that delivery. I don't think it bounced.
Sorry, I'll turn the sound up.
I think it was a full toss from Critchley there.
Oh, right. Yeah, I thought it was a full toss. We certainly turned it into one. Yeah.
We've been on the money so far, though. He's
yes.
threatening, especially to the lefty. I always think that off spin's the matchup. See, with the leg spinner turning it into the left-handed batter, but he's looked on the money.
Yeah.
Got a couple to take away from the lefty. Yeah, just now the team are just a little bit more up and about after those 2 quick wickets. Oh.
Oof.
Is that bounce before it went to Critchley? Must have. It's been dragged. towards the bowler when it should have probably have gone to Noah Thane's right-hander, extra cover.
And short of a length, carved away into the offside. Goes through for a single. And well, the throw finishes up being fielded by Shane Snater, some distance beyond the stumps. End of the over, and Durham having won the toss and chosen to bat at 2-12 for 3. Right, to continue Andy's email from Chester Street. Had hoped that young Charlie Bennett might have got a chance after his excellent performance in the One Day Cup. Looks like an exciting prospect. Yes, he's a quickie of some considerable pace and very tall. So, but no, they've chosen to go down another route, which is their prerogative. And then he finishes up with a with a personal comment to me. Well, I'm not fully retired from that area of activity. I'm fully retired from active participation, so they've now got me as chairman and president of the organisation instead. So it's a different sort of activity. So thanks, Andy, very much. Always good to hear from you, as it is indeed from all our emailers. And the next one being Rachel. It's just played quietly, defensively. Well, it's a small world, because this morning Martin was referring to having stayed last year, I think it was, in Kersey, in Suffolk. That's just played backward of squares, a nice looking shot. It probably will not run away to the boundary, and they go through for a couple of runs. Because Rachel is enjoying watching the live stream from sunny Kersey in Suffolk. And the Tour of Britain passed through Hadley before passing by Kersey. So, like buses, you wait for ages for Kersey to be mentioned, and it comes along thick and fast. Wonderful. Thanks, Rachel. That's just played out into the covers, no addition to the score. Graham tells us that there's a new record for Durham for the second wicket against Essex. That's outside the off stump, taken by the keeper. The old record was 104 by Hutton 43 and Jones 57 at Hartlepool in 1992. Graham the bookie, he signs himself. Riverside stand regular.
Ooh.
That's outside the off stump.
So close leave. It's not far away from his off stump there.
It wasn't, was it? No. Hartlepool. One of the very first games I covered was at Hartlepool. And that's just pushed away on the offside.
They are flying through the overs now, these two, aren't they?
They are, yes. Well, they only bowled 30 before lunch. Admittedly, you don't often expect them to get in with a full 32, but yeah. Kevin says that it's the Tom Pearce stand. I'm not quite sure what. Yeah, the Tom Pearce stand is away to our right. Critchley moves in, bowls, and it goes through to the keeper. We're having emails from all over the place. This is from Louisville, Kentucky. This is what I love about these emails.
Kentucky.
And that's played down for a single. Snater fields. I have to wait till the end of the over. It's, as Sofia said, you know, both these bowlers, they're not only slow bowlers, but they're very quick slow bowlers, if that's not a contradiction in terms, if you know what I mean. And they get about their business very quickly, which begs the obvious question. Sofia, are you a slow bowler or a quick slow bowler?
I'm a quick, especially now I've shortened my run up. I'm only about 5 steps, so it drives me insane when batters are still gardening, tapping away at the pitch, and I'm ready, especially in, obviously we don't play the red ball matches, that's hit to Harmer at cover, no run. But yeah, in the 100 especially, the time is so quick, always close to the cut-off, and seamers take ages, they always do, don't they? So it's down to us spinners to get through as quick as we can. There's been a few times now in the shorter format where I've had to sort of run through my over.
Yeah. I don't want you to give away too many tricks of the trade. It's the end of the over, a dot ball. But how many... It's not a very fair question. I'm going to ask it. How many balls in advance do you plan what you're going to deliver? No, don't tell me. And I'm sure it's not always the same anyway.
Yeah, it's not really the same. I quite like to bowl an arm ball first up to someone.
Yeah.
If I'm feeling good. I think it depends on how well I'm bowling.
Yeah.
Certain things I'll go really, really slow, or
Harmer in, and that's flailed out to wide long on just below us for 4 and below the Tom Pearce stand.
A bit full again from Harmer. But yeah, I would say in T20 and sort of that sort of format, I would say if I feel like someone's coming after me, I might chuck in a really slow one or bowl one from the back line, so they think it's coming fuller than it really is, and it just holds up a little bit more. I'm not too bad at bowling that sort of ball from the back line, so obviously the one where the stumps is on.
And that's gone hard, high, and handsomely over the boundary for 6. Very similar place to earlier in the over, but this time without bouncing. So that brings up McKinney's 100.
102.
And a very, very good 100 it's been, including 17 4s and 2 6s. And I don't think he's put a foot wrong.
I don't think he has either, although I do think there was a run there at mid-on.
Yeah.
I know
right.
it was to Porter's right. He just, obviously, it's Beddingham's call, isn't it? And I just felt like it's maybe just on his heels. And I'm not saying he ran him out, because obviously Bettingham was very slow to react, but I do think it was wide enough from long on to be a run. And it is Beddingham's call.
Right.
Apart from that, I think he's been very, very good. That one's close again. Yeah, obviously there was that diving one-handed off his own bowling, Simon Harmer, but it was a tough chance that.
That goes through to the keeper. I mean, this is what Sofia just said, is just one of the many wonderful aspects of this game. You can talk about it for ages. This tiniest little incident, and deep into the evening, you can still be chatting about it. And also the great thing is, probably there's no right or wrong. It all comes down to opinion, like so much in life does. End of the over, 226 for 3. Matthew, it was, in Louisville, Kentucky, says the language of the British people before English dominated, you'd have trouble finding any speakers of Breton or Cornish, but less closely related languages include Irish and Scots, Gaelic, not Celtic languages, but still Celtic. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Kevin Mansell, for your email, which I won't read, but thank you very much. We welcome all comments. As Harmer moves in and bowls. That's just worked away on the onside for a single. And these emailers have contacted us via, let's just play back to the bowler who gets a hand on it, and it just dislodges a bail again, but the batsman hadn't left his crease. The email address is essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. So thank you very much for your emails. That one's played back, and we would welcome more. End of the club cricket season at the weekend for most clubs. How did your team get on?
That was.
And woo.
Why is that gone?
Where has that gone? That's a good question. And it's gone for, the umpire's not sure, four runs down to deep mid-wicket.
Slater completely missed that as well. Of the year?
His third for Durham.
400 for McKinney, that was, in all. Third for Durham.
Got one for England Lions.
One for England Lions. Martin's telling me the stats.
Critchley again. That seems to pop up, but probably only off the pad, since Pepper didn't show any great inclination to hurtle around the stumps to catch the ball. End of another very quick over, quick in as much as didn't take long to get through.
Some pretty
200
good stats when you're 20, isn't it?
Sorry?
3
Yeah.
pretty good stats considering he's only 20, isn't it?
3 of them this year.
3 of them this year for Durham.
So 231 for 3, 6 to Ackerman, who's only come in fairly recently at the fall of those 2 quick wickets, and McKinley on 106. I haven't seen as much cricket as I normally do during the summer for various reasons, most of which I don't know. But certainly of what I have seen, McKinley's innings has probably been one of the very best. That's played away on the onside. No addition to the score. Harmer bowling over the wicket now. He mixes it up, not just his pace, but his line of attack as well. Over, round, irrespective of whether the batsman's right-handed or left-handed. Basically, he's not going to be dictated to. And that's just played out to short leg. No addition to the score. Diana emails us. Oh, and that's played out into.
You slapped it to me.
Yes, slapped. That's the word I was trying to.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Also,
There's no
always
other verb you
made
can
that
use
into
apart
a
from.
half volley there with the slap.
It is only a slap. I don't mean only, but you can't use any other word to
Raining at
describe
Worcester.
it. That's worked away into the covers. No addition to the score. Thanks, Diana, very much. I'll read your email at the end of the over, when there's just about time to grab a lungful of air and read an email. That's played out into the covers for a single. 2, 3, 3 for
really
3.
at the firing line there. Tracked down by Harmer, and he's nearly absolutely worn it. And what is he there for the lefty? I guess short. What would you call that? Silly mid-off, I guess, to the left-hander. He's nearly absolutely worn.
And that is played out into the covers for 4 runs.
Again, a bit full from
By
Harmer.
Ackerman. 237 for 3 at the end of that over. So Diana joining in the collection, she puts it, of far away emailers. Yes, because she's been emailing us for donkey's years. From Calgary in Canada. And she says, and the language is unrelated to Indo-European, Hungarian and French. Well, she should know. So thanks, Diana, very much.
Went on honeymoon to Calgary.
Really? Quite like to go to Canada, actually.
Kyan says, pleased to have Championship cricket. Would you consider this as a must-win if Essex are to stay up this year, and should they go down and there be a loss of key players chasing a chance with England? Always enjoying the commentary from Newry and Northern Ireland. And that's worked away for another single down to... no, it wasn't a single. I was reading the emails.
No, yeah, single. It's
Yeah.
long on. Single to long on. Kinney's on 108 now.
That is played with dogged defence, and for a big man, tall Paul Walter shows remarkable footballing skills. That's as he juggles it with the 4 feet,
It's probably got quite big
finding
feet,
his
hasn't it?
hands. That's outside the off stump, allowed to go through the wicket-keeper.
No excuse when you've probably got a size. I don't even know what size his feet are, but
That's Shane played defensively as well.
gets a very big stride, does Colin Ackerman, to those 4 defences. He's played that nicely.
Oh, and that's a slight... Well, it is a misfield, really, but it would have been a very good stop had Walter got a hand to it. It was already bounced, I hasten to add. So they do go through for further run. 240 for 3. Ackerman on 13, McKinney on 108.
50 partnership of 71 balls for these two. That seems to have flown by with these 2 spinners bowling.
Yes. Yeah, that 50 partnership has sort of come up quite quickly, really, because one minute we, if we're Essex fans, were sort of celebrating 2 quick wickets, and then they put on 50 odd for the next wicket, unparted. Sorry, the answer to your question, Kyan. Well, must win. As I said at the top of the show, it would be inconvenient if they were to lose, Essex being they, or either side. It's not must win in as much as if they don't, then a second division is a certainty next season, because of course there are, as just played out into the covers, there are so many other teams in the mix. There's basically Worcestershire, and who are most likely to go down, with any of 4 others. So it's not as simple as this, with respect, it's not as simple as, is this a must-win game? It would be very useful to win game, but there are so many permutations between now and the end of September, it's impossible to say.
And that's hit Charlie Allison again.
Yeah, quite.
You wouldn't want to be fielding in there.
Has pushed out in the offside. If Essex do go down, was the second part of his question, the corollary, will there be a loss of key players chasing a chance with England? I don't know is the answer to that. As Harmer moves in and bowls. I don't mean to appear dismissive, but obviously I don't. It's only those up in the corridors of power that know about these things. Well, the players themselves. There is this theory that it's easy to get an England place if, well, it's probably stronger than a theory. It's the statistics probably bear evidence to this, that there are more first division players in an England side than a second division side. But then again, once they make the England side, that's a dot ball at the end. It's relatively immaterial who they play for, because they never do. It's certainly not Championship cricket anyway. And the players are all trooping off for drinks. Is it drinks?
Is it tea?
Can't be tea. No, it's 3:15.
Well, we're half an hour earlier.
Oh, we are half an hour early. There's
Quarter past-
64. Yes, there's 64
quarter
overs
past
gone.
3 tea.
64 overs gone, which means there's 32 remaining, and that is tea. Yes. Well, okay. So tea is taken with Durham on 240 for 3, Ackerman on 13, McKinney on 108. The wickets to go, well, since lunch, were Alex Lees, who was LBW, to Harmer for 94, and then Bettingham, second delivery he received, he was run out without scoring. Whether it was his fault or not is debatable, so it would seem. And those 2 wickets fell with a score of 189, and the 2 incumbents, Ackerman and McKinney, have taken the score on to 240. So thanks very much for listening. We do have one more email. I wonder if I can quickly. I'll get onto that one, Tony, from Dagenham, after tea. I can't give it full justice, and I always say, if you've taken the trouble to put fingers to keyboard, the least we can do, as a matter of courtesy if nothing else, but it's plenty more besides, is to respond properly. So we'll talk about that after tea. So thanks, Tony, and thanks for listening, everybody, and talk to you again in about 20 minutes time.
except they never do. The amount of times they've missed tee by half an hour or whatever. But I think on this occasion the over 8's +4 because they've had the spinners on, so they're slightly ahead of schedule, and they could well finish around about 5:30. We shall see.
Yeah.
So Durham then are 240 for 3, won the toss, put themselves in. Ben McKinney has 108 from 173 balls. Colin Ackerman 13 from 26. Emilio Gay was out this morning, caught for 22 off the bowling of Doug Bracewell by Matt Critchley at mid-wicket. Durham 55 for 1 then. They didn't lose the next wicket till they had 189 on the board, and the 134 put on by Alex Lees and Ben McKinney was a second wicket record for Durham against Essex. I didn't bother looking it up because I just presumed it would be higher than that. But having said that, I think Durham have only beaten Essex 3 times anyway, so... anyway, that ended when Lees was out LBW to Simon Harmer. The ball pitching just slightly wide of the pads, but it scooted through quickly and angled back in on him and got him on the front pad. So he was out. Bettingham came in and played his first ball from Matt Critchley straight up to Jamie Porter at mid-on. Never looked up at all to see where Ben McKinney was. Set off for a run and then was amazed to see Ben McKinney was in his crease watching the fielder, because the ball went straight to the fielder and the fielder got the ball back to the keeper and he was run out on none. So Durham losing 2 wickets in the space of 6 deliveries. They were 190 for 3, T 240 for 3. It was a pleasant evening last night, nice sort of mild, warm evening. A nice warm afternoon today as well. This is Bracewell, isn't it? Is it? No, it's Snater with his longer hair. Coming down the hill for the first time from the gooch end. First ball bowled to Ackerman, no run. I went outside of the hotel to look at the eclipse, and I was receiving photographs from my daughters of the eclipse over Sunderland, because obviously the moon rose just above the harbour at Sunderland, so they had lovely views. I couldn't see anything, so I thought, oh, maybe we were a bit too far south, and then by the time I realised it was too late, Snater comes in again and bowls. That's defended by Ackerman, plays it back to Snater, and I went back over the main road to look from the hotel again, and then realised there was a sort of slightly lighter patch in the sky, and when I walked further across to the left, the moon was behind the hotel, so I missed what looked quite spectacular, blood orange moon, and then the eclipse. But
yeah,
I think it clouded over for quite a lot of people, didn't it, at the crucial moment?
Yes, it did. We didn't see it much in the south of the county.
Seems to be quite a delay here before Snater starts again. I think he's hurt his right hand. He's now coming in. Bowling to Ackerman. Ackerman plays the ball up to mid-off, no run there. Welcome to listeners on Sports Extra. Just joining us at the start of the evening session here in Chelmsford, Durham. 240 for 3. Ben McKinney has 108, his 4th century in first-class cricket. 3 of those for Durham, 2 of them for Durham this year, plus a century in Australia in the winter with England Lions. Came with a 6 off Harmer. He got there with a 6 into the Tom Pierce stand on our right-hand side. A little 2-tier stand in the corner of the ground. Snater bowling now to Ackerman. Ackerman pushes this along the floor to Walter at short mid-wicket. As I was coming round during the tea interval past the ice cream van, there were 2 guys talking, and we were already of the opinion this match was going to be 500 plays 500.
Well, certainly the way the pitch has been playing all day, really, all 64 overs, that would suggest the obvious, which will probably suit both. Well, it's not ideal.
Oh, there's a wicket, a thick inside edge.
On the other hand.
Now Ackerman has gone forward there, and then he's tried to play at a ball that was well wide of off stump. Didn't move his feet towards the pitch of the ball. The bat was miles from his body, and that's come off the bottom corner of the bat, ricocheted onto the stumps, and he's been bowled for 13. An awful way to get yourselves out. So Durham are now 240 for 4, and 2 self-inflicted wounds, him and Bettingham.
Yes, well, probably wasn't the break for tea that brought that about, a rejuvenation in the Essex ranks, just coincidence, but whatever it is, Essex will be pleased. And the visitors will be less so. Tony from Dagenham, I sort of left you hanging for 20 minutes. I hope it didn't ruin your tea on tenterhook, saying I'd sort of talk about this after tea. I haven't really got much to say. Oh, I'm sorry, I haven't read it out. I was wondering what is happening regarding the development of the county ground at Chelmsford. It all seems to have gone a bit quiet. Well, yes, it has gone a bit quiet, but that's what happens, I'm afraid. And I have nothing to say. not because I'm being political or anything like that, but I literally don't know anything. And if in other words, your guess is as good as mine, or your information is as good as mine, because I've got no idea. But regarding the redevelopment, leave that.
Ollie Robinson's the new man. It's gone off down towards backward point. He got 198 here against Essex last year, and then just totally went through a massive loss of form after that. I think it was something like 17 innings before he got another big score.
I know that the view of many Essex supporters, members, people who come here regularly, is that from their point of view, but then since when did the paying customers matter in this game, the way it is at the moment? They don't think any massive redevelopment is needed. Just needs a few cans of white paint used around the ground, which is in some places looking really quite tatty, not to put too fine a point on it. And
are you going to say that the only bee in the bonnet?
Well, it just needs a little bit of smartening up, not millions, but just a few hundred.
I was wondering if you would get that musical observation, but
as Harmer moves in and bowls, and that's just pushed out in the offside.
Snater, 27 wickets now this season with that departure of Ackerman. Who was it? Not to put a finer point on it, say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. There's a bird. There's a birdhouse in my soul or something. They might be giants.
Yeah.
Probably not on your musical radar.
No, I'm afraid not. No, I sort of switched off after ABBA.
Yeah, these were a few years after ABBA.
Most things are, I'm afraid. As Harmer moves in again and bowls, and it's just played out into the onside, no addition to the score.
There's a new sketch show series on Channel 4 of Mitchell and Webb, and they did this ABBA scene the other day from their luxury beach house on a side of a fjord in Sweden or something. It's quite good. I think you can go and see ABBA, can't you, as telegram images on a stage or something.
Oh well.
What do you call it?
There's the O2. Well, no, I don't know if it's still there, but there was this O2 thing with.
So it was ABBA in concert, but it wasn't actually them. It was holograms.
No, that's right. That's what I'm looking for. Hologram. Yeah. That's supposed to push down the onside. Harmer moves in again and bowls, and that's played out into the covers. They'll go through for one. Picked up well by Snater. It did sort of bounce up quite handily for him, straight into his hands, but nevertheless he did well. Good all-round cricketer, Shane Snater. End of the over, 241 for 4. Yeah, to my mind there are quite a few good situation comedies on the available to be watched at the moment, and there are plenty of people on the dreaded social media who disagree and oh, nothing's like it was in the days of the two Ronnies and all that. Well, plenty is just as good. It's just different. I think, I think there's more and more that as I get older that things aren't any better now or worse now than they were years ago. It's just different. And if
Yeah.
you don't accept the fact that things are different, then you just, dig yourself into a pit of misery. Gosh, that's a bit philosophical,
Yeah,
isn't
people watching the Two Ronnies Christmas special on a black and white telly during the days of the winter of discontent. Now watching it on a 55-inch plasma screen on the wall.
That's right.
Yeah, things were better. Here's Snater in the afternoon sunshine in Chelmsford, bowling to McKinney. That's played back to him, and he tries to steer the ball onto the stumps at the non-striker's end, where Ollie Robinson is, but doesn't quite guide it on there properly.
I hasten to add I did enjoy the Two Ronnies. I mean, I'm not knocking them in the least, and I thought they're, being a bit of a lover of words myself, some of their wordplay sketches, I mean, the one about, Mastermind giving the answer to the previous question was just brilliantly written.
McKinney waits as Snater comes in round the wicket from the gooch end. What did they used to call that end? Was it named after the road at the top?
Oh yes, it was the Hayes Close end.
Hayes Close end, yeah. They look like former council houses in that little block there. One, two.
It's a little sort of cul-de-sac, close, I think that's the word I'm looking for. Well, Hayes Close, yes. I don't know if they're council-owned or privately. A lot of estates that were built as council estates and now...
Ball played by McKinney up to mid on no run the net. I'm looking at the style of them, and they look very similar to quite a lot of housing estates around the Eltham area, certainly.
I think maybe
Greenwich.
The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 semis, the 10 houses we can see here are probably or were originally council.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I've wandered round the Hayes Close just for the hell of it, maybe one drizzly afternoon when there was no play here. And I think there's some pretty varied housing.
Yeah. McKinney leaves this one from Snater, goes through to Pepper, the keeper. No run there. Dean Elgar at first slip. He's got his red tinted sunglasses on the back of his hat, and they're glistening in the sunlight, so it looks like he's looking at us when he's actually walking away from us.
Yes.
And they're gripped around the back of his cap. Got one gully in place as well. In comes Snater again, and that's left by McKinney. Can hear starlings. It's that year, isn't it? That sort of time of the year when the starlings start to reappear in big numbers, and I would imagine a popular perch around here would be the floodlight pylons.
Yes.
Looking across to the floodlight on our left hand side, I can see a few starlings on there.
We do get... Oh, come back.
Snater bowling to McKinney, another leave. Goes low to the keeper.
We do at times get a surprising, from the ornithological point of view, we do get a surprising number of seagulls.
Yeah.
Here, which considering we're 20 miles from the coast is...
Yeah, they're everywhere though, aren't they?
Well, yeah.
They're all across the land.
Yeah. But at no ground more so than Sussex.
Yeah. Well, in Newcastle on the Tyne Bridge, they have nesting kittiwakes, and I think they're the furthest.
Oh.
They're the furthest colony of kittiwakes inland anywhere in the world, I believe.
Are they?
Yeah. So they're doing big repairs on the Tyne Bridge at the minute, so they had to erect kittiwake boxes to get them to sort of move the birds into them.
Harmer. From the Alistair Cook end, played back to the batsman, back to the bowler rather, by Robinson. It was Ollie Robinson, the keeper, who came in to the stumps that had fallen the last wicket. And he has yet to open his account, and still has, as he plays that quietly out on the onside, and Walter picks up.
241 for Durham.
Harmer again. Batsman goes onto the back foot, plays it square on the offside, and it will just fail to be hauled in by Porter. it always seemed to be running away from him a little bit. And it's not that big a boundary over there.
28.5 overs to go today. London Southend Airport. What's the crack there then? Can you go on holiday from there?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
It's becoming more and more popular. One of the budget lines flies frequently out of there.
Right.
That's just played down to Tom Wesley.
Are they an Irish company by any chance?
No, they're not.
Oh.
Unless the other one is as well, but I don't think so. No, their livery is predominantly orange.
Right.
The Irish one used to be there, but they're at Stansted.
Yeah.
But so the orange one, that's just pushed out to long off. But when the England women's team won the European Cup, England women's football team won it was a hive of activity because they flew back into Southend.
Right.
And the place was swarming with media, as you can imagine. And that beats the batsman outside the off stump, goes scuttling through. Harmer looks aggrieved, but, well, that is the lot.
How many airports do you want?
What, Essex?
Yeah. You've got there's the one at Earl's Cone.
Oh, well,
That's more, they bring a lot of freight in there, don't they, I think?
Do they? Yes. Oh, well, I mean, if you go down to little tiddly ones, then I don't know.
But you've got London City Airport's not too far away from here.
No.
Stansted.
And Southend. So, yes, another good reason to live in Essex. You can get out of it so quickly. Not that you would want to. And there's cruise liners. We ought to say there's cruise liners flying from, not flying, but sailing from Tilbury.
Yeah. New over, Snater to McKinney. McKinney plays this off towards deep square leg for a single, so he moves on to 111. Durham 248 for 4, so they're 2 runs away from a batting point. In terms of bowling points, Essex have already got one. I got that when Bettingham was run out for none. That was the 3rd wicket to fall with Durham 190 on the board at the time.
It's a warm enough day that I'm sort of moving around a little bit to keep out of the sunshine.
Yeah,
it is remarkably warm.
Yep.
Well, I haven't taken my jumper off either.
Well, I'm commentating up the steps now out the sun. Oh, inside edge there from Robinson. Onto his back pad, and just misses the off stump from Snater.
Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to contact us about any cricket related matter or anything we've been talking about really. And as you know from listening to commentaries, we are inclined to wander off piste at times, as long as we wander back.
Snater again to Robinson, playing a miss, pushing that one outside the off stump. It's gone to the keeper. Talking of off piste, can you get ski holidays from Southend then?
That's a very good question.
Probably.
Yeah, I think so.
We did a few years ago. We did Orange Airlines to Geneva, and then got the train round up to the mountain railway up into Switzerland. That was a lovely trip. Snater to Robinson, another playing a miss. He's trying to fish for balls outside the line of off stump, rising deliveries, and he's going to get himself caught behind here if he's not careful.
Well, yes.
Two balls left of this over. 27 overs to go after that. Snater comes in and bowls. Robinson gets behind the line of the ball this time, defends it, runs along the floor into the offside. No run there. Yeah, if you ever fly into Geneva, you get there's a train station underneath the airport, so you just come straight downstairs onto the train. It's a double-decker train, And if you go up into the restaurant car, it's got a glass roof, so you can have your lunch while the Alps are flying by through the roof. Fantastic view.
Very nice.
Up round towards Zurich. This is left alone outside the off stump, and that is the end of the over. So Durham are 248 for 4, just the one run from that over, which was a single at the start of it.
Only went on one skiing holiday ever, which turned out to be a bit of a disaster in the skiing respects. And from what I remember, we flew from Luton to Munich, I think, because it was in Austria that we were making idiots of themselves.
Did you not enjoy it?
Well, I went with 3 other blokes from the rugby club, so it was always fraught with danger when we went, really. Not so much to ourselves, but to the local inhabitants of wherever it was.
Yeah.
As I say, this was in my wayward 20s. I've since mellowed, of course.
So are you telling me that drink wasn't drunk responsibly?
One of our number broke his leg on the first morning.
Well done.
Harmer moves in and bowls, and that's... It didn't seem to be completely under control, but on the other hand, he's picked up a couple of runs into the offside there, so bringing up the 250, and a first bonus point for Durham to go with Essex's 1 by virtue of them taking 3 wickets. They've taken 4 in practice.
69.1 overs.
Harmer to McKinney. McKinney goes back studiously with a head right over the ball and keeps it out.
Right, I'll love you and leave you because I've got to go and do an update for Radio Newcastle.
Right. Okay, thanks, Martin. Harmer moves in, bowls it outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper. No addition to the score of... our screen's gone blank, but that one hasn't. 250 for 4. Harmer in again. Again met with stern defence. I think what I like about the way Durham have built this innings is there's nothing sort of diffident or half-hearted. They put, I think, without exception, all the batsmen have either played their defensive shots with great purpose or their attacking shots with great purpose. There's nothing been sort of in the middle. You know, the number of times we've seen batsmen get out, we're saying, well, you know, it was a bit of a sort of nothing airy-fairy type shot, but that could never be said about the Durham batsmen, who have played really well. Yeah, everything they've done with conviction. Oh, I'm about to do an update. I'd forgotten. I'm just going to switch your mic off, Sofia.
Thomas has told BBC Essex that her station's major music event at Highlands Park in Chelmsford should be a massive boost to the local economy. Artists such as Brian Adams and Steph Leppard were performing at Radio 2 in the park over the weekend. Tens of thousands of people were there.
It's just a huge collaborative effort, but it's worth it because what we have seen is when we were in Preston last year, the benefits to the local economy of Radio 2 coming to the city for the weekend was £5.3 million. So I'm really hopeful that we will be able to at least match that here in Essex.
Air Cadets in Harlow have been praised by the Defence Minister in the House of Commons this afternoon after the town's MP Chris Spence spoke about a visit to them earlier in the year. The Defence Minister Al Khan highlighted the many benefits of the organisation.
Air Cadets, from my perspective, at least, went to some STEM, sports, flying drones, and it truly was absolutely outstanding. And I would like to congratulate the Harlow Cadets.
I'll be doing an update pretty soon. And sorry about the lull.
Essex are hosting Durham at Chelmsford, where it's day 1 of the county championship. Durham won the toss and elected to bat and have made steady progress throughout the day. With the latest from the ground, here's Dick Davis.
And having won the toss, Durham have moved on very well indeed to 256 for 4. The present incumbents are Ollie Robinson, who's 10 not out, and most impressively of all day that is, is McKinney. Ben McKinney, who's got a priceless 114, not only priceless but faultless. I don't think he's put a foot wrong all innings. It's been a masterful performance. And other batsmen, well, the other notable addition to the score was Alex Lees, who made 94. Emilio Gay made 22. Colin Ackerman was the most recent out. Colin Ackerman, that is, for 13, bowled by Snater, playing it on. And Bettingham, well, it's debatable, but most people seem to think he rather lost his own wicket by running himself out. Others disagree, but then that's the essence of cricket. And so Durham find themselves at 256 for 4, and most definitely in the box seat.
And the weather forecast for Essex, dry tonight, we'll see clear skies for most of the time.
Right.
Dropping to 7 Celsius.
And Sofia has joined in as Snater continues to bowl from the far end. The Alistair Cook end moves in, bowls, and that's just played out into the covers. No addition to the score of 254 for 4, 256 for 4. And Essex needed to take quite a few wickets before the close of play. But then, you know, they are inclined to come along in batches, so that's not impossible by any means.
Yeah, they're looking to attack a bit more here with the 2 slips into Ollie Robinson.
Yes. Well, that certainly found the edge, but it's gone harmlessly down to a vacant third man for 4 runs. Yeah, so Gully may well have snapped it up quite comfortably, but there wasn't such a fielder, so it went through for 4 more.
Yeah, Snater's on top here in this battle, with him and Ollie Robinson, so just need to keep pushing here, keep testing his defences. He's not looked convincing so far against Snater.
No, I think, just looking at the almost 16 overs, Snater 1 for 52. I think he's probably been the pick of the Essex bowlers today. And that's played out to long off to skipper Tom Wesley, and it's the end of the over. So we have another 25 remaining today, which will be a 240, something like that. It'll be around about 22, quarter to 6, something like that by the time we finish, which is unheard of luxury, really. But then you expect to finish earlier with the 10:30 starts. Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you care to email us about any subject we've been discussing. Not exclusively cricket, but it's going to be, unsurprisingly, going to be Harmer back for his 21st over, 1 for 59. Harmer moves in, bowls, met with solid defence. Well, the ever broadening blade of Ben McKinney.
If they could get this wicket before close of play,
yeah,
really swing the momentum.
Goes on the back foot and plays it almost straight down to Tom Wesley, who's walking round or trotting round from wideish long off to more conventional long off to field the ball. Have you ever skippered any side in your career up to now?
I have indeed. I used to captain Wales a lot growing up, so probably from the age of about 12.
Oh, right. Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I did. I'd love to be a captain. Yeah.
Oh, well, one day.
Yeah, I hope one day I would like to skipper a county side. Yeah. But yeah, so far in professional cricket, I haven't experienced any leadership role or been in a leadership team, but definitely something I aspire to be in.
Harmer plays that down to long on. And at that level you were skippering Wales. Does anybody give you any form of guidance, or do they just let you sort of do?
I think in that sense, you get told, you know, you have to bowl everyone, of course, especially when it's about under 12s cricket. You know,
Well, yes.
People can't go for 2 hours and
No,
not do
the idea
anything.
is to give everybody a bit of fun, isn't it, really?
But I guess as I got older, in terms of playing under 15s, under 17s, under 18s, 19s, it became a bit more, free reign, I guess. But yeah, I guess, I always had that innate sort of captain. I guess I do think I've quite good cricketing brain, so that's probably did help me get that role growing up. But yeah, as I said, I haven't really experienced any leadership stuff probably since I was about 18 now.
Your turn will come, I have no doubt.
I hope so. I did captain a couple of the Essex 2s matches when I played, and yeah, it was very enjoyable. But it is a lot of work, so.
We were talking about the houses at the far end when it used to be called Hayes Close. And we've had an email from Sarah, which is quite remarkable because the email is exactly the same as the email of my wife, Sarah. So it can't be coincidence. And she says, that's outside the leg stump, goes through the keeper. And if she says it, I've been married long enough to know that if your wife tells you something, it's not an opinion, it is gospel. She says, I thought the houses in Hayes Close were to do with the old hospital. They may well have been. It could have been, nurses' accommodation or something like that.
And one of them is the head groundsman's house.
Oh, yes, that's the one in the corner.
Yes, the one in the corner.
Yes.
That's probably had plenty of balls into the garden.
Yes. As the next delivery comes in from, it's Bracewell rather, taking over from the far end.
That's a lovely commute into work, isn't it? Just hop over the fence, really, can't you?
Yes. So thank you, wife. I won't be too late at home. And I'm feeling a lot better than I was over the weekend, thank you. Mind you, I couldn't be feeling worse. As Bracewell moves in again, arm round over the wicket, bowls, and it's got him caught. Caught by keeper Pepper, and
strangled down the leg side.
Yeah, strangled down the leg side.
One of the worst ways to get out, isn't it?
Well, so they tell me, but we'll come back to that after I've written up the details. But suffice it to say, Robinson is out for 15, caught by Pepper off the bowling of Bracewell. So to give Bracewell his second wicket, only the first man to take more than one, and for 15.
That's a big wicket as well. Ollie Robinson, he's got a lot of stats behind him. He's a very, very, very good player. It's a big batter gone. Mind you, another good one comes out to the crease, and Graham Clark. Very underrated.
I got the impression there that Robinson didn't hit that.
Did you get the impression he didn't hit that? I'll have a look.
Thank you, Phil in Clacton, who's he too sadly not feeling too well today, but he hopes to be at the ground tomorrow. Okay, always good to see you, Phil. Always good to see you. So I'm here tomorrow. I'll make a point of coming and finding you. When off air, I hasten to add. Now then, Sophia, tell me, this has always been a source of puzzlement to me. Why is it always considered unlucky to get caught down the leg side? To my mind,
I guess
it's a misjudgment just the same as getting out any other way, isn't it?
I guess I'd much rather get caught, I don't know, trying to whack it and you're just trying to tickle it, aren't you, down the leg side? And
Well,
it's
yeah.
just a nothing. It's nothing. Not really. It's a nothing shot, really, isn't it? And
Well, it can be quite productive.
well, it can be quite productive, but I don't really know why they say that, but it's frustrating, I guess.
No, I can believe
Because
that.
I guess it's because the bowler's probably. That's not really where the bowler wants to be bowling, does it? So it's like you've got out to basically a bowler's poor delivery.
Yes.
Looks like I reckon he did hit it though on the replay. It doesn't look like it's near thigh pad.
So to the wicket comes Graham Clark.
He looks like he did nick that. Just looks more disappointed. He drops the head in disappointment. Yeah, I think he has hit that. I think it's more a disappointed drop of the head. I don't think it's...
Clark moves in, bowls, and that's just played out to long off for a single.
This frame here is awfully close.
I'm going to pause this.
263 for 5. Last man out, Ollie Robinson for 15.
That's when I could do with logging in on the proper NV Play portal and you get several angles of the dismissals, but...
Slight hiatus while the field is reset marginally. Need a theodolite or something to determine exactly where they've been moved to and from. That's just played with stern defence.
That's, to me, that's looking like he might hit it. Yeah, I don't know if he's thrown the head in like a disappointment or frustration.
So that's the end of the over. 263 for 5, and I never have got involved in all these inquests. I don't get any pleasure from it really personally. You know, que sera, sera, and as I always say, look in tomorrow's paper, and also the other. Well, that is assuming the papers ever print anything about cricket nowadays, and the other saying, which is or adage, yeah, they all even themselves out, the good ones and the bad ones. You only remember the bad ones. So it's all history. Nothing anybody can do about it. As Harmer moves in and bowls, and que sera, sera. Although that's talking about the future, not the past.
Yeah,
Harmer.
one more before the close of play, I reckon, and Essex will be...
Well, it wasn't really ever threatening to take another wicket, but there again,
just a bit of doubt.
McKinney did wander down the crease a few yards, but no, it wasn't sort of like the run-out chance that was taken, and one or two others that just went begging. Oh, that's... I'm not quite sure what that's off. We never will find out because it hasn't gone for runs or leg byes or nor to hand. I thought probably off the thigh pad or something like that.
It did sound fairly soft, didn't it?
Yes.
The noise, but Allison didn't really have a chance anyway.
Harmer in again, bowls. That's played with studied defence. Back to the bowler by Clark. Graham Clark. Rocks onto his back foot, plays it out into the covers, and they go through for 2 runs. Fielded on the boundary by Matt Critchley, who has 1 wicket to his name, that of... I caught the first one, Emilio Gay, yes. Okay, it wasn't actually to his credit, but he was responsible for it. Not that he should have ever dropped it, it was a bit of a sitter. That's just played defensively.
You
No
can see
addition to the
Harmer's
score.
just trying to bowl a little bit short here, trying to bring Charlie Allison of short leg into the game. The ball before that when he just missed his line, sorry, got cut. He's trying to bring Allison into the game, trying to get a little, again, a similar dismissal to Robinson, I guess, that flick off the hip, tuck it away and tuck it straight to short leg. This is the wicket they want though, McKinney.
So 265 for 5. Doug Bracewell bowling from the far end with Graham Gooch end right arm round the wicket to the left-handed McKinney. McKinney on 115. That's played off the hip. No run. Still a very warm, very pleasant late summer or early autumn day. Still a pretty good crowd. It's only 20 past 4. I look at my watch thinking it feels like 5 o'clock, and of course it's earlier starts, earlier finishes in September. That's flailed away out into the covers for a single, down to Critchley, a deep point.
I wonder if we'll see a little bit more of him towards the back end of the day.
Yes, let's hope so.
The spell was pretty good actually. It was on the money.
Yes, he usually is now. I mean, it's not, well, talk about preaching to the converted, you know, it's not that you're a wrist spinner, but yeah, wrist spin is notoriously the most difficult to control.
Yeah.
Which I can fully understand, having attempted to in club cricket with a singular lack of success. And that's played out on the onside. It did help us to discover parts of Essex that we'd never known before when we went to look for the ball when I was bowling. It's somewhere out there in the stinging nettles. Oh.
Yeah, I've tried to bowl a few left arm leg spinners and it's an absolute nightmare to pitch it.
Yes, they are, aren't they?
It could either be very full or a couple of bounces.
Yeah. Bracewell played out on the onside, no addition to the score. This new computer goes into sleep mode remarkably easily. But then I know how it feels, because I do the same thing. But yeah, you can adjust the sleep mode. I think I might do that. It seems to be about a minute and a half. It's probably not. I don't think you can put it in sleep mode for less than a minute. As next delivery. It's played with authority again, as I probably use that phrase with authority more times today than the rest of the season put together. But yeah, everything they've done has been with great purpose.
Clouds just covering the sun now. Just feel it go a little bit chillier.
Well, there was something hovering overhead. Presumably it was a helicopter. Not many other things hover. There's the next delivery. Oh.
Ground.
Yes. Yeah, down the leg side.
Nearly another one.
Trying to whip it away to the leg side and failed to make contact. Goes through to the keeper. Which will bring Graham Clark onto strike. I've been looking him up, not being too well acquainted. Born in Whitehaven on the other side of the Pennines. Do the Pennines stretch that far up? Yes, they probably do. In May 1993, so he's 32. The younger brother of Surrey's Clark.
Is he the younger brother?
That's what it says, yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the other way around.
Ah.
Got that one wrong.
It's played out to Tom Wesley, just fielding below us, just below the Riverside stand.
Both very good cricketers. Both very handy. Jordan Clark is a very handy cricketer. He was at Oval Invincibles actually this year.
Yeah. Pushed out into the covers. So you've played at the Oval, haven't you?
Yes.
I mean, obviously, when watching it on television or when one's there, that's just played defensively. Or even when one's commentating and afterwards, we have to go from one end of the ground to the other to get the inevitable interview, and we lurk at the bottom of the steps.
Yes.
We always look up, thinking that looks quite opulent. And presumably the facilities of a place like the Oval for the players are extremely good.
Well, actually, they've just been refurbished, and let me tell you, they are unbelievable.
Really?
Now, before I'm not sure what the home changing room was like. The women at the Oval were always in the away.
It's just played defensively.
And it wasn't actually that good in that. It was a nice changing room and it was a good facility. But you could tell it needed doing, and yeah, they've redone it this year, and yeah, it's something very, very good. There's 2 home changing rooms.
That's just pushed out to Wesley again for a single.
And they're massive. You know, they almost look like a rugby changing room or a football changing room. Quite dark inside, but
yeah, it's
your own space. So it's almost like the men's one is to the left and the women's one's here. And
oh right.
Yeah, it's very well done in there. The dining room's very nice. You can look out. I think it used to be like a bar area where there was hospitality. That's now all part of the players area. They've got massive ice baths. They actually during the 100 had installed a sauna. So yeah, we're talking a lot of money, and even the away sides, they're in the indoor school, but it's almost like a tent of gazebos. And to be fair, of all away changing rooms, they're not too bad. They've now brought easy access from sort of that indoor school straight out into the pitch as well.
That's just played defensively. Bracewell still bowling from the far end, the Graham Gooch end.
Yeah, before the away teams had quite the walk to the pitch. So from the indoor school, you had to almost, I don't even know where they walked, because obviously I've never been the away side in the 100, the double header, but it was quite a walk. Whereas now they've actually just built a hole just by the tunnels as where all the players sitting on the side sit, and they go straight to the indoor school from there.
Right.
Yeah, it is some facility.
Yes, quite.
My brother did pre-warm me. He actually played there a couple of days before, and I hadn't seen the brand new changing rooms, and yeah, they're seriously good. You know, very, very well kitted out with those sort of locker systems, and yeah, it's very, very much based off like sort of a rugby football changing room. Yeah.
Yeah. There again, top of the range rugby clubs and football clubs.
Yeah, yeah. We're talking, you know, Chelsea and
yeah,
and places like that.
Not where you're lucky if you get your own nail in the wall.
Yeah.
Bring a hammer and a nail with you. You might need it. That's goes through to keeper Pepper. Bit of an ineffective delivery there. And I mean, people love to know about this sort of thing, I think. So you referred to the excellent dining room. What's the grub like?
Wonderful, actually. Yeah, very, very good. You know, Lord's is up there. Lord's grub, but I don't know. Sometimes it's a bit fancy at times.
It's a very full length, and just dug out, played back to the bowler.
Yeah, it can be a bit fancy, the Lord's one, but like Surrey's up there for me. They always have soup. Do enjoy a bowl of soup and then dig into the main meal.
Yeah.
Lord's definitely beat Surrey for the dessert.
Oh,
They
right.
do very good ice cream, and unfortunately now I'm dairy free, so that doesn't help me. But yes, and the bread rolls at Lord's are excellent. I would give it to Lord's. I'll give it to Lord's.
That's just played defensively.
But sorry, it's a close second.
I find this sort of thing fascinating, I must admit, because
It is some feed at Lord's, I must say.
You have to bear in mind that county cricketers, they're in most respects in life, they're no different from the rest of us. They still all have the same human needs. We won't go into other human needs, but yes, they've all got to eat, so we all like to know what eating facilities are like. As Bracewell moves in, bowls, that's met to it. Defence again, just pushed out on the offside. And you were at Edgbaston yesterday. Did they look after you well there?
Well, as I said, we're at
you weren't at Edgbaston, no.
outground, but the outground food very good actually.
Yeah.
Well, the lunch was good. Unfortunately, the post-match food they ran out before I could get food, which is wonderful. But yeah, the lunch food yesterday was very good actually. But plenty of option. A bit of chilli, a bit of sweet and sour chicken. There was fajitas on offer as well. There was an array of food. But yeah, I feel like if I was at Middlesex, eating at Lord's every game, it's a feast. You'd have to keep running it off, that's for sure. I think one time I was there, I think I got through four bowls of ice cream.
Oh, right. Well, that wasn't compulsory. Harmer moves in round the wicket, bowls, and that's just played defensively by McKinney on 119. Despite the fact that he's got a century and an excellent century, he's not concentrating any the less. And praise to him for that. Well, I think there was another email I just overlooked from Richard, also entitled Ground Development. Why did that not come up in sequence? Richard from Suffolk, Halesworth. Oh, I know Halesworth pretty well, yes. We go to Southwold every day. Not every day, every year for a holiday. That's a ball of variable Yorker length, really, and the batsman comes down on it and keeps it out. I'm of the opinion that an upgrade to Chelmsford is required. He means the cricket ground, I presume, not the city as a whole, which is splendid. And it's outside the off stump. A palpable turn there, which is encouraging.
It was a lovely ball, that.
It was.
Just dipped, didn't it? It's a good leave.
It's
from
the first
McKinney.
one that's really done anything like that. Harmer in again. Ooh, and that misses Bales by too much. Harmer puts his head to his hands in despair. As it's just played out back to Harmer. And yet again he gets through his overs very quickly. A maiden. And the score remains on 270 for 5. Yes, Richard continues. The players' morale must be affected by walking into dressing rooms that look from the outside small and cramped. The away team changing in a marquee is not a good look. No, I must admit, I think that is most unchivalrous, personally. We must do something about the pavilion as a first priority. Capacity should be looked at as the club needs events outside cricket to generate revenue, in my opinion. Well, yeah, that would be nice, Richard, but where? It's a sort of quart and pint pot business, isn't it? It's enclosed on all sides by either river or by housing. I suppose the only side there's room for a little bit of development is the pavilion itself and the area behind it, but you can't really, there's not a lot of space to wallow in the luxury of. But yes, I had overlooked when whoever it was talking about ground redevelopment. I'd overlooked it from the players' point of view. That's just Critchley back into the attack from the far end. That's again just forward defensive or backward defensive rather.
Yeah, I thought I'd see him bowl a second spell.
Yes. Critchley again. Well, I'm not sure if he asked the that was hit back to Critchley, and I think he just politely asked the umpire whether
He's
that
full
was
of
out.
energy, is Critchley.
But I've had many a chat with Matt Critchley. He's the most charming of people. You've he's a lovely fella.
A good person. He's always full of energy.
Yes.
Always bouncing around. And
Yeah, lovely bloke.
seems like someone good to have in the dressing room.
Moves in now and bowls. And that's chopped away, backward of square on the offside. They come through for 2 runs.
A slight fumble which led to that 2 runs. I reckon if he had stopped that cleanly, I reckon if they'd gone back for 2 it would have been close.
Critchley again gives it, if anything, a little bit more air even. But he seems to me to have improved immeasurably since he first came to Essex as regards his bowling.
Yeah, he's a very handy cricketer, isn't he, in
He
all
is,
facets
really.
of the game.
He's a good reader of the game, intelligent bloke. I mean, it's not for me to say, but on the other hand, it's my opinion is as valid or invalid as everybody else's. I think when Wesley called it time to call it a day, then to my mind, Critchley will make an excellent captain.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who takes over, won't it?
To my mind, we're not saying, I hasten to add, sometimes comments can get stretched. You know, it's a bit like social media. People can say something and it gets taken totally out of proportion. I'm not saying there's any hint whatever that Tom Wesley is due to retire as captain.
No, I reckon he's got a couple more years in him.
Yeah.
He's still churning out runs, isn't he?
Well, this season he's done really well with the bat, yeah, and he's given himself a bit more of a bowl, which is commendable. Harmer. That's just played out to mid-on.
It's Charlie Bennett at mid-on again. So
Oh,
he's come on for someone.
Yeah, it is. I think that's...
Who's he gone on for this time?
Yeah, that's played defensively.
Bracewell, is it? Might be Bracewell. Yeah,
Could
it
be.
looks like it is Bracewell. Back in.
Charlie Bennett. You reckon that is?
That is Charlie Bennett.
Yeah. And...
Oh, it's gone the wrong way. It's wrong-footed. Simon Harmer.
We're about to come to an all change, and I've lost track of who's staying and who's going. It's the, you know.
I think we're shuffling down one, aren't we? I think it's me and Martin.
Yeah, I think you're right. Excellent. Right, we'll take it to the end of the over, and then I'll disappear as if in a puff of smoke. It's just pushed back to the bowler. No addition to the score of 273 for 5.
Into his 25th over now, Harmer.
Played diligently off the back foot, diligently and defensively. Just picked up by Allison at short leg. And that's picked up a single there, and it's picked up by the unmistakable figure of tall Paul Walter. Right, so yeah, we have to do a double change here so that Martin can sit in his chosen corner, and he's now on air. Right, so I can disappear.
Nobody puts Marty in a corner, is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
Kevin Howells thanks us. I presume Sports Extra have gone off elsewhere. The ball's been changed again. So this is the first proper new ball. The original one was changed after 38 overs, and then it wasn't long after that actually that Lees was out. Was it 38 or 48 where it was changed? I wrote it down at the time. Ball 38 overs. Actually, look when was Lee's. No, it was a little bit later, wasn't it? It was probably about an hour later. Oh, somebody down there with a lovely cold pint of beer. Drinking responsibly in the heat where they won't get sunstroke or dehydration. Haven't got a hat on. They've got the factor 50 on. Have you got anything on today?
Yeah, always on the face.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I went for factor 30 today. On account of the fact that I thought I'd be sitting in a greenhouse by mid-afternoon. And,
Oh yeah, always put it on the face.
this is Jamie Porter.
Jamie Porter, yes, into the attack with the new ball.
Here he is, bowls, and Clark wallops that out to the shopping centre. That's 6. That was effortless, straight over square leg.
And it's some avoidance in the crowd. You spoke about it earlier, poor fielding in the crowd, and he's ducked out of the way of it. Just in front of the London Southend Airport sign, which we've spoken about already. That's a lovely start, Graham Clark against Jamie Porter.
Porter earlier, 15 overs, and he'd taken no wickets for 51, 3 maidens, so now on for 57. So Southend, London Airport, which you know any of London, is that your favourite? Or do you prefer London Stansted, which is also miles away from London? Next ball's left, it's gone through the keeper.
I've never flown from Southend.
Have you not?
I've flown from Stansted.
Yeah.
For an Essex trip, an Essex tour. We went to Abu Dhabi.
Ah, very nice.
It does do some long haul actually.
Yeah.
But we're not far from Heathrow, and it's just straight on the Elizabeth line, isn't it? So
Is it?
Yeah, it's not too
Where from?
Well, you can go you go from Liverpool Street on the normal Greater Anglia.
Oh, to Heathrow, you mean?
And then you
so you would get the train down from Liverpool Street to Liverpool Street.
And then you go Elizabeth line to Heathrow. Yeah.
They've decided this ball's going to be changed again after 2 deliveries, so I'm presuming the 6 that Graham Clark hit, which was the first delivery, has broken the ball. I have seen this before. The first day of the season at Chesley Street in about 2013, 2014, third ball of a match, and Mark Stoneman hit a 6 against Somerset into the steps, and the ball had to be replaced. So this one has gone into the stand on the sort of east side of the ground, southeast side of the ground, and it looks like it's going to have to be replaced. It's been used for 2 deliveries.
Typical, really, isn't it?
Essex players are sitting down, the majority of them lying on their backs doing some stretching exercises. Drinks being brought out for the batsman, and Simon Harm has jogged off the field to get a replacement new ball. So that means Essex are about 80 quid down. They're about 80 quid for a new ball, is it? Or 60?
No, yeah, these are expensive actually. I think the Kookaburra white ones are expensive, let alone these. Yeah, these have got to be near £100, I reckon. I remember someone saying that Kookaburra, I think it's turf do we use in the 50 overs? They're expensive and they do not last 2 minutes, those white balls. I think they're about £60. So I bet these are upwards of that.
Porter again to Clark. It's gone through to the keeper.
Nice bit of carry there.
That's left as well.
Too much movement from that delivery, as I can tell on the replay. Just need to find one here before close of play. Swing the momentum back for Essex.
Clark defends this one. Just clouded over again a little bit, but
It's a bit chillier when that cloud goes over.
yeah, we've got plenty of blue sky, but there's bigger, darker clouds sort of drifting in batches now, whereas the start of the day it was just lots of little fluffy white cloud and lots of sunshine and blue sky. Last ball of the over, with an over that's taken 2 balls. And that's the 6th delivery, the 4th delivery with a second new ball. After the first new ball, got damaged first ball.
Yeah, probably could have left that one, Graham Clark. I think he thought it was full enough to drive. Just pretty wide. 2 slips in with a new ball. It's probably best to leave that alone, and brought the interest to Jamie Porter there. A good end to the over after poor start. Getting dispatched over square leg. Snater's going to come on from the other end.
There was a period a few years ago after COVID where they were replacing the ball all the time, and I actually contacted Dukes and asked them what was going on, and the chairman of Dukes trying to suggest it was a bad batch of cows, but I think what had been happening was the balls need to be lagered, which means stored. When it's leather goods need to be stored for a period of time so they mature, and such was the because the factory had stopped producing balls during lockdown. They were basically sending them out in a just-in-time fashion, so the shortage meant they weren't having the chance to store and mature properly. Well, that was about 4 years ago. There's Sneaker balls to McKinney, who's on 120. McKinney defends that one. McKinney's been very studious here. He's faced 216 balls now for his 120. And I just did an update a few minutes ago for the BBC live cricket page. So you can go on there and see all of the input from all of the different commentators around the country. They've got a team of reporters feeding into that as well, so there's a rolling story of how the day develops from all the matches and all the colour and whatnot. As Snater comes in again, McKinney defends this one too, rolls up towards mid-off, and I said on this track, to be 5 down, Durham need more runs on the board. So I think they were around about 270 for 5 at the time. I said realistically, in terms of what could be achieved on this track, that 270 should really have been for about 3. And if you look at the last 2 wickets, Ackerman got an inside edge to Snater and dragged it onto his stumps on 13. He never moved his feet to a wideish ball. Snater bowls, that's played down the field. No run there, it's gone to mid-on. I thought initially from Ollie Robinson's reaction that maybe he hadn't clipped the ball down the leg side, but he is. He's got a propensity to do that. He does get caught down the leg side, and I looked at the replay again just to see the body language, and I agree with you. I think it was disappointment that he played the shot more than that he didn't hit it. There was certainly a noise, but I was wondering at the time if the noise had been the ball clipping the thigh pad, but it's left alone outside the off stump. Watching the replay, and I ran the ball back and forward, sort of tracked its path. It wasn't near the thigh pad. It didn't look like it was near the pad, so he's got a feather of an edge, bottom corner of the bat, I think.
Yeah, it just looked like in the body language, you know, you feel like when you drop the head like that, it's giving that you know you've...
And the fans' forums, the Durham supporters all chatting among themselves about the match. Oh, playing a miss there. That just moved on McKinney. And pointing out that, and it's a good argument against doing this, but somebody said that if you take out of the equation Colin Ackerman's first game of the season, where on his birthday he got 100 in both innings at Nottingham, since then he's averaged 21 in the Championship. And Ollie Robinson, since he got 198 here last year in June, struggled for runs after that for quite a considerable period of time. This is a defensive shot here from McKinney. That's gone into the covers, no run there.
Just a bit of shape on offer for Snater, just away from McKinney. A good start, made an over.
And you know, Bettingham running himself out when he hadn't got a run on the board. Ridiculous moment there. So those three there have managed to accrue 28 runs between them in the middle of the order, and this has been a bit of an issue for Durham this year. That middle order was delivering more runs regularly last year. So Ben McKinney is the man who's holding things together here for them. He's on 120 from 221 balls. Graham Clark is now on 13 from 32, including that 6, the first ball from Jamie Porter, with the new ball, which slammed into the seats and then had to be replaced. So here's Porter to start his second over with the new ball, coming in from the Graham Gooch end of the ground. Right arm over. He's got 2 slips and a gully for Clark. Clark plays and misses at that one. And a bit more pace on it.
So it's got a bit caught on the crease there, did Graham Clark. Just didn't really go back or forward.
Yeah, not moving the feet there. So what have we got? 13.5 overs to go today. And Durham have got to think that they get back in here, only 5 down, and don't lose another wicket. If they lose 1 in this final little session here, that could easily lead to be 2. That's left alone, might have off stump.
Yeah, I agree. I think if they go into the end of play 5 down, I think they'll be pretty happy. Following, as you said, those 3 dismissals in the middle order.
I mean, to be just, you know, they lost only the 1 wicket in the morning session, then 2 in the afternoon, and now 2 since tea.
Yeah, and obviously with Essex, I think they'll want to try and get 1 or 2 more, and get the momentum into tomorrow.
Clark plays this one safely along the floor to mid-wicket. There's a car alarm going off in the car park. I haven't got a clue if it's mine because I'm in a higher car, so I couldn't tell you what it sounds like, but I do remember Alan Green once commentating on a football match on 5 Live. I think it was at Anfield, and they announced, could the owner of a car please contact the stewards, and in the middle of the commentary said, "That's my car." Porter to Clark, that's left alone. We've got 2 balls left of this over. It's been a maiden so far, 280 for 5.
More on the money here though, Jamie Porter. That one's just shaped back.
They've added 18 so far, these 2. Last wicket fell in the 73rd over. New ball introduced when Durham were 276 for 5 after 80 overs. We're now in the 83rd. Porter comes bounding in past the umpire, bowls. Clark forward to that one, pushes it out through the covers. It's heading off towards the pavilion. It's being chased all the way across the field by Allison. 2 runs. Clark on 15, McKinney on 120, Durham 282 for 5. So 18 runs away from a second batting point. Essex 1 wicket away from a second bowling point. Essex started the day 12 points ahead of Durham. Both have only won 2 games this season, but Essex ahead because they've had a couple more draws. Porter bowls again. And that is the end of the 83rd over. The league table this morning had Worcestershire at the bottom on 89 points. They've won just the once. Durham play them next week. Now, Durham beat them in 2 days at New Road this year in April. They also beat them I think it was in 3 days at Kidderminster last year. If they managed to get the final wicket to win the game very late on day 3, and if they hadn't got over the line on day 3, day 4 would have been a washout. So they beat Worcestershire last year and this year away, but Worcestershire then came and beat Durham in Chesney Street, so it's not
struggling a bit
not a
today,
given.
though, aren't they? 158
It was 6
for
down
8
pretty
now.
quickly, weren't they? Yeah.
158 for 8. There's a ground delay there.
Stayed around the wicket from the river end. That's defended by McKinney. So they've actually recovered quite a bit from where they were. I think
Roderick's 43 not out. Taylor got 40. Yeah.
What were they 6 for? What have you got there?
Oh, wow. See if I can do this. God, there's quite a lot going on here with the rain delays. It's always wet in Worcestershire.
Snater comes in, bowls. McKinney forward to this, plays it off to Walter in the covers.
Oh yeah, you're right. 53 for 6.
Yeah. So what are they? 148 for 8.
158 for 8.
158 for 8. So it's been a bit of a recovery.
Probably still not quite enough, is it? But
Well, they're playing knots today because I rang Dave Bracegirdle this morning. Didn't know where he was. I said, "Where are you?" He said, "I'm at New Road." All right, okay.
it's very wet at Somerset as well, isn't it?
Ball played off to mid-wicket, no run there. Yeah, there's a lot of rain across the west of the country.
End of the day, actually, at Somerset.
Yeah.
Did you see the slip of Tom Kohler-Cadmore? It's on the Instagram I saw earlier, County Championship.
While fielding?
No, he was batting and obviously just must be slippy, the pitch, and he slipped and should have been run out and then managed to crawl back in.
Did they let him crawl back in?
Well, they shied and they missed,
Right.
unfortunately. He would have been long gone.
Snater bowls a wideish ball to McKinney, who drives the ball out into deep extra cover for 1.
It just showed how wet it's obviously been down there.
Yeah.
Because he went absolutely flying.
Well, when Durham played there at the start of the season, nobody had any idea how the track was going to play because they hadn't had any cricket on there at all. It had flooded something like 5 times during the winter again. And last year, when Durham played them away, it was also early in the season, they played in Kidderminster because I think New Road had been flooded 8 times. And I was talking to the groundsman, and he said that on one occasion he actually found fully grown fish in the nets. Start of a new over from Snater bowling to Clark. That's left alone. 283 for 5. So he is a fisherman, and he went and got his net to recover the fish that were swimming around in the nets to get them back into the river. But there's been plenty of talk about Worcestershire maybe moving from New Road, and there was a suggestion I heard about that maybe creating a new ground up on the top of the town, up where the rugby complex is. Snated to Clark, defended on off stump, but I don't know where
those nets are always very stodgy.
Yeah.
It's the word I would use, stodgy. I've actually, wicket
I see
when
a
I've
video
been
of it.
there have always been alright, but the nets are always a bit of a pudding, really, aren't they? I mean, it's very wet where the nets are.
Nice spot at Worcester, but quite often when the floods come in, they don't come in straight off the river. The flood backs round from a stream that comes down through the King George School playing fields, and it comes in from that side instead. So a few people suddenly got up and leaving here. There's still 12 overs to go, so maybe they want to get home for tea. Bus pass kicks in after 5 o'clock. I don't know how it works. And off they go. There are a few Durham fans down here, and bumped into Michael Buckingham at lunchtime, who is from Sunderland, from Whitburn, but lives in Ipswich. Porter coming in here to bowl to McKinney from the Gooch end. Start of a new over. McKinney plays the ball safely into the covers, no run then. He regularly comes up to Sunderland from Ipswich. He'll come up on a Saturday morning to see the home matches at the Stadium of Light and then drive back to Ipswich again.
Flipping hell.
So that used to be about a 4-hour journey before all the managed motorways and average speed cameras and all that. It's not sure what it would be now. Took me more than 5 hours to get here yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Port around the wicket to McKinney, leaves that.
Thank God we've got that trip up to Durham out the way.
Mm.
Oh, well, was it 2 trips actually? Yeah, 2 trips.
Can't remember what did you beat Durham in the
we
T20?
played the first game of the season, the 50 overs, and we had a very poor game. Very poor game.
Where was that?
That was at Durham.
At Chesley Street.
Yeah, first game of the season, 50 over.
When you say it was a poor game, was it because it only lasted about 25 overs in all or something?
It wasn't that bad. We didn't bat very well.
Oh, Porter's bowled McKinney off stump. And he went forward to the ball, but he didn't get his bat down there. Durham 283 for 6 are leaving runs out in the middle. Essex will be more than happy with how things are going here. McKinney out for 121. And
very good ball from Porter actually. It's just shaped to hit the top of off stump. McKinney played down the line and it's just gone past his outside edge. Very good batting performance from him though. It's a big wicket for Essex.
Well, the last few partnerships, Ackerman went with this partnership on 50, Robinson 22, and that one 21. An ovation for McKinney, who has really batted well here today. Goes to a really good delivery in the end, and he faced something like 226 balls.
200, yeah.
Is that right?
Definitely 200 and something. It took a very good ball to get him out. It was just did enough, didn't it? 228 balls it's taken. He was out there for.
Well, I don't think Durham have done well enough in the circumstances here on this track. Ben Rain now coming out to bat.
Yeah, this is a big partnership for them now, isn't it? But I agree, that's a huge wicket for Essex, and that just boosts the confidence. As you said, with 11.3 overs left in the day. Got an early wicket with the new ball. They'll be pushing for a couple more here now. And as you said, yeah, Durham want to be around 400 plus, really, don't they?
It's 228 balls in the end for McKinney. I'm going to do a quick update for Radio Newcastle, and I'll be back shortly.
Left-handed Rain on strike. Gully 2 slips. Noah Thane just going out to long leg. Porter running into bowl. It's left alone outside the off stump. It was a very, very good ball to McKinney. One of those balls that just does enough. Doesn't have to do that much. Essex should be feeling confident here going into the final 11 overs of the day. Porter's in, running into bowl. It's flicked up towards mid-on. Bracewell does the fielding, no run. Sun's just reappeared behind the cloud. And he struck on the pad and it's out. Looked in front of all three, to be fair. I think it was back pad. Just looking back on the replay, and sort of a prod from Ben Rain, and it's a big over for Essex here. Porter's got 2 in the over. And Durham are really falling short of where they'd like to be in terms of that runs. I think it's Matthew Potts going to be in soon. Oh, it's front pad. Maybe sliding down leg on the replay, but didn't really get a big stride in. Probably didn't do him any justice, but Ben Rain's gone for a third ball duck. It's double wicket maiden for Jamie Porter, and how things have turned for Essex. Very, very, very good over for Essex here. It's Durham moved to 283 for 7 now. And Essex will be looking to try and bowl them out here with the new ball and 11 overs left coming into the tail. Really pull themselves back into the game here with some poor dismissals from the middle order as we've spoken about before, and some very good bowling from Porter there as Matthew Potts walks out to bat. It's the end of the over, and we'll see Snater come in from the Sir Alistair Cook end. Still a very healthy crowd here at Chelmsford. Graham Clark on strike here, and this will be a big wicket for Essex if they can get this one, really get into the tail as Snater runs into bowl. That's a lovely shot, just backward point, and it's sailed away for 4. Just lent into it, wasn't really that short, just a back foot punch just behind square, and it's 4 runs. Got 2 slips and a gully, similar to Porter's field, the long leg in place as well. That's a lovely shot from Graham Clark. Lent into that one. It, again, I guess he just overcompensated there. Snater bowled one a bit too short, and then he's bowled one a bit too full there. And Graham Clark has said, thank you very much, lent into it, straight through covers for 4, and it's 2 back-to-back boundaries.
Well, the Durham middle order today, it's done nothing, has it? Bettingham none, Ackerman 13, Robinson 15, Rain none. You think, well, Lees added 94 and McKinney added 121. Gay made 22. Slater in. And Clark plays that one safely away. I just watched the replay for the McKinney one. As you said, it was a really good ball. It just nipped back in slightly and just clipped the top of off, didn't it?
Yeah, it's only going to do a little bit, hasn't it?
But Rain there, 3rd ball duck, LBW.
Do you think the Rain one was out? Like it could have been sliding, but he didn't really get much of a stride.
He didn't get
did
forward, did he? That was the thing.
It was very, very much caught on the crease, wasn't it? It wasn't. It was more of a prod, I would say. And that's just pushed into extra cover. Critchley does the fielding.
Just watching it again.
He did have a look back at where he was.
Does it hit the back pad or the front pad?
I don't know. I originally thought back pad, but I do think it's front, so that's why I think it could have been sliding.
No, I think I'm looking at it. I'm trying to roll it back and forth. He's played around it. I think it hits the back pad.
If it hits the back pad, it's yeah, it's definitely out, isn't it? It's just whether
anyway, they're 7 down, and they are at risk of leaving quite a substantial amount of runs out there. They've only got a fairly weakened bowling attack when you see that they're relying a lot on Ben Rain and Matty Potts, and then you've got Sam Connors, who's hardly played any cricket this year and hasn't had much of a run in the Derbyshire team in the last 2 or 3 years either, with injuries and whatnot. And then Callum Parkinson as your spin option. Next ball's defended. I think they might be calling upon Colin Ackerman to do a bit of work. And the issue is Durham have struggled to bowl teams out. So I'm looking at this track, I'm thinking this is a good batting track. There's, you know, people talking about this is 500 plays 500. If Durham are out here for sort of 320, and then Essex come in and score 500, given Durham's inability to bowl teams out regularly this season.
Yeah, I think it's just a must that Graham Clark stays out here until the end of the day, isn't it? I mean, he's just hit 2 lovely boundaries off Snater. He's got to get quite a few more runs here for Durham. They want to get up to a healthy score, don't they?
Well, Potts came in as a night watchman last year at Edgbaston. He's facing here Porter.
Oh.
And he's been bowled. He's lost his off-stump bail.
What a ball.
And I think Durham will be all out tonight, quite frankly. You're now looking at how many overs are left in the day.
He's found his radar here now, hasn't he?
And if Durham are dismissed in the next couple of overs or so, they could actually end up in a position where they have 2 or 3 overs at Essex yet today. But this has turned into a sorry affair. Now 291 for 8. They might even miss the second batting point here.
I was just going to say that Potts is no mug with the bat, and good job I didn't.
Well, what I was going to say was he came out last year at Edgbaston, and Durham were 3 down very early in their second innings, and massively behind.
He's on a hat-trick, is he? No? Again,
no, because I think McKinney was 84.3 deliveries.
What about
Rain was 84.6. That's what I think. I'll check that for you.
So, yeah, is it this ball? A hat-trick ball?
No, because the last over, I think there was 3 deliveries between. Let's have a look. 84.3, 84.6, yeah. So there was 3 deliveries between the wickets in the last over.
Oh no, I'm on about. Is it was Ben Rains and Potts back to back?
Oh yes, sorry, yes. Yes, sorry, yes. Yeah, so that was the start of the over, wasn't it?
Yes.
So 86.1, right? Yeah.
Again, not much foot movement from Potts. I mean, it's a good delivery. It's just nipped off the seam and hit top of off. It's a bowler's dream as the crowd gets up.
So Porter on a hat-trick. Sam Connors is the hat-trick ball. As Porter comes in, right arm over, bowls, and it's gone through to the keeper. So I don't have to look up hat-tricks now, but the last hat-tricks, well, it's been 3 hat-tricks against Durham. One of them was for Essex, Danny Law for Essex in Chasley Street in 1998.
He's really found his radar now, Porter, though. He's on the money here. He'll be looking to clean this tail up soon.
So did Potts go first ball there, did he?
Yeah, first ball. Are you hanging around?
Next ball is bowled to Connors. It's gone to the gully area, no run. Callum Parkinson will be the final man to come in. Potts bowled first ball. Fall on the wicket, 291. Porter has 3 balls left of this over. Connors forward to that one, guides it down to the gully area once more.
Good reach of those long levers from Paul Walter. It's a long way down.
Two balls to go in the over. Connors on strike, turns this away down towards fine leg and is off the mark. 1 run. 292 for 8 then. 808 from a batting point. Clark plays this one out in the offside end of the over. So just the 1 run from the over, I think, wasn't it? And the
yeah,
wicket.
just the one down to fine leg. But I think this will be a big matchup here. Clark v Porter. Porter's been on the money and he's actually not bowled many balls at Graham Clark yet. But if they can try and get Porter to bowl a couple more balls at Clark.
Bracewell replacing Snater then at the Alistair Cook end, the river end of the ground.
Yeah, Snater actually just didn't really find a lot of movement when he came on with the new ball, actually. So Porter's been getting it a little bit off the wicket, hasn't he? Snater struggled a bit. Wasn't really much shape on offer. See if Bracewell can find a bit more.
Johnny Esland, story of Durham's season. The middle order just hasn't fired this year. Especially Bettingham, who's been juggling international commitments when he missed quite a bit of time with a broken toe as well. Durham have missed his runs. So then, Doug Bracewell, the New Zealander, from the river end, bowling to Connors, who turns that nicely out down towards deep square leg, coming back 4-2, and he's past the keeper as the stumps are broken.
I thought that was going to be close then, that second run, but in the end, easily home. Good running from Connors. Creeping up to that 300 mark, Durham.
Bowler comes in, shortish ball, inside edge from Connors. It misses his stumps and goes off down towards fine leg. Don't think he knew anything about where that had gone, but he gets a single. Durham. What's that? I don't know what it was, but it was noisy. Connors on 4, Durham 295 for 8.
Good news is there's no cloud near that sun now.
Bracewell, right arm over. It's come off the pads of Clark. It drifts down towards backward square leg. Must have been a bit of an inside edge as well, because James Middlebrook hasn't signalled a leg bye. Here comes Bracewell again. That's gone down the leg side.
It's going to be 4.
That's 4 runs.
4 leg buys.
4 leg buys. So that takes Durham up to 300 in the second batting point.
He's just drained a little bit too straight, isn't he, Bracewell? Most shots have been a flick off the legs. Just needs to find his line here. Hone in on that more off middle region. If he's straying on the pad, it's probably not going to worry Connors too much. That's better.
Forward comes Connors. Plays that safely up to a mid-off no run there. .4 overs when they got the batting point. And the new ball introduced after 80 overs, so its first over was the 81st, has taken 3 wickets in 5.1 overs. He's defended by Connors on off stump, plays it back up towards the bowler's end.
The wind has just got up then. Sudden gust of wind come through into the commentary box.
End of the over. 300 for 8. We have 8 overs remaining this evening, or this afternoon. It is only 5:15, so that is... We're going to finish slightly late. The wickets have slowed things down a bit, but half an hour from here, you're looking at about maybe 5:45 finish.
Be a nice early tea at least.
You got, what's your plan for your tea?
I don't know. I don't have any protein in the house. When I say meat
Yeah.
in the house, so. I'm gonna
Are
have
you told what to eat or not?
Oh, not really. I think just, I guess, everything in moderation, isn't it?
Yeah.
More than anything.
Porter to Clark. Clark played at that. I never saw where the ball went there, but eventually the keeper sort of moved just very slightly and the ball ended up in his gloves.
Just outside the outside edge, actually.
It's too bright to see at the minute.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Although I really don't want that sun to go round.
It's the ground is bathed in bright sunshine, but it's so bright it's almost making the grass look a bit sort of silvery.
I also wonder if those people that got up and moved were actually moving over there.
Well, maybe into the shade.
I wouldn't put it past them.
The little stand in the far corner, the southwest corner of the ground, is in the shade with the apartments behind it. Connors to Clark. Clark plays this down towards backward point for a single.
If they have left, they've missed some of the best bowling from Essex with this new ball, haven't they?
25 now, Clark has. Durham 301 for 8. Next ball,
Solid.
Connors plays that. Yeah, nice solid defensive shot there. Big stride in to meet the ball on the bounce, just pushed it out to the offside to Allison.
Bat didn't sound great, but it was lovely, solid. More foot movement than we've seen from others.
Connors is playing in his 51st first-class match. He came into this with 411 runs, highest score of 39 against Kent in 2021. He defends this one as well. That rolls out on the offside once again to Allison. He's played for Derbyshire for years, came up through the age groups, and then joined Durham in the winter. He's only played one championship game before this one, a draw against Sussex in Chester Street. Plays his club cricket for Ockbrook and Borrowash in the Derbyshire Premier League. He played at that venue.
Or Borough? No, where even is that?
Derbyshire. You do pass signs for Borrowash on the motorway, I think. Oh, playing a miss there. That one stayed a bit low.
Again beats the outside edge.
Probably be on a river somewhere, I would have thought. Borrowash is... Ah, right, that's down towards Long Eaton, so it's not far actually from Derby. So you've got Derbyshire's ground, and then as you come along the dual carriageway from there back towards the M1 on the A52, Borrowash is just down below you to the south slightly, not far from Long Eaton. Next ball played away by Connors out through mid-wicket for 1 run.
Yeah, I'm not very good with Derbyshire.
Well, that is so far down that it's
not an area I really know.
It's near East Midlands Airport actually, so
yes.
there's a lot of does Leicestershire kicking around there as well?
Maybe. I think I'm out here.
Are you?
Dick's back in.
If you want a message, we are cricket@bbc.co.uk or at Marty Cricket on Blue Sky. 22 minutes past 5. So we're probably finishing in about the next 20, 24, 25 minutes, something like that. Here's Bowler coming in, bowls, Bracewell, defended by Connors, who goes off for a wander towards square leg. Alan Cunningham's been on Blue Sky. He says, what a difference today has made with the Duke's ball back. Runs and wickets everywhere, he says. Have a look and see what's going on elsewhere in the County Championship today. As Bracewell bowls, Connors plays the ball up to mid-off, no run there. So they haven't had much play in Taunton. They've had a lot of rain today, and that stump's there already, and that was called off a while ago today, with Somerset 155 for 3 against Yorkshire. Surrey, champions-elect probably, 246 all out at the Oval against Warwickshire, who has 70 for 4. Hampshire playing in Hove against Sussex. Hampshire all out for 226, Sussex 23 for 1, and the 11th over. In comes Bracewell. That's no run there. It's gone into the covers. Picked up by Snater. Worcestershire were 6 down. They were about 61 for 6, I think it was. They're now 170 for 9 at home to Notts. In Leicester, it's Gloucestershire who chose to bat. They've had a good day. 348 for 5 against the leaders Leicestershire in Division 2. Derbyshire are playing at Lords. Lucky them. And they chose to bat there. 280 for 9 against Middlesex. In Canterbury, Kent chose to bat. They're playing Lancashire. That's pulled by Connors down towards long leg for 1 when he got up on top of a shortish ball, pivoted on it, and dragged it down into the ground. So Durham now on 303 for 8. Clark on strike on 25. Connors now off strike on 6. Kent 280 for 9 at Canterbury against Lancashire. In Northampton, Glamorgan 358 for 6 against Northants. They chose to bat as well. It looks like everybody's chosen to bat today. I think I'm just going to go back through those scorecards. Notts chose to field at Worcester, but given there's been a lot of rain there, this one played back to Bracewell by Clark, no run. That's understandable. And then Taunton, Yorkshire decided to field there as well. Another defensive shot from Clark. Plays that ball up to mid-on, end of the over. So Durham 303 for 8. We've got 6 overs to go today. Over 8's currently +4. Both sides at the moment with 2 bonus points. I've only just seen this scorecard from the England one day yesterday.
Oh, yeah, it's a bit one-sided.
South Africa all out for 72. What happened there?
I've no idea. I didn't see any of it.
They'd won the first 2, hadn't they?
Yeah, believe so. So it's going to be Jamie Porter with 3 for 62 under his belt. Outside the off stump, goes through to the wicketkeeper. Sam Connors facing the music. The early autumn shadows making their presence felt. The shadows of one of the pylons of the floodlight stretching way across the middle of the wicket. And that's played solidly defensively, pushes out in the offside. So I suppose whatever happens in the remaining, however many overs we are, half a dozen or so, more or less, I would say it's more or less even, Stephen, on apparently a good batting track. If either side has had the better of the day, then it's probably the visitors slightly, but not a lot in it.
Oh, dropped.
I think that may have been a drop.
Yeah.
It's played down. He played it down. He got on top of it and played it down to Walter, who got down, and he has a long way to go down, does Paul Walter. Got a hand to it, but it didn't stick. So would you think more or less even, Martin, or would you think your lads are slightly in the ascendance?
I don't know. I think Essex are slightly in the ascendancy in the fact that they've got Durham 8 down for just 303.
Do you?
Yeah. I think that Essex will look at this and think there's more runs to be had off this track.
Right.
And we won't know, of course, until Essex have batted tomorrow. But
well, no. But yes, I mean, it does look a good wicket, certainly. So, from the Essex point of view, anything Durham can do, Essex can do just as well. But, yeah, one thing's for sure, it's probably going to be a pretty good game of cricket. I'm fully aware that Essex still have 2 wickets to get, obviously, but I think it's generally considered by quite a lot of people, if the side batting first in an uninterrupted game is dismissed for round about 300, then we're probably going to be in for a pretty good game. I think that usually stands the test of time. It's a very all-encompassing sort of thing to say, but as Porter moves in again, bowls, and just pushed out on the onside. They scamper through for quite a comfortable single in the end. And takes the score to 304 for 8. With Connors not out 7 and Clark not out 25. Connors taking the single means he'll keep the strike to the bowling of Bracewell with just 5 overs of the day remaining, 3 from this
so
end.
basically, if they don't take 2 wickets in the next 2 overs, then Essex will not be batting today.
No, well, Essex won't want to bat today.
Yeah.
They certainly won't. It's one of those situations where they've got everything to lose and nothing to gain.
Bracewell, right arm over from the river end. And that's pushed away by Connors into the covers, no run there.
On the other hand, these two are batting quite obdurately. It's difficult to see them being parted too quickly. It's a bit of an unfair thing to say about a cricketer, I suppose, but is Callum Parkinson 11 isn't too low for him?
Yeah, he's not known for his runs.
No.
Put it that way. I wouldn't imagine his highest score would be particularly good.
No.
Next ball goes up to mid-off. Sounds like somebody's already having their tea, Dick.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Callum Parkinson's highest score is, he's got a 75, he's got the 1/2 century.
Oh, right.
Played away by Connors, around off stump, up towards mid-on. But in terms of this season, he's playing in his 4th game. He's had 5 innings and made 36 runs.
Thank you.
Bracewell halfway through this over. Connors pushes the ball up towards mid-on, with Shane Snyder coming around to collect it just behind the stumps, in line with the stumps. Sun's shining brightly at the moment. Some wispy clouds off to the distance. Some wispy stuff higher up, which is probably vapour trails from aeroplanes. It's flicked away down to fine leg by Connors, and just drifting down the leg side there, Doug Bracewell. Connors flicks him away for 4 up to the Graham Gooch's end of the ground. So Connors moves on to 11 from 28 balls. Durham 308 for 8. Got 1 ball left of this 92nd over, and then 4 to come after that. Here is the last ball. Edged, it's gone along the floor for 4. It's gone underneath second slip, who I think might have got a fingernail on it, but it's away for 4 more. Wasn't a catching chance, I don't think.
No.
But 8 runs from the over all help Durham's situation as we move on to 312 for 8. With Connors on 15 and Clark now on 25. He'll be on strike.
Yep, they all look the same in the scorebook, whether they're off the edge through the slips for 4 or the most sumptuous of extra cover drives. So they're all worth the same. So we have 4 overs of the day remaining. 2 from each end. This not being the shortest version of the game, which they're not even called overs. Can't remember what they're called.
What's that?
What are the in the shortest version of the game?
The 16.4.
The 16.4. Yeah. They don't bowl overs, do they?
Call them sets or something, don't they?
Then how long does that last?
I don't know. I've never watched any of it.
Oh right.
How long does this kind of set last in the 100? When
They're in 5s.
5s.
5.
And then someone can bowl 10 in a row.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
See you later.
Yeah. Bye bye.
So you can bowl 5s, but you can bowl 10 in a row.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Now, we have to encourage this version, so we're told.
I watched a game in a hotel in Bromley during the One Day Cup in 2021. So that when it was first began, and I was interested to see what it was all about, and just bells and whistles, and the graphics I couldn't get away with. And
the graphics are just appalling, aren't they?
Absolutely not for me.
No. Plenty of people like it, and good luck to them. And we are told that it's that version that will finance very pleasant days in the late summer sunshine like today. But
interestingly, they also admitted a few weeks ago there was no evidence to show that it had attracted any new spectators to cricket.
No. But we mustn't appear to be curmudgeonly about it.
Well, what I can't get my head around is England are now no force whatsoever in one-day cricket, although they did bowl South Africa out yesterday for 72, but they had lost the series already.
Yeah.
2 heavy defeats. And all the way up until the World Cup of 2019, it was all about prioritising the one-day cricket.
Oh, and Snyder's gone down in a heap.
Yeah. He didn't deliver the ball, and he's gone crashing to the floor, and he's now lying on his back with his hands on his face.
Oh no, he's getting up
Picking
now.
Himself up. He seems to be okay.
Yeah, well, that was a bit
overly dramatic.
Well, yeah, I was going to say that, but presumably something did go, and then suddenly it was all right.
I tell you what, this is a nice night for a beer garden, isn't it?
How very strange. Oh, he's coming off.
Is he?
So he's going to have to be replaced for the remaining 4 deliveries of the over.
Well, somebody just whistled there, so I don't know if it was one of the physios or coach telling him to come off, or if somebody on the field whistled to say we need a 12th man. Critchley's going to finish the over.
As he walks off, he doesn't seem in any grave discomfort. I was going to say when he started his walk off that he was very slightly limping, but even that isn't discernible now. No,
He didn't deliver the ball. He held onto the ball and went crashing into the ground.
Yeah, it's a bit of a mystery. Anyway, Snater's had a good day until then. As long as there's nothing seriously hurt. We can't think there is, as I say, the way he walked off. So Critchley's going to continue the over.
That was his 20th over. So 4 balls left.
Yeah.
Bowling figures today.
He bowls now and brings batsman forward, just plays defensively, trickles 2/3 of the way down the crease.
None for 29 from Critchley from his previous 9 overs. Jamie Porter 3 for 63. 21 overs, 4 maidens.
Critchley again. Oh, and that was a ball of very full length. Appeal for, well, it can only be for LBW, but there again it was a very optimistic one.
Snater 1 for 64, 6 maidens, 19.2 overs. Bracewell 2 for 67 in 15 overs.
Critchley in again. Bowls.
Harmer 1 for 68 in 25 overs, 5 maidens, and Thane none for 19 and 3. I think he bowled just before lunch, didn't he? From memory.
Yeah, I think so. And that is slightly short of a length and concedes a single. And it's the end of the over. So, what does that mean? 3 remain, so Essex won't have to bat this evening. So, not that they weren't trying to get the wickets anyway, but now they can concentrate entirely on getting the wickets. But I'm sure they wouldn't have had any thoughts of, well, we don't want to bat on this tonight anyway, so perhaps we'll play it easy. Of course they wouldn't.
Stephen Johnson's emailed. He says, "Hi Martin, sounds a pretty even day's play.
Yeah.
However, it's good to have the runs on the board. I'm off to Cyprus on Wednesday. Will I still be able to listen abroad after the changes to people listening to the BBC overseas? Fingers crossed for a good end of the season." I think so. I'm not sure of any GL blocking on the cricket.
No.
I was listening to BBC Sounds in Italy 2 or 3 weeks ago. In fact, on the Saturday morning driving from Lake Garda down to Umbria, we were listening to the 6 Music Breakfast Show.
Oh.
So here's Harmer into the attack to replace Bracewell. Harmer bowling his 26th over. First ball's a dot ball, with Connors on strike on 18. Harmer again in brilliant sunshine here in Chelmsford. The next ball is left alone. Just went through the little tunnel under the dual carriageway at lunchtime. There's a nice park behind with the river running through the middle of it.
It is, that's the can.
Rather picturesque bridge across the river.
That bridge is comparatively new, isn't it?
I can't recall that bridge being an option for me when I came here a few years back.
No, it probably
walking
wasn't.
through the park each day.
It's made a big difference to getting access to the middle of the city.
Harmer comes in, and it's left well outside of off stump there by Connors.
And I know you're staying in a delightful part of the county. I won't say where because I'm sure you have stalkers, so so I won't say exactly where. But
well, I think I mentioned it earlier.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
And so you've got plenty to look forward to this evening.
Next ball is defended on a length. Yeah, I was in the bar last night having a meal, so I got out. And by the time I got down, it was about 7:45, and they were about to stop serving food. So the lady who's the manageress was showing some guests around. I think they worked for the hotel chain, but in another part of the country.
Oh, right.
And this is defended on off stump. That's the end of the over. It was a maiden. Anyway, it's a really higgledy-piggledy, oldie-worldy inn, which is, she said it was about 600 years old. And it's one of these where you're walking along corridors and the ceilings at a funny angle and the floors at a funny angle, and lots of Tudor. Is it oak beams they have and all the rest of it?
Yeah, lovely. Just the sort of place I like to stay in.
Anyway, she told this couple and telling them about the ghosts in the hotel. Well, I don't believe any of this. But she claimed there's 5 ghosts in the hotel, and one couple who'd stayed there a while ago had unpacked their clothes, hung them all in the wardrobe, came downstairs to the bar, and when they went back upstairs later, all their clothes were strewn around the room, wardrobe wide open, but in the middle of the wardrobe, 4 ancient pennies, which were supposedly left there by a ghost.
Well, well. Critchley continues. Mind you, you've got your share of even more famous ghosts.
Yeah, the story at Lovely Castle with Shane Watson, yeah. Anyway, apparently 5 different ghosts live in this hotel.
Oh, sorry.
And when I started laughing, she said, "Oh, don't you worry, they don't go into your room."
Only on the second Monday in September.
Yeah. When there's a 5 in the year.
That is played defensively.
I have to say, I slept very well last night. I didn't really hear anything going on.
I'm sure you wouldn't. I usually sleep very well too, touch wood. But there were stories of the Aussies being frightened by the ghost and Gough sort of scaring them on the pitch afterwards. Lumley Castle. That was played defensively. 2 more deliveries of this and one more over, and that will be it for a very, very interesting day. The like of which no other version of this game can bring you. That's just played solidly forward. It's had its ups and downs, and yeah, one moment you think one side's, well, certainly at lunchtime Durham were in command, and then things changed in the afternoon and evening, and now it's the stuff that only county cricket can provide, county championship cricket can provide. That's played defensively. I'm glad I'm here tomorrow. Although I've got a day off on Wednesday, I'll try and get here on Wednesday as well, because I can't. I think Wednesday will be, in golfing terms, it'll probably be Wednesday that's a moving day.
Well, there's quite a few heavy showers forecast for Wednesday and Thursday, so it depends how much misses us and how much hits us, I think. These two have faced 53 balls so far and added 25 useful runs for Durham. So Durham now 316 for 8. So the next target, 350 for another batting point. And at this stage of the season, when they're in the relegation zone and 12 points adrift of safety, every point is valuable.
So 1 over to go. Essex can't take both wickets tonight, can they? Because if they were to take one, that would be it.
Yeah, they'd go off now, wouldn't it?
I think so.
Unless the umpires decided there was time in the day, because the over rate's +4, but
yeah,
it always confuses me as and when they can and cannot take extra time. An extra half hour.
Yeah, the regulations get more and more complicated with every year that passes.
Harmer bowling to Connors. Ooh,
cool.
Leading edge along the floor to square leg there. They've got a leg slip in place and a short leg, plus a first slip, keepers standing up to the stumps. Harmer bowling with his sunglasses on, right arm over. Comes in again, flights it up towards Connors. Connors just plays the ball steadily back to the bowler. Off spinner, Simon Harmer. He got a wicket today? One. He got Lee's LBW doing that one, that shot on. He was on 94, agonising for him. Next ball defended. On the offside, Harmer goes to retrieve it. Turns to come back into bowl. quicker, flatter delivery there. Dot ball. I don't know if I mentioned earlier on, I got a phone call when I was off air in the morning session saying, Mr. Emerson, your clothes still appear to be in your room at the hotel. And I said, yeah, well, I'm staying here for 4 days. She's defender on the length, and she said, well, no, you only booked one. And I was like, what? So I said, well, that must be some computer admin error, because I always book 4 days. Anyway, managed to sort it out. So my clothes are in the same room unless the ghosts have got them.
Yes, well, quite, that's what I was wondering.
Yeah. And that is day one done and dusted. As Harmer finishes with a maid and all the deliveries and that over, defended there by Connors, who will come back tomorrow on 18 and Clark on 26. Durham then 316 for 8. Given the rate they were losing wickets after that new ball came in. Well, they lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in that final session of the day. Ackerman and Robinson going for 13 and 15 in the period just after tea, but then that new ball, third over with it, fourth over with it. McKinney bowled by Jamie Porter for 121. Rain went LBW to Porter for a duck, and Potts was bowled. Porter first ball. So Durham were 291 for 8 at that point, and they have managed to get themselves to 316 for 8. I would say, though, that Essex will probably feel quite happy the way things are, because at one point Durham were 189 for 1, and they were 240 for 3. So they get them 8 down, 316. I think Essex will be pleased with that. Makes for an interesting day tomorrow, though.
Yeah, it certainly does. And yeah, so thanks, Martin, very, very much. Pleasure of your company. Thank you very much to Sarah, who is now on her way home. Sofia Smail. And tomorrow we're joined by Rushan Alam, whose company we've had before. Delightful fellow. And yeah, we all look forward to tomorrow and the rest of the match indeed. So thank you very much for listening today. Thank you for your emails. And please log on again tomorrow at, well, just before 10:30. Thanks a lot.